Here comes Mark Martin just easing along into turns 1 and 2. Martin in that second spot, and here comes Davey Allison down low under Kowicki. Davey Allison, car number 28, pulling up on Ernie Irvan.
Well, I said he wouldn't have enough time. I still don't think he has. There are 3 cars, very fast cars, in front of him. He's coming up on Ernie Irvan. Now Irvan makes the move.
Ernie Irvan to the inside. Knocks down Mark Martin, sets him back. And he comes after. Number 15, Ernie Irvan, wide open as he comes up. It's a Ford Chevrolet battle to the finish here in the Busch Clash. At the line, looking for some place to run, out of room. Give it to Jeff Bodine, car number 15. The Bud Moore Racing Team scores a victory here in the Busch Clash, and Ernie Irvan makes it dramatic with a last lap maneuver around Mark Martin.
It was lap 4 when the fenders began to fly. Watch Alan Kowicki, number 7. Here's Mark Martin, number 6, moving up. Ernie Irvan coming to the bottom. Kyle Petty deployed directly behind them. Kowicki gets turned around. Petty gets through, but bang! Terry Labonte takes it on the chin, as does Hut Strickland, Richard Petty, Dave Mader, Ben Hess, Rick Wilson, and finally, A.J. Foyt.
Second angle here. Here you see the 4 car down on the bottom. Up goes Mark Martin into the side of Kowicki, and away we go into an 8-car calamity.
Yeah, that move on the bottom actually broke the front end loose on the 6 car, and he drifted up and got into the other car. Looks like he just drove into him, but there was no control. The car was actually in the air off the ground.
And actually, Ernie Irvan didn't do anything wrong. He was 4 or 5 feet below Mark Martin, but the air pushing off of him was just enough to get Mark Martin loose.
Lap 19, most controversial incident of the day. Leader 22 Marlin and number 3 Earnhardt.
Just come off the 4th turn right there. Looks like Dale got right up on the back of the 22 car, and there's question from the radio talk. Did he get a little loose and lift, or did Dale get into him? It's hard to tell from that angle.
Again on the outside in the 33. Ernie Irvan, then Schrader, and then Kyle Petty. Dale Jarrett gets loose, spins around, and this time Kyle Petty does not duck the bullet. For Kyle and for Jarrett, it's a long, grinding ride to the back of the 500 field.
I think then has the key. What is the 4 car going to do in the middle of this? He might determine the outcome of this race.
Here comes Martin fading high to the outside in turn number 2. That onboard camera in a wide shot. He pulls up alongside. Lap car is there, down on the bottom. Scooting through comes Earnhardt. Martin works all the way to the top.
Okay, which one is Ernie Irvan going to help? He'll help the Chevrolet of Dale Earnhardt and hope that it'll suck him on by Mark Martin and he'll pick up a second, or maybe he thinks coming off of turn 3, he can make it 3 wide, but Earnhardt's going to take the low side of the racetrack. Here they come.
Here comes number 6, Martin, still staying on the outside, driving for the finish. Earnhardt comes back to win it. As we finish the first 125-mile qualifier, Dale Earnhardt becomes the 3rd driver in Daytona 500 history to win the 125 3 straight years. White flag is down, 1 to go. This is for it. Elliott there, Morgan Shepherd in second. Have they got any more to offer? Now's the time we'll find out. Probably on the back straightaway, probably turn 3.
Well, Ricky Rudd caught up to him, but he couldn't do anything with them once he caught up to him. Don't think he'll be a factor here. I think that it's going to be between Bill Elliott and Morgan Shepherd.
Inside of Morgan Shepherd's car. And there you see Elliott weaving at over 190 miles an hour, trying to hold on to that lead, giving Shepherd nowhere to run, nothing to look at.
Every time he moves over, that second car gets a blast in the nose, and he just doesn't have the power to pull at times.
Down out of 4 to finish the second 125-miler. And out to the outside. Here comes the 21 car, making a run for the flag. But it's Bill Elliott first. Away for Elliott. Looks like they're going to be a tough combination of these super speedways. It's been a beautiful race. Only stop, 1 caution. We got a battle for the lead because of a shower just moments ago. And they're about to make it 3 wide off the banking. Ernie Irvan down on the inside of number 4. Storms into the lead in the back straightaway. Ernie Irvan out of Modesto, California, hits. He's into Elliott. They're sliding, trying to correct. Picked them up. Into the wall goes Sterling Marlin. And the leaders are all in trouble here. Richard Petty's car getting hit. A serious crash in the back straightaway. Petty is in it. Darrell Waltrip is involved.
Dale Earnhardt is involved. This is what happens when you get all the cars running close together again.
And look at number 2. Bad moment here for Rusty Wallace. Caution is out.
you've got a car sitting out here on the outside. You've got the car of Bill Elliott's. You've got the 4 car of Ernie Irvan here. The guy in the middle is the one that's in trouble. They'll tell you these outside cars, the outside, the inside are okay. The guy in the middle is going to pay the price. As they come on down the racetrack, we'll see them just start coming together. The 4 cars moving up. A lot of that has got to do with aerodynamics. It looked like they moved over, but the guy in the middle doesn't have any downforce, and he's along for the ride. The 2 guys pinched him in the middle, and from there on, everybody's wrecked.
Well, there was a pack of cars, which included Michael Waltrip, Dick Trickle, and Dale Earnhardt was in there. Went on the outside. Rick Wilson had slowed down, got to the inside of the racetrack, looked like he was headed for the pits, and all of a sudden, Kerry Tigg apparently didn't realize that he was coming to the pits, and he came up and hit Wilson from behind and spun him around.
Alan's done a good job of driving all day long. We're just real happy to be here. We're going to go ahead and get us some tires here and go for the rest of the way.
And there's the reason for the 4th caution of the day. Ernie Irvan, last year's winner of the Daytona 500, in trouble. Davey Allison's mentor.
Okay, he's backed off a little again to see how much momentum he can get. He tried it the last time around. He was able to pull right back up on his bumper. Timing is everything now, Neil.
That gap right there should pay off at the end of the back straightaway if he's got the momentum to do it.
Around Michael Waltrip's car. Down for the finish. Going into turn 3. Mike?
Glenwood, can he do it? I don't think so. He's pretty strong. It's just up to Morgan how he gets in the turn with him.
Here they come. Morgan down to the line. Davey Allison first. Morgan Shepherd gets it all back there. Has he got anything left? Coming to the stripe. Morgan comes to the inside, and Davey Allison is going to win the Daytona 500.
Member of his crew, and he has 2 young sons who have a rare disease, adrenoleukodystrophy, and one of them needs a bone marrow transplant. So next Saturday, May the 9th, a lot of us are going to get together and try to get those boys. And Charlie
stands. Charlie Glatchback, who won the ARCA race, is he going to save
No, there ain't no way.
No.
Caution is out.
Yep, he makes pretty hard contact with the inside dirt bank off of turn number 2. Bringing out our first caution of the day. Charlie Glatchback from Sellersburg, Indiana. Here's what happened.
The car slowed. He was going slow, and all of a sudden it just goes sideways. It's like he had a flat tire or something. He goes up, kisses the wall, comes back down. There was a big gap between he and that other big group of cars. He was lucky that none of those other cars were coming along, and he comes down to the inside. And Jimmy Spencer, some of our spotters a moment ago had heard something that's
there's trouble. Look out. Jimmy Spencer is the car in trouble. Car lifting. Oh, but it did not go over. Unbelievable.
Whoa, unbelievable. The car had to go over. And look.
Here comes the white flag. One more lap to go. 2.66 miles to go for Davey Allison.
Elliott looks on the outside. Davey's going to try to take him up. Here comes Earnhardt on the inside. Now Bill comes down and they almost touch.
They did touch, I believe, but Elliott managed to stay in second, and he managed to keep Dale Earnhardt back in 3rd position. Still no movement. They run nose to tail down the backstretch. Let's see what happens now at the end of the backstretch as they set into the 33 degrees of banking of turn number 3. Ernie Irvan looking to the inside. There goes Dale Earnhardt to the outside. Ernie will follow him. Dale slides way up on the racetrack. He's in a battle for 2nd position with Bill Elliott. They move off of turn number 4 and come down through the tri-oval. Davey Allison still has the lead. He's trying to break the draft. It looks like he's going to win it. Battle for 2nd between Elliott and Earnhardt. Here's the checkered flag, and Davey Allison wins it.
Run off and left.
Yeah, that front Fowson is going to pull away from him.
Rusty Wallace and
Gordon's loose. He won't be able to correct the fellas.
Shepherd and Bobby Hamilton collide. Several cars slide toward the infield. This is very reminiscent of last year's crash, but I don't believe we're going to see any cars get upside down. Let us hope not. Several slide to the infield and to the banking, which separates the grass there from Lake Lloyd. A lot of damaged machinery. However, it appears as if all cars stayed upright.
On the inside of Ricky Rudd, the back end just gets loose. Rusty came up there pretty close behind him, took the air off the spoiler, and back end got loose, and he just could not correct it.
Now, see, he's got the wheel turned to the right. That's what brings the car back and sends it across the racetrack. And
right
there,
into Bobby Hamilton.
Bobby Hamilton had no place to go but right in the side of the 21 car. Now here comes Stanley Smith. Is he going to be able to dodge him? Looks like he does, but he goes down and hits the dirt on the inside.
Alan Kulwicki was also involved in that, and I think Bobby got on the brakes. Hamilton got on the brakes, and he was rear-ended by Alan Kulwicki, who perhaps was blocked from what was going on up in front of it. Here it is again from another angle.
Now we can watch the cars behind him. Mark Martin just barely gets by. Looks like the 7 car also hit the 21 car is what it looks like.
Yeah, right. It didn't hit Bobby Hamilton, but it did hit the 21 car. One more lap to go for Ernie Irvan. Sterling Marlin has closed in on him, though. He's within less than a car length.
All right, Dale Jarrett's hoping he can get close enough and he'll get side by side and he can make that move that he made earlier when he took the lead. Of course, that was Davey Allison and Ernie Irvan then, but I don't think Jarrett's going to get that close this time.
Off the banking of turn number 2, down the backstretch for the final time. Irvan stretches it out just a little bit. Let's see what happens behind as Dale Jarrett hangs on to 3rd position. Irvan has the lead as they head for turn number 3, still keeping about a 2 or 3 car length separation between himself and Sterling Marlin. Jarrett is working the high side. Bodine and Elliott are low. Here they come off the banking. This will decide who wins the Pepsi 400. The checkered flag is out. Ernie Irvan wins it. Elliott.
Yes, he is. They come up on some other traffic, and he is moving closer. The white flag is out. One more lap.
Doyle Ford says, gentlemen, go for it. This is it. It's that orange, number 4 in front. Sterling Marlin trying to find a hole and pull in here.
But he has a bumper there. That bumper is the car number 5 of Ricky Rudd. He's got to pass him before he can get to the 4 car.
Got him in a box right there now.
Yeah, Harry Gant down on the inside. He's got a lot of General Motors cars around him, and it's going to be tough.
But remember where the start finish line is. It's a long way down there.
190-mile-per-hour chess game as Sterling Marlin tries to sort it out through the 4th turn. Here they come for the flyover. Down in the final lap. The first die-hard 500 victory for car number 4. Let's see if he's gone down to the bottom. Comes Sterling Marlin, but he's still 6 car lengths back at the finish. And Ernie Irvan holds him off to take it home. It is car number 4, Ernie Irvan, scoring 3rd win of the season and for the 8th time in his career. White flag, 1 to go.
Boy, Schrader took a look at him off the 4th turn, so he's got it in his mind. He can try him.
Okay, he's back just a car length or 2. It looks like he's right on his bumper right there. We see when he goes into the turn, he's back just a little bit. He needs to be back a little bit to get some momentum going down the backstretch, but he'll need Irvan to come with him.
4-time winner Earnhardt out in front of his 7th appearance. Schrader, who's won it. Walking in 90. Oof.
Earnhardt came down on the inside. Schrader tried to make the move. Earnhardt went down with him.
That little black car can get as wide as any of them on the racetrack. He's going to be a handful off this corner.
Final turns. Neil, this is the car you were practicing for, Dale, earlier. It looks stout.
Yeah, I tested a few times with it, and it was an old backup car. Looked like it's doing a pretty good job here, I tell you.
Coming to the line, the 1993 Busch Clash. And for the 5th time, checkers come out on the man in black. Dale Earnhardt has done it.
Pole setter, no matter what happens in this race, and he wants to get out in one piece, and like Ned said, he's kind of trapped in there.
Spin in turn 1.
Trouble in turn number 1 is going to take on 2 cars. That's Stan Smith. His car looping, and Kinzer. Let's look at it, Ned.
Well, going in, he's near the rear of the blue car. You can see following traffic in there, and then all of a sudden he goes down. His left wheels gets on the flat. The back end breaks loose, shoots right up in front of Stanley Smith, and crash. They go into the wall.
From another angle, Neil.
Let's take a look right here. Let's look at the blue car, the 31 car right here, as they're entering the 1st turn. Let's take a look, see what happens. They're going off down in the corner. Let's see if we can stop it right here. If you look, just like Ned said, right here we've got the wheels down right on the line. This area right here is below this white line. Let's roll it a little bit more. We'll see the rear end start coming out. He actually drove the car down on the flat, and then it's going to go straight back up the track right into the 73 car. Nowhere to go. Just got on the flat and shot up the track on him.
Last time around this 2.5-mile track. Gordon first, Elliott second, Kyle Petty third, Schrader, Chevy back there in 4th, Bobby Hillin lies 5th.
Looks like Bill's getting him a little bit of running room to see if he can reel him in or not.
Now he backed up. Does he need any help from Kyle Petty? Will Kyle Petty give him any help? Here he comes. He looks at the outside. Now he comes down, looks at the inside. No place to go either way.
Kyle looks in time. About 20 seconds to pay dirt.
And Elliott closed the door on Kyle going into the turn. He went down and took that bottom groove. Jeff Gordon's going to win this race, fellas.
Out of 4, here they come, rolling to the line. And the rookie from Indiana, it's Gordon across in first. The 2-time 500 winner, Elliott in second, Kyle Petty in third. As he pulls up on Alan Kawicki. Kawicki is now 6 foot high. Oh, Dallenbach in trouble. Dallenbach sliding, trying to keep it on the bottom of the racetrack. Dale Jarrett just skims by on the bottom. The 51, Jeff Purvis, he dances up the racetrack, spins around. Caution out in the 4th turn.
Let's take a look at this car right here. This is the car that's going to have a problem. Let's roll it on down in the corner. 4 car directly behind him, the 21 on the outside of him. As they come in, the 4 just makes light contact, but it sends the 16 up. He can't slide up. The 21's there. He cuts left. The car comes down off the banking. But watch this move right here by Dale Jarrett. Watch the green car. He misses him on the flat. There comes Hut Strickland up in the red car on the outside. 2 cars did a good job.
Here's Spencer down on the inside. We've got trouble in the back straightaway in turn number 2. Car heavy in the wall, and I think that's Unser. That is Unser. He cut through that tire.
Looked like the left rear tire blew out, the one that was giving him a problem.
Al Unser Jr. about to be in big trouble here in this 125-mile qualifier.
See, he knew he had trouble. We saw the car go by on the inside. He'd already slowed down, but then the tire blew out, and there's no way to control it. He's coming up off the corner and backed it right in the wall.
And here it is again coming off the turn. You can see once that tire goes, it just spins it around. And unfortunately, Jimmy Hensley was right there in the Jimmy Means car, clipped him.
This is it to decide the second 125-mile qualifier. Pays $35,000 to win. If Earnhardt wins it, he'll tie Cale Yarborough's mark of 6 wins in the 125-mile qualifiers. Nobody but Cale has been up to that 6 wins.
Here's Irvin. He has a run down low on Jarrett, but I don't believe he has enough run to carry him by down the backstretch.
From Ernie Irvin running 4th. Final corner. Earnhardt first. Jeff Bodine, the 86 winner, in that 2nd spot. And Dale Jarrett. Here comes Bodine to the outside. Looks like he's going to make one more try. About 8 seconds to pay dirt.
He'll never be able to do it. He's going to try, though.
He comes back to the inside. At the line, it's Earnhardt. 4th straight 125-mile victory here at Daytona. No one's ever done that. Riding that Kodak car as it pulls through the field up in 5th. We got a smoker, and that
Jimmy
is Hensley getting out of control. The Jimmy Means car sucks the wall.
Boy, what a tough break this crew has had down here.
Was something out of turn number 4. This car number 8 breaking loose. Take a look here.
Looked like Wally Dallenbach got into the wall. Saw 71 Cup cars lifted. Boy, there goes up in the air. There's Sterling up in the air. Looked like they might have lifted because of that accident in front of him, and he got it backwards. Indeed. There.
Got it in the grass and kept it coming around. From another angle, take a look. Whoa.
And that's that rear spoiler that Neil was showing us at the first of the race. When it got absolutely backwards at that speed, it just lifted the back end off the ground.
Talk about a flying machine. That's a 3,500-pound flying machine. Daytona 1990 with Derek Cope.
Trouble on the backstretch.
Straightaway. Going into turn 3. Rick Wilson's car has been collected in this crash. There's Hamilton's car. Rick Wilson dropping down to the inside.
Down on the inside at the very top of the screen, there were 3 abreast going into that turn, and it looks like he just clipped someone going into the turn. Bobby Hamilton was up on the outside. That's the bright pink car you see, or they're calling it pink. It looks almost orange, but they stayed together up on the high side of the racetrack for a pretty good little bit. That we have had so far here today. It just been, and there's trouble on the backstretch.
It's Ernie Irvin's car that's slapped into the wall.
Looks like it's hitting a ton, too, on that right front.
Oh, he got hit from the inside by someone.
Here's another shot, so we can see what's happening. He's coming along. Looked like the 66 car inside. It's hard to tell what happened.
There's still 3 abreast as they come out through here. Brett Bodine, that's Bobby Hillin down the inside. There is trouble.
Bobby Hillin and Unser get together, sliding through the grass in the infield. Unser's car back on the track. He gets it back down again.
Kyle Petty is going to stop it.
Oh, and Kyle Petty gets collected.
Kyle tried his best to get stopped. He kept watching that car come back up in front of him and thinking that he would stop, and he just ran right into it.
Ned, I'm not so sure they wasn't laying back, but what do? He did everything he possibly could and just nowhere to go.
The pole sitter, Kyle Petty. The incident started in turn 4. It has ended all the way down through the tri-oval. Kyle clambering out.
Boy, I hate to see his car's coming back at pretty good speed. And we got these drivers out on the track with some liquid out here.
Well, Derek Cope was trying to keep Harry Gant a lap down. And
$1 million was a possibility.
he could have won this race.
Bobby Hillen trying to explain, I think.
I don't think Kyle likes what went on there. But he said, hey, it's over with now. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's don't even talk about it right now. Let's cool off.
You're exactly right. These guys are out there running as hard as they can run. What they don't need to do is even get together. It's hard to control your tempers.
Trying to keep them apart.
And that's surprising that Bobby Hillen, he's a real mild-mannered individual, but he's very upset too.
This is where it all began.
Okay, the light green car of Hillen's down on the inside, and there's Al Unser Jr. went up and clipped Dale Earnhardt, and then back down into Hillen, and there they crash together, slide across the grassed area, and then Hillen goes back up onto the racetrack as he comes off the grass. We'll see him.
Unser goes up first.
Well, Unser does go up first, and then here's Hillen going up. Unser gets back down on the grass, and here comes Kyle. He's trying to slow down, doesn't know which way to go. He's got the brakes locked, the car wouldn't cut, and slammed right into him.
And he had a man on the inside of him. He didn't have any place to go, but there was nothing that Hillen could do, not thing one.
Well, here we come again, Neil.
Coming off the fourth turn there, we see Unser move up. They clip. Unser comes back, gets Hillen with him when he goes. Boy, 30 car just barely missed him. You see Hillen's got the hood up over the windshield. He can't see where he's going. Unser comes out. He's actually driving the car. He's got a little bit of drivability. Comes across.
Mike Joy. Mike Joy.
Al Unser walking along back to the garage here. First of all, you're okay.
A while ago, we saw Jarrett and Earnhardt were capable of pull away a little bit. They're trying to break in.
Trouble behind Rusty Wallace is turning over.
Rusty Wallace, 20 feet in the air, spinning, crashing.
Well, I'll tell you, when they're running that close together and jockeying around position, you just know that things like this are going to happen.
There's Jarrett. He gets in line. The 66 car right behind Walter. Looked like they tapped. They touched right there, the 66. And then Rusty, he gets clipped right there, turns sideways, and we know what happened after that. The air gets out of the car. Yeah, it looked like the 66 and the 30. Got to look at Rusty's car, how high in the air. Real violent flips right here. Boy.
Well, similar to Darrell Waltrip here in the 400 miler in July a couple of years ago. There it is again.
Another angle. Looks like Derek Cope was involved.
Yeah, he clipped the 30 car of Michael Waltrip. They got together.
And as you watch that, it reminds me a bit of the late Connie Saylor, who passed away just a week ago. Remember when he sailed down the backstretch, Ned? What a great racer he was.
Come on, Martha. He's going to be okay, dear.
Ned, she's quit looking now.
Yeah.
Down for the finish. A couple to go. Again, Earnhardt looking unstable coming off the corner. You could see the tail switch, and he just gathers it up like the master he is.
Jarrett wants to push him hard into this turn. He wants to push him hard in there. His car's getting loose. He wants to loosen it up even more.
The closer he can get the bumper to the back of Dale Earnhardt's car, the looser Dale will get. There he comes. It looks like he's driving up under him. Earnhardt's car got loose and slid up the racetrack.
Dale Jarrett seeking in. They touch. They come back to the line.
White flag.
White flag and 1 lap to go. Earnhardt coming back on the outside. Bodine gets into it. Strickland gets into it. This is the finish.
Did we say 5 cars had a shot at it? Get ready, because it's coming to the wire. There's Jarrett in front.
Jarrett pulling back in front. Bodine comes down to the inside. Jeff Bodine, the 86 champion, trying to find some room.
Come on, Dale. Go, Betty, go. All right, come on. I know he's got it to the floorboard. He can't do any more. Come on, take him to the inside. Don't let him get on the inside of you coming around this turn. Here he comes, Earnhardt. It's the Dale and Dale show as we come off of turn 4. You know who I'm pulling for. It's Dale Jarrett. Bring her to the inside, Dale. Don't let him get down there. He's going to make it. Dale Jarrett's going to win the Daytona 500. All right.
Saw him get lapped over there.
So Kyle's streak of 6 top 10 finishes in the last 6 races would come to an end today. He's all the way back in 25th, the lap down at the moment. Oh, look out.
Cars touched.
Did they make it?
No.
No.
Sterling Marlin did not make it.
Spinning coming off of corner number 4.
So the caution out for the first time today.
Here it is again.
There we see Sterling go up. He and Lake Speed almost got together. Now Derek Colt comes along, and Jeff Bodine runs right in the back of the 8 car.
I think the 8 car had to back off when he got up there with the other car. And
Michael looking for his first top 10 finish of 1993. Look at this. 4 wide.
Oh, wow, yeah, that's what happens.
Yep.
Oh, man, it had to happen with all that many cars running. It was 3 and 4 abreast.
Inevitable.
Greg Sachs spinning around.
Well, here's what happened. These cars are trying to get through it.
You see Morgan Shepherd. Looks like he must have some damage to his car. Rick Mascar's got some damage. Lake Speed's car.
And now another look.
There's Jeff Gordon very high.
You look back just on the very right-hand side. The Rick Mascar and
Terry Labonte.
I think Dick Trick was in. I think the white car was Dick Trick.
Yeah, I think you're
there
right.
He goes down in the grass right down there, yes.
And look at Joe Ruttman coming here in the blue car. He missed everything. How did he do that?
Well, he did a great job. He did down the inside. Those front runners was at about 195 miles an hour, so it'd be tough to run them down with them running that kind of speed.
Ernie Irvin goes by, gets in front of Michael Waltrip. Here comes Schrader.
Oh, Waltrip hit the wall, and now
Strickland goes down, and he saved this. No, there's Brett Bodine crashing. I didn't see that car.
Caution is out.
I thought we were going to get away with a minor incident, but now Brett Bodine.
And Jimmy Hensley going by on the outside there is Brett Bodine, and we see Michael Waltrip hit the wall. He and Kenny Schrader get together. Now Hudd hits the wall, and let's say he comes down and
hits Brett Bodine, just clipped Brett Bodine, and Brett slams head on into the wall.
Hard impact for Brett Bodine. He was running in 13th position. Off of turn number 4 into the tri-oval once again. Dale Earnhardt leads Rusty Wallace as the white flag comes out. One more lap to go, and Martin is way up high and hits the wall and shoves Rusty down to the middle of the track.
Man, oh man.
And Irvin is there right on Earnhardt's bumper, and Irvin goes to the inside of Dale Earnhardt.
And the white flag is out. Here comes Martin. He's going with Ernie. Spencer going on the inside as well.
Irvin has the lead as they go down the backstretch. Jimmy Spencer fans out to 3 wide. Rusty Wallace goes 4 wide. Here they come.
Irvin, really, Earnhardt is off the pace. He might be running low in gas.
Dale Jarrett trying to get through. He's moved into a battle for 3rd position.
Earnhardt apparently is running out of gas in the turn.
He shuffled way back. Here they come off the 4th corner. Ernie Irvin leads them down now. Is he going to win the Winston 500? Jimmy Spencer is 2nd. They come through the tri-oval. Checkered is waving. Ernie Irvin wins, and Rusty spins and gets airborne and flips wildly right at the start-finish line, very reminiscent of his accident at Daytona.
Rusty, and go right out of the picture, and it looks, there he is. Earnhardt right up on the back bumper of Rusty, and he does touch him.
That's
and
why
around he goes, and that's one reason that Dale Earnhardt went down there.
That's why he was so concerned, because he touched Rusty Wallace to start this situation, it looks like.
And the car overturns about 6 or 7 times, pirouetting on its nose, end over end, side over side, comes to a rest on its wheels between the start-finish line and turn 1. He will be credited with 6th finishing position. Here is another angle.
Here they come down through there. Jarrett and Rusty Wallace side by side. Dale trying to get down on the inside, trying to go down. And looks like he just touched Rusty, and the car, just like Daytona, started flying. It goes up in the air. I thought maybe it was going to do like Jimmy Spencer did last year and come back on its wheels, but it didn't. It caught.
And here it goes again.
There is a huge cheer going up from the grandstand just opposite of where Rusty's car has come to a rest, and we assume that the cheers are because he is out of the car.
Oh, a car spinning. Already a crash up in turn number 2. Car up against the wall. Everybody else gets by okay, but it is Jimmy Hensley in car number 7 who has made contact with the wall.
There you see, they look like they're trying to go 3 abreast. Hensley down on the inside. It looked like the car just broke loose with him, didn't he? Maybe the air was taken off the spoiler?
I really don't know. Jeff Gordon just barely misses Hensley as he goes by. And look at these other cars down on the apron of the racetrack.
Morgan has moved to 5th position. Look at this. Started.
Oh, it's man crash coming off turn 2. Several cars involved over there. That's Jimmy Spencer I see right there. Yes, it is. The Meineke Ford.
Darrell Walton just got through it.
Kyle Petty is now getting through.
Rusty Wallace.
And some Hutch Strickland's crashed his car. I see some flat tires.
That's a big M there.
Well, we see Kyle Petty spinning. Jimmy Spencer. Bobby Labonte goes through. There's Hutch Strickland back, and we see Labonte's going to hit the wall.
Jimmy Horton, maybe?
No, it's not Horton.
32. Rusty just got by, and so did Darrell Waltrip.
And Bill was down on the grass going through there. I tell you what, we'll just listen.
They got to run off the turn 2, but the caution is out again.
Once again, there's a car spinning.
Looks like Bill Parsons.
Yes. This is down the backstretch. And look for the white flag. There it is. 1 lap to go.
Okay, he has what? Earnhardt wonders how much this Schrader has.
It's time to show your stuff if you have any. Jeff Gordon looking to the high side of Sterling Marlin in 4th position. Rudd is in 5th. Earnhardt hangs on to the lead as Gordon drives up right on the back bumper of Sterling Marlin.
Oh, here comes Sterling. Schrader on the outside, Sterling on the inside.
Just ran out of racetrack, didn't have enough racetrack on the inside to make the move on Earnhardt, and had to slide up behind him. That could give Dale the advantage and the win, as a matter of fact. Here they come off the 4th corner. Schrader and Marlin are side by side. Dale Earnhardt is going to win the Pepsi 400, and for second it is Marlin. Just
Greg Saxon, Dale Jarrett. They continue to shuffle them around out there. Now that number 8 car, Sterling Marlin.
Oh, the 28 car's in trouble.
Robbie Gordon getting in the wall hard. Caution out for the first time today. It is directly beneath us. Again, as he was leading that second group.
Okay, and they were coming up on some lap cars. He got down on the inside, maybe got his left wheels down on the flat a little bit too much there, and the air affecting Ken, and the back end just went around on him. He slides backward there. You see Dale Jarrett going on the outside of him. Then he slams into the wall with the right front of the car, stays up against that outside wall, and comes to rest there.
Hey, I've got to go, Robbie. There's been another accident on the track. Thank you.
All right. Racing back to the line. Sterling Marlin trying to make up a lap. There's Stan Smith's car demolished, and there's some flame coming out of the Alabama driver's car. Take a look at what happened here that's brought out the second caution of the day.
There's Stanley Smith in the middle in the black car. They were running 3 abreast going into that turn, Ken. There's the car number 1 of Rick Mast.
There is one car that has gone over the wall, as you see in that.
Okay, they're entering turn number 1, Ken, and it looks like somebody got into the wall and then came back down into the other cars, and then there is a car going over the wall. It's a red car. It could be the car number 32 of Jimmy Horton. We think that's who it is, but we're not absolutely sure. And there's Rick Mast coming in there. The car number 37 of Loy Allen was involved in it.
Loy Allen's car was involved. The Richie Petty car was involved. And there are the remains of the car that went over the wall.
And it looks like someone standing there with a helmet, Ken.
And got out of that.
Let's hope that is the case. The helmet goes off. And boy, if that's the case, that is very, very good news.
I believe that is Horton for sure.
It's been a long, long time. It dates back to the day. Yeah, you can see the number 32 on the side of that car now. And it did land on its wheels. At first, it looked like it was upside down, but the top and the deck lid, and the hood and all of that, has just simply been ripped away from the car.
Taking a quick look at this race summary, we've got a car spinning at the same time, and it is Michael Waltrip who is in trouble. He's bashed in the fender on the left side. It happened again, and it's a big war up in front. Ernie Irvan, Ricky Rudd, Kyle Petty, Earnhardt, the front four, as they continue to try to sort this race out.
Caution.
Yellow is back on the track. We got a major crash through the tri-oval. Car on fire coming to the line right here in front of us. It's Ted Musgrave's car, front and rear. And Bonnett's car is also involved in the incident. There are 4 or 5 cars that have crashed here in the tri-oval. There is Neil Bonnett's number 31, torn up front and rear. Bonnett's car lies in the grass just at the bottom of the track as you exit pit road.
Wow, his car gone upside down and then comes back on the wheels as we see Musgrave's car sliding up against the wall, flames coming from it as he comes across the start-finish line. You can see he's torn some fence up as the car got upside down, got up into the retaining fence here.
The Die Hard 500 25th annual here at Talladega, Alabama is under a red flag. The race has been stopped. The drivers are clambering out of the cars right now while they continue to work on the fence in the tri-oval area. Take another look at what happened here. That is Neil Bonnet upside down over the top of Musgrave.
Car 55 is Musgrave. There's Jimmy Hensley in car number 7. And look at Phil Parsons. Great move. Didn't hit him. He was in that bright yellow-looking car. And you see the car number 55 of Musgrave that hugs the wall and spins and bangs into it with flames coming from the car.
There's Kyle Petty up there. He's the strongest guy in that bunch. Looks like there's a chance to run on Earnhardt. And there he goes to the inside.
Final lap. Kyle dropped to the bottom. Irvan goes up on top. Kyle pushes it hard.
I guarantee Irvan's going to go 3 wide to the bottom with Jarrett. There's that bottom lane open for him.
All right, this is the run for the money. Last lap. Irvan there on the inside. Earnhardt on the outside. Kyle works him over.
Who's going to help this? Which one does Kyle Petty get behind? Whoever he gets behind's got a shot to win this race. And there comes a 6. He's going to enter into it.
Martin with a good, solid run. He might be able to dip under both of them, or all 3 of them coming off that.
About 5 seconds to pay dirt. Here they come. Irvan on the inside.
That shortcut on the inside is going to be of some help.
As they come to the line, dead even.
I don't know. I think like the 3. I think Earnhardt won the race. He was awfully close.
Or does this Talladega, do we do this every time we race up here?
Isn't that something?
Unbelievable to run the kind of race that's been here today and finish it with a few inches.
Give it to Earnhardt. Dale Earnhardt has done it again. At Talladega, the Dega Dominator pulls it off, and the 22 comes across out of gas. Here comes another car out of gas. Jeff Purvis to the line, running out of fuel. Look at this finish.
Look at the 4 wide on the back right behind him. Scattered all the way across trying to get a position there.
And so Dale Earnhardt has done it again. The 4-time winner of Talladega, the Dega Dominator, wins it for a 5th here this afternoon.
No rookie anymore. Stays out in front. Brett Bodine in second. Earnhardt doing a masterful job picking that car up in control. Remember, they're floating like feathers at 190 miles an hour around this racetrack.
But Ernie, again, Dale Earnhardt has to be wondering if he made his move a little bit too early back
here. He comes back one more time.
Moves to the inside. Look down there for Brett Bodine. Said, no, that's my spot. Oh, Earnhardt is very loose. Goes high on the racetrack. He gathers it back in. That cost him no chance to catch up with them now as they come for the checkered flag.
Down the stretch for the final time. Jeff Gordon in front. Brett Bodine's going to make a shot. Short. Jeff Gordon and the Rick Hendrick Chevrolet. Whoa, car out of control. That is Richie Petty. Trying to get it back, just misses the wall and slides back into the grass.
That grass is wet, so he's going to take a little slide there, but he was very fortunate not to hit the wall.
What those leaders had to do to get around Billy Stanford's spinning car.
He is stopped right in the middle of the racetrack. Ernie Irvin had to go high because a lap car went down low. Two of the other leaders went low, and then, of course, Mark Martin went high. Here he is.
Here's the spin, and most of the speed is scrubbed off when the right rear corner hits the wall. It turns around, hits the right front, so we suspect the driver is okay. A lot of sheet metal damage on the car, but the cloud of smoke and the leaders coming down there, they had their hands full coming on this scene.
It'll be the white flag.
Coming down, 1 lap to go as they come to the line. Good fight for fourth. Just even out there. Labonte, top of 9. From Ernie Irvin's car.
Now's the time for the move to be made, if it's going to be made.
Rusty Wallace trying to close in. Wallace fading to the outside as they head into turn 3. Martin coming with them. Fourth, first, second, third. Still even for fourth spot. What a tough battle back there. Todd Bodine has pushed his way up under. Terry Labonte, they're even across as they come back to the line. It's Ernie Irvin for first. Darrell Waltrip starting from the third spot. He's won 5 125 milers. Tire battle out here. Goodyear versus Hoosier. Waltrip on those Hoosiers. There's the Goodyear. Trouble. We got trouble going into the first turn.
Several cars tangled.
Number 90, Bobby Hillen's car badly battered. The 95 of Jeremy Mayfield wrecked. Ward Burton comes up.
Dale Jarrett staggered to the line. Looked like he had engine problems with that green top on number 18. And look what happened on the start of the second 125.
Well, his car just wouldn't come up to speed, Ken, and then they started jockeying around behind there. There's Derek Cope in the black car going down and hitting the yellow car of Joe Nemechek, and then Buddy Baker in the blue car hit the car number 95 and shot it up, both of them up into the wall. That's Ward Burton's car number 31 hitting the outside wall, and Jeremy Mayfield went down to the inside. Tough break for those cars.
Bickle's car also spun out of that jam session.
It's a classic,
take another look.
It's a classic chain reaction crash when Baker's in the Phoenix car hit Mayfield, and that's Mayfield in 95, and that's Bickle in 45, the Wisconsin driver sitting down. There's no room to go, and everybody's wanging wheels and crushing fenders. A crushing blow for those who will miss the Daytona 500 because of this.
Final time around on this one.
Well, if Marlin has anything, he's got to start showing his hand. Here he is, making that high move again. Going to try to get a run off of him. Coming off this turn. He'll try to pass him going into turn 3.
Earnhardt's won an IROC here. He's won 2 400s. 4th of July, he's won 5 Busch Clashes.
Watch Earnhardt block and use that racetrack.
He's won 6 of the 300 races on Saturday. Seeking his 7th 125-mile qualifying victory, 5th in a row. Marlin trying to take it away as they come down off the corner. Here comes Sterling Marlin to the inside, down to the line. It's going to be Earnhardt.
And so, you do the best you can. Whoop. When you're
got trouble in turn 4. Major incident in turn 4. 7, 8 cars collected. Hut Strickland is in it. Kyle Petty involved.
Robert Presley was involved in it. Harry Gant is involved in it.
And what developed out here just moments ago?
Well, of course, a car had hit the wall on the outside, and then Chuck Bowen came on the inside of Kyle Petty, and they got together. Robert Presley had hit the wall on the outside, and then they just started going everywhere, nowhere to go. You see all the smoke. They couldn't see where they were going, and they started hitting each other. We'll watch it again at another. See, there's Robert Presley up against the wall.
The blue
and then
black
Chuck
car.
Bowen comes down on the inside of Kyle Petty.
12.
And they hit, and then they start hitting each other back there. Rusty Wallace got tagged from the rear by the 23 car of Hut Strickland, and that shot him into the wall. Of course, there's Hut in the car number 23. There's the car number 8 of Jeff Burton. John Andretti, now watch his car. It goes out of the screen, but he hit the inside wall hard. And there's Harry Gant spinning around in the green car. Here's another look. And you can see they just start hitting each other. And
watch Andretti in that orange and white car coming from left to right.
Yeah, he
into
hits
that wall. That's a hard hit.
Yes, it is, right on the left side of the car.
One more angle here.
Okay, you see the yellow car there hit Rusty right there, hits him and spins him around. Of course, I don't know where Rusty would have gone, but anyway, he was there. There's Bill Elliott threading his way through.
Watch Andretti's number 14.
Upsy.
Ooh, bad. And everything broke loose. Let's take a look at a group of replays that we've assembled for you.
Okay, here we go into turn 3. Earnhardt's in the lead, and Jeff Gordon and Todd Bodine bump. And that's Bodine spinning around down to the inside. See, Ernie Irvan had dropped back quite a bit before that happened. We had mentioned that his car was getting very loose. And then other cars start coming in as Bodine is spinning around. There, Michael Waltrip gets hit. There's Brett Bodine in the green car that gets pushed into the wall. Okay, a different look. Here's Bodine down on the inside. Jeff Gordon up on the outside. And you see they touch right there. And it sends Todd Bodine spinning the wrong way into the wall. The car comes up off the ground. The flaps come up, keeps it back down on the ground. Some cars get by okay. But then all the smoke, there's Ernie Irvan coming down the inside. He had dropped back to about 6th or 7th position.
And that had happened right as they went down the back straightaway. He'd been right up there with the leaders and then fell back, but he was not part of that incident.
And see other cars coming through. Jimmy Spencer there in the car number 27 gets hit, and there's Brett Bodine coming in, nowhere to go. There's Ted Musgrave in the car number 16. Michael Walter spinning around in the yellow number 30. And
Brett Bodine in the 26 getting caught.
It looked like Bodine.
One more angle as they come. I don't think Todd probably didn't know that Jeff Gordon was out there, and they just touched and sent him right into the wall the wrong way.
It looked as though Bodine cut across the bow of Gordon there.
And then as other cars come in, tries to slow down, well, they get involved. Michael Walter thought he was okay. He thought he was through it. And then all of a sudden he gets hit.
Last lap to decide it all. Sterling Marlin stays first. Ernie Irvan in second. Back straightaway final time.
It's between these two cars. Has Troy Aikman brought Sterling some luck?
We'll see.
Can Ernie Irvan pass him on this last lap, this last turn?
Into turn 3. Sterling Marlin in front. Ernie Irvan closing ground. Here they come down the stretch for the final time. It is Sterling Marlin in the lead. Down to the inside comes the 28. Coming to the line. Sterling Marlin's going to win it.
He does not want to be at the beginning in the middle of this field. Jeff Bodine has hit the wall hard someplace.
Limping into the pit area, but damage on the right front of that car, extensive damage, and the yellow is out for the first time.
Let's look at Mark. Oh, my goodness. No brakes.
Boy, let's take a look at what happened.
Here we see Todd Bodine. He's going to be involved. Now, Jeff Gordon comes down. They're going to get 3 abreast, and Todd Bodine doesn't know that. He gets touched by the 77 car of Sachs. He goes down, hits the 24 car. Sachs, the 8 car, spins, and look at all these cars behind. They got no place to go. Watch Mark Martin. He's hit someone. He has no brakes.
Hits the inside retaining wall, and then he goes out of the picture, but he goes through another. We'll see it here. Now watch him. He hits the inside retaining wall. That's the car up in the middle of your screen. Hits the Die Hard 500 sign. Shoots through a guardrail right here. Goes right on through it. Mows it down. Still at top speed and hits another fence and then the guardrail and finally comes to rest.
He had to be going 100 miles an hour when he hit the end of that guardrail and then went over to the second guardrail where he finally came to a stop.
Of course, the other guardrail there.
Now this ought to be a real shot.
And another crash right here at the start-finish line as Terry Labonte and Rusty Wallace and Harry Gant and others are involved. And this is going to involve more cars than the previous crash. Got on the brakes.
Is that the Trickle car?
It could be Trickle or Andretti. I'm not sure. No, there's Andretti. He wasn't. In fact, he went to the high side. Oh, look at the impact there. When they get sideways from the proof positive blimp.
Yeah.
And there is the contact between Labonte and Wallace.
Now we see Purvis going into the wall.
It's Wally Dallenbach and Harry Gant.
Ooh, and here comes Trickle into these guys head on.
Dale Jarrett spun and hit somebody down on the inside there.
Jarrett has been in the pits and back out. He appears to have some damage on the...
Tell you what, if Morgan and Kyle could have got hooked up together.
Really?
Whoa!
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Yellow's out. They come off the corner. They are side by side. Irvin and Spencer very, very close. Now they're side by side and they're losing ground.
The white flag is coming out. One more lap to go around the 2.6-mile Talladega Super Speedway. It is Earnhardt, Michael Waltrip, and Ken Schrader running first, second, and third, and then Ernie Irvan. And behind Irvan, a tremendous battle for position involving several cars. Irvan sneaks up on Ken Schrader.
Boy, he had him a run going, and Michael Waltrip trying to go by Earnhardt. Earnhardt made the track awfully wide, as he suspected he would do.
Here comes Ernie. Ernie to the inside. He's got second. Now sets his sights on Dale Earnhardt as the cars approach corner number 4. They come into the tri-oval. Let's just listen and see who wins the Winston Select 500.
With Ernie Irvan still leading and Dale Earnhardt in second. Jeff Bodine is third. Then Mark Martin and Jimmy Spencer when a crash has occurred.
It's over on the backstretch.
John Andretti has crashed, although the car is still running.
And the caution flag does come out right now. Another caution flag.
Our first caution of the day on lap number 90. Down to the inside, and
There was in a pack of cars there. Terry Labonte goes by, and see those roof flaps go up?
Yep, they work.
He got backwards, then they went back down.
Keeping the car on the ground and slowing it to where John could get it headed in the right direction and just drive away. Right rear, I should say, and we'll see now perhaps how it happened.
Okay, he's running right in front. He's the red car. Joe Nemechek in the yellow car, and the car just gets loose with him. He goes up, tries to save it, but he hits the wall. Greg Sachs and Joe Nemechek go by down on the inside.
Jeff Gordon running a strong second, has been on a points recovery, moving from a low of 18th in the points after Sonoma.
Jeff Purvis spins coming off the turn 2.
Several cars are going to be involved in this incident, at least one other.
Is that Brett down on the inside?
Contact. Joe Nemechek.
He came off that turn so fast, he can't get slowed down.
Jimmy Hensley involved.
He had a good pit stop. Here he comes down on the inside of Derek Cope, and the car just simply, the back end goes out from under him. Ted Musgrave was pretty close behind him. He tries to save it, but he can't do it. Goes around. There's Lake Speed coming up. Lake got by, it looks like, with Brett Bodine spun there, and there's Todd Bodine going by, and Morgan Shepherd. But then this other pack of cars come by as he comes back down in the middle of the track. And
there's Nemechek.
Yep.
We see that Hensley's already had some damage.
And yet another angle where you see Brett sliding on the right side of your screen. Purvis getting bounced around pretty good, and they're getting hit by Nemechek. And Joe coming down and making contact with Hensley. Get the job done. The white comes out. Ernie Irvan leads the last lap. Let's see if Jimmy Spencer can get the job done here on the final circuit of this event. He heads up high on the racetrack once again with a lot of momentum buildup.
Yep, he's making Ernie protect that low side of the racetrack. He's going to have some momentum when he comes off this turn, Bob. He's going to have enough to move up beside him, I believe.
And he makes a move to the inside at the halfway point down the backstretch, and he gets the lead, or at least he gets an advantage on Earnhardt. They touch coming down the backstretch.
That's Ernie. Earnhardt side by side. Here they come for the checkered flag.
Will it be Ernie Irvan on top or Jimmy Spencer on the low side off of corner number 4? Here they come. It's going to be a drag race to the checkered flag. Jimmy Spencer wins it.
Lane you don't want to be in. That can put you over back and forth.
And there's trouble back behind this lead pack coming off of turn 2. There's the car number 14 of John Andretti and the car number 16 of Ted Musgrave.
Musgrave and Andretti bringing out the second caution of the day as they came off from turn 2 on this restart. Up smoker down to the inside. It looks like Jeremy Mayfield's car, the Cale Yarborough car.
And Spencer would go with it. Ooh, trouble here.
That's Greg Sachs all the way around, and Lake Speed sliding into the grass. Caution out.
Okay, it looks like that Lake might have bumped the 90 car a little bit of Mike Wallace, and then Morgan Shepherd. When he slowed down, Morgan tapped Lake just a little bit and spun him. Or they were all running bumper to bumper around there. And of course, Greg Sachs gets caught up in it. The car number 77.
White flag is out. 1 to go. Jimmy Spencer bears down. Bill Elliott comes after him. Here comes Schrader looking high. Don't think he has time enough now. It's between the Junior Johnson cars, Ned.
Yeah, Ernie Irvan went a little high there, lost some distance between the two front runners. Now he's going to have to fend off Ken Schrader. Here comes Elliott trying to move down on the inside. Now he goes to the outside as Spencer blocks him off there, goes high and blocks him off up there.
What they need is a third dancing partner.
Elliott needs a little help to be able to get by, but he doesn't have any help.
Elliott,
everybody's pretty much on their own.
We'll take one more shot for sure in this tri-oval. Here he comes, up to the outside, guns it for the inside. Here we come for the finish. Coming to the stripe, it's Spencer.
Long gone.
Musgrave stays in it. Jack Roush car.
Whoa, we got trouble.
Into the wall. Hard hit on Greg Sachs, car number 40. Caution coming out front and gone.
Actually,
looked like Loy Allen got a piece of Sachs's car and sent him up, and he got into Mark Martin.
Actually, it looked like, but there was a car down on the apron. If we could look at that again, going into 3, he gets down on the apron and forces those cars into each other. I think it may have been Mark, actually. Here he is, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Mark. Yeah, that's Mark.
Mark went up and hit Sachs.
Yeah, he got down on the apron. He came up and hit Sachs, and that drove Sachs into the wall. And then
here's the front 4. This is where it's going to be decided for $45,000.
See how Sterling falls back, maybe a couple of 3-car lengths. Now he'll try to pick all the momentum up he can coming off of turn 2. They let Dale get out there just a little bit to get a little run at him.
Marlin closing in again in the car number 4. Earnhardt in front.
Let me see. No, they're not going to make it. It's a done deal.
You think it's a done deal?
It's a done deal.
Here comes Elliott.
Waited too long. Waited too long. Got too far back. Had the right idea. Just they waited too long.
You used to many years ago, before the restrictor plate days, you did it coming off of turn 4, and then it kept moving further back around the racetrack. Now I guess you got to do it, at the start-finish line when you get the white flag?
Down for the checkers. One more shot. Short. Earnhardt does it for the 6th time. Bet those spotters are saying to him, you've got to get your boot in it and do it now.
Yes, sir. He can't afford to lose any other. Oh! And Hillen loses it. Down on the inside. The back end just simply got away from him. He stays down on the inside.
pulled the air off the spoiler, and away goes Bobby Hillen on that brand new paved area as you came out of turn 2, racing back to the line. As the time begins to run out on this one, white flag coming out this time by, and it still stays Sterling Marlin first, Darrell Waltrip in second. Last lap. Anything left from Darrell Waltrip to close on Sterling Marlin? Looks a little doubtful here,
Yeah,
Ned.
it looks doubtful. I think he's too far back to make any kind of move right now.
But he's coming.
He'll try, you can rest assured, but I think he has too much real estate between him and the 4 car.
And then there's a lot of real estate. About half a second back to Dale Jarrett third, Rusty Wallace fourth. Closing down the first 125-mile qualifier. Sterling Marlin coming to the line in car number 4. And he's going to take this one home.
But right here is some good drafting going on. Derek Cope in car number 12 is doing a great job staying right on the back bumper of Bobby Labonte. And here's trouble on the front straightaway.
Going into turn number 1. Bad trouble.
They got together. There's the white car of Billy Stanwich, the number 47. Here's Spencer, the yellow car with pieces flying off of it. And the bright orange-looking car of Loy Allen, car number 27. He gets into it as well.
He has pulled himself into the 3rd position, and he took the high side. Oh, we've got trouble going down into turn number 1. One car in the wall, bouncing. Started to come up off the ground, got it back, and plows down to a...
And all at once, we see the back end start to come out from under the car, and we'll stop it right there. And look, the tread of the tire has come off completely of his car. And of course, it sends him into a spin. But that's the first time that I remember seeing the tread come off of the tire. And, of course, he spins around. Rudd goes to the inside. The other cars get by. Little continues to spin, stays up next to the outside wall. Fortunately, no one else gets involved.
Outside again of that 75 car. There he is, right up there beside Musgrave.
And here's trouble. Phil Barkdahl in car number 73.
Turn 2.
And another car gets involved. They simply couldn't.
Here you see Parsons, and just in front of him, Barkdahl, and away he went.
Yeah, the back end just got out from under him, Ken, as he came off of turn 2, and the smoke is just absolutely killing Phil Parsons there, but Phil stays right in line with him, still in no trouble whatsoever. He's coming up on him, makes a good move down to the inside, but here comes Greg Sachs, and he rams Parsons in the rear, and that's what started Parsons' problems. He got through the wreck. Now, Barkdahl comes down off the wall. Here's one car going by down the inside. That's Lake Speed. And then the car number 72 of Jim Sauter will come by and hit the outside wall. You saw the smoke there as he just hit that outside wall and did the damage to his car. Last year was his first full year. Bill Elliott right behind him. And here's Bobby Labonte riding that high line again. There's trouble.
1, 2, they're trying to collect them. They get them back.
You can't believe John Andretti was up on the wall, and it gets off and keeps going.
And there's no caution out. Gordon is second. Cross the line. Bubble car right now is the 21 car of Morgan Shepherd. Burton up to 14th, just behind this number 8 is Shepherd, who is on the bubble. There's the 21 car. It's found its way. Just behind him is Greg Sachs trying to get in. Leaders in the back straightaway. And Earnhardt puts his foot down. He pulls out a couple of car length advantage. Now Martin locks up with Jeff Gordon and comes back up on number 3 Earnhardt.
But Earnhardt will make that car awfully wide coming off the turn 4. I don't think they'll be able to do anything with him. Gordon's going to try it on the outside, but he'll come up short.
Earnhardt to the inside, Gordon to the outside. It's Earnhardt 6 straight in the 125-mile qualifier. Making some early moves.
Oh, there's trouble here on turn 4. Brett Bodine and Joe Nemechek.
Nemechek is in the wall hard. Bodine still sliding through the grass. Nemechek took the wall head on in car number 87. Little squeeze.
Yeah, Nemechek's car went high up against the wall, came back down into the car of Brett Bodine. Bodine was just an innocent victim there. He was down on the inside of the track. Nemechek's car went a little high up next to the outside wall, careened down across the track, and then, of course, into the inside retaining wall.
Propulsion for the last part of the run.
And here's
got trouble again, coming out of 4. Spinning is Davy Jones all the way down pit road.
So far hasn't hit anything, Ken.
That was quite a flight. Ready to look at it again here.
David had a good qualifying speed. He's in a pack of cars there, Ken. It looked like he might have clipped the outside wall just a little bit. Yeah, but you see the right side of the car damaged pretty good, so he must have got up against the right side of the car, then got down on the inside. Those roof flaps again did their job, kept the car down on the ground.
One car slowing down.
And one spinning, 2 or 3 spinning down in turn 1, and Kinzer is in it. And Phil Parsons in the car number 19.
There was a car smoking coming through the corner, may have lost an engine just in front of them.
Well, you can see the accident's already started to happen. That's Kinzer in the green car up into the white car of Phil Parsons. Apparently a couple of them got together going into the turn. And we were just talking about how well Kinzer was doing. Unfortunately, not doing too well right now.
From another angle.
You can see them, they get together. What started back there, we couldn't quite see that.
We're back under caution. We're under caution for cars 37 and 12. There you see the 12 of Derek Cope, which has come around the track and spun a second time. And there's John Andretti's car, badly torn up, coming onto pit road.
And Derek Cope, well, this is Cope after he comes around. See there, the tire let go. The back end went around. The roof flaps come up. So at least he's able to keep it off the wall. But he's coming very slowly. In fact, he didn't make it. He got down into turn 1 and is not going to be able to get back on around. Okay, here are the 2 cars we're talking about. Derek Cope down on the inside and John Andretti up on the outside. You can see Cope's car looks like it's almost sideways as it comes. And we'll move it forward and we'll see them as Cope's car gets around. They had already made a little bit of contact, and Andretti loses control. He shoots back into the outside wall. Cope spins backwards down the backstretch, then it rights itself.
Inching ever closer.
That is quite a move.
Trouble in the back straightaway. Got one in the wall. I'd almost say that was Mike Wallace's car, number 90. Part of it.
You can see Bobby Hamilton come by on the inside, but Mike Wallace up on the outside, and then, of course, the 44 car of Jeff Purvis
has already been hit.
Right. There's Dave Marcus coming by on the inside, car 71.
Another angle. Looks like they must have hit coming out of 2.
Coming out of 2. That's a treacherous spot over there, Richard. That's the shortest turn on the racetrack.
CBS Sports coverage of the 1995 Daytona 500 continues after this message and a word from your local station.
Take a look at what happened that brought out this latest caution. These 4 cars right here coming off turn 4. Now we'll move them forward, and you'll see the car number 75 of Todd Bodine just shoot out of there. Whether he had contact with the 33 car of Robert Presley wasn't very clear, but he spun around. The roof flaps came up. He got the car righted, headed in the right direction.
Looking a little further back, Musgrave in 8th, trouble in turn 2. See some smoke out there.
Caution is out.
Caution is out. We've got 22 LaJoie in trouble. And we've got Bobby Hamilton sliding down pit road in car number 43. Into the grass. Car number 2, Rusty Wallace, is in trouble in the wall. I think we'll see Hamilton and Wallace here. They're coming back. This is off 4.
Okay. Ooh. Yeah, what happened, well, now I'm gonna call this the way I seen it. Bobby's been running high, and he was up against the wall, and the 2 car come out on it. Looked like a David Pearson, Richard Petty deal there.
Yeah, 1976 all over again, huh? Sterling Marlin's car. We saw it, those blown engine going into turn 2, and somebody's up in the wall hard. It's Bobby Labonte.
Oh, a tough race. He runs such a great race here today.
33 car. Presley just spun out. The car Gant drove a year ago.
Wow, he was just, a car down inside got up into
Trickle.
it.
15.
Dick Trickle came from way down low up into Robert Presley, hit him, knocked him right up into the wall.
Yeah. I don't know what that was all about.
I don't know.
Yeah, the 6 name's Ricky Craven. White flag is coming down.
The 6 car is not close enough to really make it okay.
Craven, the leading rookie, up in 14.
This is it.
21 cars in the lead lap, and this is the final one. Draws away by about 3 car lengths. Cut it to 2. Here comes Earnhardt. The Intimidator will have to be at his intimidating best.
He's got him a running start, but it ain't going to be good enough.
I don't think it is either. He couldn't get the momentum that he needed.
Closes in, coming to 3. Sterling Marlin stays in front. Earnhardt nipping away at him here. Perched in second place. Trying to lurch out there, launch one final assault out of turn 4. Down they come, the short 1,600-foot straightaway to the finish line. And the winner of the 1995 Daytona 500 is again Sterling Marlin. Morgan McClure, 9th career win, and 3 of them have been here at Daytona.
Here at Talladega on the 67th lap. The accident here in the tri-oval. I didn't see it start, but I did see him hit the wall nearly head-on right in the tri-oval. And he is moving around in the cockpit, and that's the most important.
John Andretti was involved in it as well, Bob. You see his car going around with damage to the right front.
The accident started as they exited turn 4. Here it is. Let's see if we can tell exactly what happened to Derek Cope in the straight arrow car. Here he comes off the corner, and he and John Andretti make contact.
Well, Derek maybe tried to go up a little bit and didn't realize that Andretti was up there. They made contact. A lot of cars right there running close together. It's a miracle that more were not involved.
Now watch this. As Cope looks like he's going for the infield, but now the car veers, makes a right-hand turn. Watch.
Not anything you can do about it.
Almost head on. Man. He is out of the car, however. Down for the white flag. One more lap to go in the Winston Select 500. Martin looking for a place to go. Here they come at the line. The white flag out. 1 lap to go. And Mark Martin temporarily takes the lead with Jeff Gordon right behind him. Morgan Shepherd will line up beside Dale Earnhardt for 3rd.
Oh, and Morgan gets the car out of shape. He and Earnhardt almost get together.
The roof flaps do their job. Don't hit him, don't hit him, don't hit him. Oh, hit the wall.
Meanwhile, we got to race back to the line. And he backs across the racetrack.
And Sterling Marlin avoids him.
He just slowed down and got out of the way.
Here we go. It comes down now to a battle between Mark Martin and Jeff Gordon off of corner number 4. Jeff Gordon looks to the inside as they come to the tri-oval. Mark Martin will lead them down. However, he's got the advantage. And there's the checkered flag. Mark Martin wins the Winston Select 500.
Oh, we got a crash.
Our first of the day involves Jeff Purvis.
Track is clear right now.
He came off corner number. Did he hit anything? I guess he did hit something, Benny. Although
No, not yet.
Well, maybe not.
He just got some flat tires.
Here it is once again. We'll see what happened. There he is.
Right in front of the leader, Sterling Marlin.
Oh, woo!
Watch, we see the tires blow out. Now he gets in the grass and starts doing some plowing, and he's trying that high groove,
Now we have a crash in turn number 3. Are we going to end under caution?
This could be the race coming back for the line. These cars did not take the yellow flag. They will be racing back to the line, and the race might be over when they get back.
It's Mike Wallace who has crashed in turn number 3. However, the car has slid clear down to the infield grass. It is not in anyone's way. Now let's see as they come off the back stretch and into turn number 3 once again what is going to happen. This could be the race. The caution flag is waving. The 90 car is underway. He did not stop. We have a safety truck going to him. Here they come off the 4th corner. Onto the tri-oval. This could be the race right here. Gordon is going to beat Earnhardt to the caution flag. And there are 3 laps to go. Here is
is the replay of Mike Wallace's crash in turn 3.
He goes up, just brushes the wall with the rear and goes up, and I think he's going to do the damage to the front when he comes down off the bank and hits the apron of the racetrack. There you see he does the damage when he can't make the transition from the 31-degree bank to the apron of the racetrack. Yep. Well, here they come.
Get ready, folks. Here we go. Jeff Gordon has the field in tow, looking for the green. It's out. The green and white simultaneously. One lap to decide who wins the Pepsi 400.
Sterling Marlin goes to the inside of Earnhardt.
Earnhardt blocked him down low. Earnhardt blocked Marlin down low. Mark Martin has the high side of the racetrack in turn 2 as they come off of the corner and down the backstretch for the final time. Jeff Gordon still has the lead. We have contact between a couple of cars, but everybody keeps it straight. They battle for position. Sterling Marlin down into the outside of Earnhardt. He has it. He's by Earnhardt. Jeff Gordon, though, has about a car length and a half lead on Marlin and Earnhardt as they battle for second position through the third and fourth corners. That battle side by side should give the race to Jeff Gordon. Here they come. Jeff Gordon has the lead. Earnhardt moves to the inside. They scramble. It's Jeff Gordon winning. And I think Marlin got second.
Just about like running an event in a pizza oven, and there's been...
And there's a spin. There's trouble.
Car upside down. Schrader. Schrader's number 25, side over side, end over end. Another car in trouble and also getting airborne.
Terry Labonte is involved. His car spinning around on the grass. There is Elton Sawyer spinning around. Rusty Wallace there. There's Lake Speed. There's Rick Mast.
Bobby Labonte is up against the wall. 500. There you see Gordon in the 24.
Okay, he comes up and clips Ken Schrader, his teammate, and sends him around. Schrader's car going backwards. The roof flaps are up, and then he gets hit by Ricky Craven. And then that flips the car over.
He just drove in under him.
And the car will roll. And then other cars coming back with all the smoke and people slowing down. They start hitting each other, and lots of cars getting involved as we see Schrader's car continue to roll and tumble on the grass.
Here's another angle.
You can see it had already started to happen there.
Craven coming around and spinning the 41. Mayfield, you see he has bounced off the 18 in Schrader's car.
So there's no place for those other cars.
Disassembly. In cars now at normal speed. You saw them in slow motion. Now take a look in actual speed. White flag is out. Down to it. Sterling Marlin brings them down into turn number 1. Perfect line.
Earnhardt trying to get under Dale Jarrett, but Jarrett's right on the bottom of the racetrack. There was no room there for that. They got to run. Jarrett's going to try it on the outside. Marlin closes that gap. Nowhere to go. No power to pass.
4,000-foot backstretch is covered into the third turn. Final time. Sterling Marlin leads them down. Jarrett with that Ford in second. Earnhardt Chevrolet right there. Sterling Marlin, who won the Daytona 500 the last 2 years, looking stout. Here they come for the tri-oval. Let's see if anybody's going to make a move.
Earnhardt tried it down on the inside, but there was no place to go. He comes up on the outside of Jarrett, but he won't make it to pass. Sterling Marlin will win it.
Sterling Marlin has won the 27th annual Die Hard 500. Morgan McClure reigns on those restrictor plate tracks.
Major event of Speed Weeks 96 at Daytona, the 18th annual Busch Clash, and the 2 greatest stars of 1995 will start dead last. Here's Mike Joy.
They drew for starting positions. Jeff Gordon drew first. How'd you get last, and can you get to the front?
Well, this is a lot of cars, and it's very competitive. You know, I guess it helps this guy being right there in front of me. He might make some pretty good holes, and we're going to try to stick our nose in there and see if we can't get to the front. But it's very competitive, and it's going to be exciting, that's for sure.
How about it, Dale Earnhardt? 6 victories in the Clash. You love a challenge, and you're as far back as you can get to start this thing.
Well, it's definitely going to be a challenge. I don't know if you can do it twice in one day with this crowd. There's a lot of smart racers here, and it's real competitive. It's more competitive this year, I think, than it was last. So
we'll just have to wait and see what Jeff can do in the first one, and I'll know what I can do in the second one.
Well, Earnhardt has a grenade under the hood. It's that 2-lap length motor that he used to win the pole for the 500 yesterday.
Marlin dropped back a good bit, guys, and he has got back up there to second place. He's got a long race car there.
Big-time racing at its best. The NASCAR Winston Cup and their all-star show. Into the final lap. Dale Jarrett out in front, the 93 Daytona champion. Sterling Marlin, Schrader, Labonte, Earnhardt all in here. Down the back straightaway for the final time.
Dale Jarrett's going to win this race, guys. He's strong. My God, look at him.
I like your attitude there, Kenny.
Well, I'll tell you what. He's come from the back to the front, both segments. I mean, look at him. He's pulling away.
Yeah, he's got it now.
Robert Yates has done some homework over the winter.
They got some good engines in those cars.
A lot of ponies under that hood.
Here they come, down for the finish. On the 18th annual Busch Clash to the stripe. Dale Jarrett's done it.
You see him weaving back and forth down the back straightaway, utilizing...
And here's trouble.
Back straightaway, one in the wall hard, and it catches the 18, puts Bobby Labonte up and over, and that's Brett Bodine's number 11. They got hammered on the outside, apparently into the wall, and Jeff Bodine, his brother's in it as well.
Okay, that's Bobby Hillen in the car 77 down on the inside. It looks like he and Brett Bodine got together. That's where that damage on the right rear of Hillen's car came from. They got together, spun down to the inside. Bobby Labonte is going to come along and try to go on the inside of him. Lake Speed does get by down there, but Jeff Bodine gets caught up in it. So does Kenny Wallace in car number 81. Here comes Bobby Labonte. He's going to hit the Brett Bodine car, roll over on his top, slide down the track on his top, then it'll flip back onto the wheels.
That had to be an eternity for Bobby Labonte. You could see him lock it up in the 18 and try to fight his way to the bottom to get out of this mess.
Here goes Bodine on the outside. He makes contact there on Bobby Hillen, right on the right rear corner, and then they make contact.
And Jeff did get tagged. Here goes Kenny Wallace
down in the grass there. He was very, very lucky to make it through there.
Yeah, Kenny Wallace just getting through, and Bobby Labonte. Now watch this.
He did everything he could do.
But for a fraction of a second, he was through that one, and that's the result. This is for it. And Bobby Hamilton back to 15th, holding that position to qualify. That is some slugfest.
See Bill Elliott there in the 94 on the bottom side. On the outside, Robert Presley. Just in front of him is Dave Marcus there in the 71 car. Here comes Johnny Benson up. Ooh, here goes.
Passing the grass on this one. Here comes Dale Jarrett. Here comes Sterling Marlin for turn 3.
See Terry Labonte trying on the outside to stay in behind Sterling Marlin as they come off. I believe Dale Earnhardt may win this thing.
And if he does, he's rolled to 7 straight 125s. Coming down for the finish. They make him triple wide to the line. You can give that one to Earnhardt. 7 straight years he's won a 125.
No, he got right back in. That's a very strong race car to be able to pull out a line like that, right back up on the draft car. White flags out.
Pay lap coming up.
Rusty moves down out of the way. He'll let them fight it out.
Schrader fades up high.
Schrader's side by side now with the lead car of Ernie Irvin as they come down towards the back straightaway.
And he knows his teammate will go with him.
Andretti takes a look to stay behind Gordon. I thought he was going to come in.
Here comes Ernie back.
And Andretti was about to shoot up there to help Irvin, and Gordon didn't know which way to go.
Into 3, side by side. Ford on the inside, Chevy on the outside. Ernie Irvin leading by about 6 inches. Back comes Schrader. Here they come for the finish. They touch. They come to the line. Ernie Irvin pulls it off. Oh, what a finish. Now the car is slowing down. Oh, car in trouble. It's Jeff Gordon in the wall. Warden pasted the wall, picked it back up. He's trying to work his way to the bottom of the track. He couldn't get in. Everybody's still squirrely. There goes the 29. The guy that won yesterday, Grissom loose. He gets tagged by Nemechek. 2 more cars spinning. Is that Rusty Wallace getting tagged?
Wallace working his way up, and Rick Mast in that collision. Watch Gordon at number 24.
High up on the racetrack. They're almost 3 deep there, and yes, he does get tagged just a little bit
That's
from
Jeremy
the rear.
Mayfield just behind him in the RCA car. He got into him and turned him in. He just got into the wall pretty hard there.
What a recovery.
Get back up to the lead. Oh, we have contact there. Ernie Irvin into the wall.
Ernie Irvin getting slack coming out of the tri-oval and lifting. A lot of smoke pouring out of that car. He's still up on the high side.
And I think there's a lot of damage to that car, Ken, unfortunately.
Caution not out as yet. He stays way up on the track.
Caution is coming out.
Caution now out.
Okay, Ken, as they came through the tri-oval here at Daytona, you see Earnhardt in the black car right there. It appears if he might have backed off just a little bit, whether it was because of the heavy traffic. Someone said he thought he might have had a tire going down, and when he did, Irvin might have had to check up right there. And as we move it forward, we will see that Wally Dallenbach will get into Irvin. Irvin had nowhere to go except right into the wall once he got hit.
Cale Yarborough, but you know, we've always come up like second place, but you know, that's one of those deals to where trouble on the racetrack.
We've got trouble on the racetrack, and it may be Derek Coates, number 12, throwing out a lot of smoke coming down through the tri-oval area. He too is tagged hard. See if we can catch what happened here.
You know, Ned, it looked like the car might have been pushing a little bit, and he tried to keep his foot in it coming off the corner, and maybe just got into the wall. Right here, there's not a loser in that bunch. Anybody could win this race still yet.
Ooh,
John Andretti sideways.
In the wall. John Andretti taking a hard hit. And fortunately, it's a single car incident, but it's a hard hit for John Andretti. Take a look here.
And you can see right there, Ken, the back end breaks loose on the car, and it goes around. He was on the inside of Robert Presley, and here is Michael Waltrip down on the inside, nowhere to go, gets tagged, damage on the right front of his Ford.
Tremendous impact head-on into that outside wall.
Boy, that car went up in the air a long ways there, but the right window blew out of that car as it started to spin, so that really helped it hold itself down on the racetrack. Starts to muscle by him on the inside.
And how about Kyle Petty running up there in the top 5? He must have been one of those that only made trouble.
Bad wreck in turn 2. That's Mike Wallace, number 90, front end gone on the Donlevy car. Let's see what else is in there. I think Brett Bodine, the man we were just talking about, who lost a car out here.
You see them all getting in the ambulance there. It's mandatory when you have an accident on major speedway that you go and have just a precautionary checkup.
And it looked like that Mike Wallace was sort of in the middle of a 3-car deal there. His car got loose, and
his car did just exactly what Andretti's did. The back end started around, and he couldn't. Boy, it's hard to catch one once it starts sideways like that. Straight away up.
That is Bodine tagging Lake Speed, catching Jeff Purvis in the 44, the guy that won that race 200-miler a week ago. And it looks like Robert Presley's been caught as well.
Bobby Hamilton is involved in it. Chad Little, Morgan Shepherd.
Ooh. Big incident in turn 4. That'll be caution number 6 this afternoon. Watch the 7, bottom of the racetrack.
Well, they were trying to go 3 wide.
There by Bodine on the left rear corner.
Bodine goes all the way to the wall.
See Jeff Purvis there spinning in the 44.
Chad Little in the 97. Sterling Cowboy is just along for the ride at that point, getting taken to the wall. That looks like Bobby Hamilton in there down pit road.
Yep.
Poor Robert Presley. Morgan Shepherd's car getting collected just on the end of that wreck. How about it, Ned? See if he can bring him home.
Well, he's got to do what he's been doing, block them all the way. That Ford is running awfully good. And like I told you in 1993, Dale, keep her down on the inside. Don't let him get down there, but he might try to come up on the outside coming off the turn. Here it is, the Dale and Dale show once again here at Daytona. Earnhardt trying to make a move. Look at him switch back and forth. Jarrett blocks him one more time. Here comes Earnhardt to the inside, but he can't make the move. And the Chevrolets race each other back there. Jarrett hanging on down on the inside. Come on, Dale. Put it in the middle, buddy. Do all you can. Winning 2 Daytona 500s will be too much. Here he comes to the line, and Dale Jarrett is going to pull it off at Daytona, his second Daytona 500 win.
A car loose in the center of the field. It's Rick Mast to number 1 across the grass, sliding toward that infield barrier.
Oh, he hits that water. And that might have slowed him down a little bit.
You know what? I think the water really was a cushion there.
Look up in the middle of this.
Whoa, he got... Looked like Jeff Purvis might have got into him just a little bit there. There was one car in the middle part of that groove there, or that pack, that got over into Rick Mast.
Sterling Marlin staying just behind. Oh, we've got big trouble in the corner. Big trouble up on the bank, and they're still collecting them.
Once something gets started, boy, it's usually big here at Talladega.
You can see Ricky Rudd's car all rumpled in the nose, and the rest of them coming to a halt.
See John Andretti going up there. He hits Dale Jarrett just a little bit. He starts to spin. You see Jimmy Spencer making it by there. Now it's chain reaction behind him.
Dick Trickle, then Ricky Rudd comes into it. And you're right, chain reaction after that.
He's got up against the wall. It just got through it all.
Keep your eye on Darrell Waltrip. Watch him come through here unscathed, right on the bottom.
Just sort of weaved his way through there like a snake, just slithered right on through.
See all the smoke there? When you start off in there, you cannot see the car in front of you. That's why a chain reaction like that starts.
They tried to get slowed down and can't.
That you saw now back with the leaders. Earnhardt on the inside and Sterling Marlin outside.
And Ernie going with Earnhardt down on the inside. That's going to hit. Oh, he got trouble.
Terrible crash. Front of the field all torn up. Earnhardt's car destroyed. A major crash. Here in turn 1 as they battle for the lead. Ned?
Well, you can see Earnhardt is leading. Ernie Irvan trying to pass the 4-car of Sterling Marlin. Touches him, shoots the left front of Marlin's car down into Earnhardt. Earnhardt into the wall. And then, since they were at the front of the pack, lots of other cars came along and got involved.
Earnhardt rolling over in that incident. Another angle.
Boy, as close as you can see, Earnhardt's car gets upside down and gets hit there by
a
That's Robert Presley. That's Robert Presley in the 33 got into Earnhardt when he was upside down there.
But Cope was the first one, got him in the roof. Derek Cope in that 12 tangled with him as well as it was spinning and crashing.
Look at Jeff Bodine come into this. This is not over by a long shot.
Moments are running out. This is it. Final lap in this 5-lap shootout. You have Gordon in front, wheeling all out of turn 2, looking to the inside. Jarrett, Mark Martin right there.
Nobody's made a move yet. They're all single file down the back straightaway.
Maybe they can't make a move. Maybe they don't have enough horsepower.
Gordon has him covered. Here comes Martin peeking on the inside.
Well, Ernie took a peek on the inside, but he couldn't quite do anything with him. Now's the time. He's going to have to move now if he's going to make a pass.
The Chevy of Jeff Gordon stays first. Dale Jarrett right there in second. As they come back around, Checker's about to fall. And you're going to watch this finish at the line. It's Gordon.
It looked like got in trouble.
Oh, now we do have a crash.
It's Dick Trickle
Down on the bottom.
spinning on the bottom of the racetrack.
He's going back up.
You're clear. You're clear. Come on to the strike. Come on to the strike. Come on, baby. Come on. Spotted the tires, I think.
The 37 car, John Andretti in the middle, and Trickle. Now we see Andretti and the 88 car make some contact, and Trickle gets forced into the wall pretty strong, and then they go down in the corner, and the Trickle's going to go down the racetrack and make contact with the 33 car of Preston, the green car on the bottom. Right there, they make contact, and look at Ernie Irvin in the back of the 33 car. But they continue on. Now the 29 car is going to come in here someplace. There he is. He goes up. He turns right, and he's going to hit the 81 car of Kenny Wallace. And here comes Rusty Wallace. Is he going to make contact with the 29?
If he didn't, he came awfully close. But now he's 14th. And Jerry, what's the weather looking like?
Well, Bob, Terry Labonte's spotter just said it's raining on the interstate on I-95, which is about maybe 300 yards from turn 1 here at the Speedway. And apparently we are getting some sprinkles in the grandstand, but the heavy rain is about 300 to 400 yards west of the Speedway, about I-95 headed right for us.
And so we may be approaching possibility of the final stage of this race. But of course, NASCAR will make every effort to get all 160 laps in. Although it is drawing late in the afternoon, now almost 10 minutes before 4 Eastern time. And Jeff Gordon is trying to work on his teammate Terry Labonte for second.
Well, I tell you what, it was very, very close. Now those 3 cars that make it get hooked up. Now, Ernie Irvin has caught Earnhardt along with Dale Jarrett. So the fourth at the very tail end of this lead pack, and there goes Earnhardt by the 4th place car on Kenny Schrader. And we're coming back to the line. Caution flag is out, probably because of the rain.
This could be it. There is Ernie Irvin picking up a position on Ken Schrader. Here they come off of the 4th corner onto the tri-oval. Terry Labonte looks to the inside. It's going to be Sterling Marlin winning the race to the caution with Labonte, Gordon, Earnhardt, and Ernie Irvin the top 5. The Pepsi 400 is over. They will not attempt to restart this race because the rain continues to fall very, very heavily. Sterling Marlin, with a strong performance, wins the Pepsi 400 at Daytona, and the first half of the 1996 NASCAR Winston Cup season is from. And again, BP is a little under the weather. The car in trouble. Jimmy Spencer.
And it goes down. Everybody gets by him as he went down across the track, but
now here's a perspective. That's Jimmy Spencer there in the middle as they come through the tri-oval. Now watch, he's going to slide up and make contact with Ricky Craven.
Well, Craven came down a little bit as he started off that turn, not knowing that Spencer was there, and they made contact, and it shocked Spencer up towards the outside wall, and Morgan Shepherd was there, just simply nowhere to go.
Fortunately, no other car involved, just Jimmy Spencer and Morgan Shepherd. Spencer's car has come to a rest. And a car spinning, you can see from the in-car camera, back up on the banking, that is Jeremy Mayfield.
And the caution is out.
And Lake Speed is also involved with some left side damage on the Spam Melling Ford. Here's what happened to Jeremy Mayfield. Wally Dallenbach and him running close.
Yes, and they get together, and around goes Mayfield. Let's see how Lake Speed gets involved in the deal. He comes, Mayfield spins up the track right in the path of Lake Speed, and Lake had nowhere to go, nothing he could do but hit him.
A very scary moment for Bill Elliott. The car got way off of the ground, got airborne. It came down on all fours. Look at what happened to Bill Elliott.
Well, you can see he's already off on the grass, Bob. The car gets up in the air, comes down, bounces around. The deck lid flies off of it. There, finally, the roof flap comes up as he turns backwards. And there's problems. Dave Marcus has spun and backed into the inside retaining wall on the backstretch.
And in just about the same location that Bill Elliott crashed in a few laps ago. Here is the replay. Watch right.
Well, he comes out of a pack of cars there. Apparently some contact. Down on the inside, you see one of the roof flaps is already up. And the car stays on the ground and backs into the inside retaining wall. And the front end gets it, when it slings it around, the front end gets a lick also.
A bad crash here at Talladega. Just a very, very bad crash. Mark Martin is involved. So is Rusty Wallace, Brett Bodine, Elton Sawyer.
Okay, Martin goes a little high there. Gordon gets into him. They both have to back off, and then the jamming up starts. And they get into the wall on the outside. Others start jockeying around. There's Derek Cope. He thought he got through that for just a moment, but Mark Martin's going to come right back up in front of him. And is that Ricky Craven?
Yes, it is.
Ricky Craven in car number 41 that's flipping over, went up against the outside wheel fence, back down on the track, and was hit again.
Yeah, he got hit again as the car was rolling toward the apron of the racetrack. So Ricky Craven.
Gordon trying to go on the outside of Mark Martin. They make a little contact, and it sort of shoots Martin out into the wall. Then Gordon comes up, gets tagged, and spins around. And Ricky Craven right in the middle of it. His car gets airborne. You can see it flipping up to the outside wall, just coming apart, and then is hit down on the inside by Elton Sawyer. It looks like the car number 27.
Kyle Petty. They come down through the tri-oval, and the white flag is about to wave for Sterling Marlin.
Earnhardt has definitely gained on him through that traffic situation.
Here we go, the last lap. The white flag is showing. Sterling Marlin and Dale Jarrett go into turn number 1, nose to tail. Dale Earnhardt, several car lengths behind, will probably not be a factor in the win. Although he and Labonte have now hooked up into the draft, and they may come close to Jarrett.
Well, if they do, Jarrett will, whichever way he feels Earnhardt's going to go, he's going to try to get in front of him to try to let him push him by.
Now they move into turns 3 and 4.
$1,000 up for Jarrett if he can make a pass.
Let's see if he can do it. They come on to the tri-oval. Doesn't look very good, Ned.
No, it doesn't. I don't think he can do it.
Marlin has a 1 car length advantage as they head for the line. There's the checkered flag. Sterling Marlin wins at Talladega with Dale.
First, Wallace second, Earnhardt third, Burton fourth, Ernie Irvin is in fifth, Mayfield is in sixth, Mark Martin in seventh, and Benson eighth for the line.
All right, you're down by 3. Give it to Michael Jordan and see if he can sink it.
And see if Jeff Gordon can hold off Rusty Wallace.
This is the toughest part in the race right here. Is when you come off that corner and want to know if you wonder if you got enough to make the move or not, and he doesn't have. That's pretty much a done deal, looks to me like.
Gordon takes us down out of turn number 2. Wallace closing in.
Yeah, he needed to make his move off turn 2 if it's what happened.
It's a done deal when they come off of 2.
Down for the checkers. To the stripe. 3 wide out and back, but where it counts for the big money. Across the line for the checkers. Give it to Jeff Gordon, his second win in the Busch Clash.
Where's Jim? Del McCoward in trouble. Oh,
yes, he is.
Slams into
Jeff Bodine with him.
Coward out of control, takes out Bodine, slides down through the grass and brings out the first caution. Let's take a look at what happened up here in turn 4. Del McCoward in the black number 0, and he's about to find number 7, Bodine.
The back end of his car just got loose, and he slid up into Bodine, spun him around. However, Jeff didn't hit anything. The nose of his car probably got damaged a little bit when it crossed the pavement, but you can see the car 0, Del McCoward did hit the inside wall.
Onto this thing. White flag is out. 1 lap to go. Cope fighting off Brett Bodine in the 11. Meanwhile, the leaders go down into turn number 1. Last time around, and you've got Jarrett in front, Skinner in second, Irvin is in third, Jimmy Spencer in fourth, Sterling Marlin right there, but not close enough. The battle is among the top 3. Jarrett, Skinner, the new name to be reckoned with, and Ernie Irvin.
You can see Dale move down low on the racetrack to get that inside line going into turn 3. Mike Skinner's fighting very hard to close in. It looks like Jarrett has the stuff today, though.
Spencer is closing back up again on Ernie Irvin as they round 3 and head for turn 4. Down the stretch for the final time in this first 50-lapper. As they come to the stripe, it's going to be Dale Jarrett showing his muscle at the moment. Just behind him is Kyle Petty, stacked up on the outside. The yellow, number 30, Johnny Benson. Oh, in trouble is Craven. Speed gets taken out. And the crash continues in the rear of the field.
Kyle Petty and Morgan Shepherd both involved.
Lake Speed slamming into the wall here in the tri-oval.
And there's one that looks like moves from the inside to the outside. And that was Ricky Craven in the car number 25 trying to get up in the outside lane, made contact.
That was Chad Little there in the green and yellow car he was trying to get on the outside of Ricky Craven, and Chad Little got into the right rear corner and turned him.
The 41, the car that Craven drove a year ago with Grissom aboard, was down on the bottom there. Now from inside, deployed first. Perched right there in second spot is Jeff Gordon.
Look at Michael Waltrip. We're making it 3 deep going into the turn.
Michael Waltrip trying to pick up a couple of spots on the bottom. The Wood brothers are back and ready to storm in this Daytona 500 upcoming. Back straightaway, Gordon going to the outside. Trying to break away. Number 3, Earnhardt, fishtailing back and forth.
You can see Earnhardt going through very straight. Just behind him, Jeff Gordon trying to find any weaknesses off. It does not look like he's going to be able to catch Earnhardt.
Gordon right there in second spot. Coming to the line. Final time in the second 125-mile qualifying race. And across the line, it is going to be Earnhardt in first.
Very closely, so if it is a problem...
oh, there's trouble. Car out of control all the way up and over is the number 29.
Robert Presley.
Around goes Presley, and he picks it up.
I don't think I've ever seen a car go up in the air, completely turn over and land back on the wheels and never touch any part of the sheet metal of that car.
Another view.
You can see him in trouble here. You see the back come up in the air. It hits right on the nose there, but look when it comes down. Watch the back of the car. That is a severe lick. I guarantee it bent everything under the undercarriage there.
Good thing he landed on the pavement, not on the grass. And he still hit the right saint. Derek Cope's car getting collected, but it was not the first. I think Jimmy Spencer got some damage in this one. This has just happened a moment ago. Oh, Jeff Bodine once again, number 7. He got hammered in the 125s by Del McCart. There's Jimmy Spencer's number 23.
There's damage to the right front on his car.
Nose punched in on Jimmy Spencer's car.
Michael Waltrip behind him, and Spencer gets into the wall. You can see him hit it there on the outside.
That's exactly what we were talking about, that arrow push off the corner. Spencer tried to turn the car. He went right into the wall, and you see a chain reaction happening behind him.
And behind him, getting on the binders, there's Derek Cope spinning. Collects a car, and at 180 miles an hour, I think he got Bill Elliott, huh? Can't be. No, Elliott's down below him. There's another car down here in the grass.
Jared, he's going to be sadly mistaken. You see him now as they started.
Oh, there you see Schrader in trouble and Grissom. Turn 3. Grissom in the number 41, outside of the front row, and Kenny Schrader's number 33, both off the track.
A lot of close racing back in the back of the pack. See Mike Skinner pull out behind Schrader, the green car, and there's Grissom, the white car, right in front, and they all go all the way to the inside, Schrader and Grissom, and they touch down there and then shoot back across the racetrack, almost getting the car number 31 of Skinner as it came back, both of them hitting the outside wall, spinning around. You see Ricky Rudd in the orange car coming up behind them there, and Jeff Burton also. They slow down.
Don't like the way that Grissom slapped that wall driver's side. Look again here.
Just like Grissom
right there
does not realize the 33's down there, and he pulled down to the inside, and they made contact, and they're along for the ride after they turn around backwards there. Boy, that camera was working great then. Oh,
trouble.
That is Greg Sachs. We were just talking about it. Oh, man, what a tough break. Oh, bangs it hard into the wall. Both ends of it goes in. Caution
will be out.
99,
Jeff Burton's caught in his back straightaway action.
Inside as well. Don't believe Burton hit anything.
Another look.
Boy, those roof flaps did their job there. That 20 car of Greg Sachs tried every way in the world to get off the ground. You see them employ there as they...
When it should have been his, and it wasn't. And for Jeff Gordon, he's doing this for someone else.
Here goes the pass. Gordon making a move on the inside of Earnhardt. Oh, Jarrett's loose.
Down the back straightaway.
big trouble. Earnhardt out. Up and over, number 3. And for the 19th time, Lady Luck deals a bad hand.
Well, you can see him coming off. That's Jeff Gordon right under Earnhardt. Earnhardt gets into the outside wall, moves over in traffic there. Everybody checked up. There's contact from the car just behind him.
Dale
Jarrett got into him just a little bit. You can see Ernie Irvan there slamming into the outside wall.
And going under him.
Watch him come through here. Watch it turn sideways just a little bit. Bam, right into the wall there. Now everybody didn't have time to check up.
I think Ernie got into the back and Terry got into the back of Ernie Irvan. He got the 28 car into the back of the 88. The 5 in there was a chain reaction, as you said, just backed him up.
Jeff Gordon tried to pass Dale Earnhardt on the inside. The air just pushed Earnhardt over into the outside wall. Dale Jarrett couldn't get slowed down quick enough, bumped Earnhardt. Then Ernie Irvan, it was a chain reaction type deal, goes right under Earnhardt. I thought they were back there ready to load that car on the wrecker. I thought that's what was waiting on, and first thing I knew, Dale Earnhardt was driving it down pit road.
You're in the pits. Car number 3, Earnhardt, and Dick Berggren is there.
What a pile of grit. Earnhardt is in the car. He's barking instructions to the crew. They're trying to tape the left rear fender on. It's barely hanging on. They're taping the hood on. The roll cage has been sandpaper. NASCAR apparently has declared he must have a spoiler, so they're going to now try to get the back deck on the car. There's nothing mechanical holding it on. They're going to have to tape it on. This thing is so beat up. If Earnhardt can make 1 lap or 2, it's an absolute miracle.
And the graphic was incorrect. We are now being told there are 6 laps to go. Graphic was incorrect, and there are 6 remaining now.
Whoa, look down on the flat here. Gordon's trying to get by Elliott going into turn 1.
And Elliott gives him room.
But look at
Labonte going up the outside, and here comes Craven. The Hendricks stable giving it their best for Rick Hendricks here today. In the back straightaway, Gordon out in front. Ricky Craven drops down in front of Bill Elliott. Meanwhile, up on the outside, Sterling Marlin begins to roll.
This is going to be one wild scramble right down to the end for a lot of positions back through there.
Jeremy Mayfield bringing the number 37 up another spot. It could be 1, 2, 3 for Hendrick. Craven is into third from 40th starting position. Newburgh Maines, Ricky Craven, the new guy on the team. Replacing Ken Schrader, goes up into third. Can he stay there? Elliott is ready to attack and try to take it back.
The 3 Hendricks cars have nailed themselves to the bottom of the racetrack, and right now it's 1, 2, 3 Hendricks cars.
Sterling Marlin in 4th. Bill Elliott back to 5th. Mayfield is in 6th. Ward Burton 7th. Martin is 8th. And Hamilton, the petty car, is in 9th.
Here comes Bill Elliott back on the inside off turn 4.
And trouble. There's trouble coming down off that banking. 1, 2, 3. Benson's car among them as they come to the line. Caution is coming out. That could be the final lap under green.
Bobby Hamilton gets into him right there, right in the center, spins him around, hits Skinner. There comes the
Joe Nemechek had absolutely nowhere to go. That's him right against the wall sliding down through there.
Dale Jarrett down on the inside with Kenny Wallace spinning around. Jarrett had got by it as far as being hit, and then gets hit again right there by...
See Bobby Hamilton there. He just touches Benson right there on the left rear corners, and that sets a chain reaction off. You can see up on the top there, Joe Nemechek in the 73. Morgan Shepherd in the 1, now turned sideways, and all around them. Lake Speed's in that.
And for the second time today, Mike Skinner got out of something that you would thought he would have had no car at all. There they are, 1st and 2nd of the Daytona 500.
Kenny is almost a lap down, fought his way back into contention, and now to win the biggest race of all Winston Cup races, the Daytona 500.
Jennifer Fry in the Washington Post wrote about the different style of these two people. The quiet one, Terry Labonte, the reserved conservative, and Jeff Gordon, the young and flashy one.
Jennifer couldn't have hit it better, and they couldn't have hit it better. Look at them lining up to come across. Checkers and yellow. And Terry Labonte pulls up, and here comes the 25 car up.
1, 2 cars. It's Standridge who goes spinning. And he may have gone by himself.
We'll take a look at what happened. 3 abreast. Here's Standridge in the white car down on the inside. And that's John Andretti in the middle.
Derek Cope got up against the wall there, Ned.
Yes. And so apparently the 98 of Andretti and the 47 of Standridge made contact when Derek came down off the wall. We'll look at it again. Here they are, coming off of turn 2. Andretti and Cope did make contact, and Andretti went down into the 47 car of Standridge.
Right in front of a couple of lucky guys.
Yeah.
There's only 37 cars he's got to beat. That's the size of the lead draft, and look at this. 4 wide, and down in the grass goes 1 car.
That's Wally Dolan back there.
Let's see if he can straighten. No, he didn't take it. Caution is out.
And they'll race back to the flag. Another look.
We'll take a look again. He's right in the middle of the pack. Here's the Michael Waltrip car, and the green car. See, he just shoots right out of there, as Buddy said. Michael made a move there, and Wallenbach, Wally Dollenbach. Sorry about that, Wally.
Right here, he gets sideways again, Ned, as he goes across the strip and right back up on the racetrack. Just imagine if somebody had been coming.
Well, there was. Darrell Waltrip was coming.
There's Ricky Rudd in the car number 10. Chad Little was coming up through there. Steve Grissom, Kevin LePage, Ted Musgrave.
There's Darrell and Jeff Bodine.
Caution is out at Talladega for a grinding crash in the back straightaway, leading to turn 3.
It happened behind the race leaders, but there is the point standing leader, Jeff Gordon. Michael Waltrip, Joe Nemechek, Sterling Marlin was in it. There are few single car incidents at Talladega, and this one took out a number of top contenders. Marlin is out, Greg Sachs, Ricky Rudd, Earnhardt's car with right rear damage.
Everything looks good here so far, but everything's coming along fine, coming off of turn 2, heading down the backstretch. Tight running as they've been all day.
Jeff Gordon there in the 24 comes over, touches the 98 car.
Gets into Marlin.
He hit John Andretti first, and it looked like it triggered just a chain reaction. You see Earnhardt in trouble there. He makes contact on Gordon.
Here's Trickle.
There's Trickle going backwards. You see the roof flaps employ.
There's Jarrett way down in the grass in 88, and up in the air, Jeremy Mayfield.
Car number 37. And there's Jimmy Spencer. And there's Marlin.
There was a car hooked onto Marlin's hood. There's Jarrett sliding back up on the track as Steve Grissom whizzes by up near the wall. Bill Elliott trying to get to a stop, and Ted Musgrave with right front damage. Here's another look. Watch John Andretti's car right there, coming over and touching Jeff Gordon. That initiated it.
Gordon went into the 4 car of Sterling Marlin. Gordon hits Earnhardt. Spencer, 31 car, Mike Skinner gets involved. And Jeremy Mayfield, his car goes up and over. There's Jarrett down on the inside. He slides back up on the track. Wow.
And with Mark Martin.
Wow, he just kept getting hit. Says, when is it going to stop?
Well, let's see.
Okay, here, let's see if we can see what happened. Here he comes. It looks like maybe a tire went down because he just looked like he started to drive left a little bit, buddy, and the back end came around on him.
Lap traffic or anything could come into play.
Yeah, I agree with you, buddy. I think that you need to make that move just as quickly as you possibly can. And you said a while ago, Ken Schrader, he needs to keep doing what he's doing.
Here comes Terry Labonte on the bottom.
And his brother Bobby will come right with him. You can rest assured.
And Andretti has to give way, has to give him room.
Boy, they were down almost on the flat part of the racetrack.
2 laps to go.
Ken Schrader loved that little move. Let him open up just a little bit, but now they've singled out. And it didn't last long, did it?
And Schrader helped decide that. He stayed low in the corner, which helped the Labanis. Had he gone up high, it would have helped Andretti. And here comes Terry Labonte, Winston Cup champion off turn 2, hunting the lead.
He looks up for, where's my brother? Bobby got a little bit behind coming off the turn 2.
Ned, he's there. You can see he takes the lead going into turn 3 there. Terry Labonte. Here comes Bobby Labonte on the outside.
They call Terry Labonte the Iceman, but Bobby Labonte could ice this win for his brother by staying side by side with Kenny Schrader. White flag, last lap.
And now Andretti, he gets up. He's just trying to get more positions there now.
And he's lined up. That could help propel Schrader back to the front. No, Schrader's going to tuck in line.
Don't count out Bobby Labonte. He's winless this year, too. Brotherly love's one thing. Winning the Talladega 500, that's another.
Terry Labonte, the defending champion of the series, the elder of the two brothers, John Andretti. Terry Labonte jukes to the inside. Everybody follows.
Andretti had a run coming off of turn 2, and Terry Labonte saw that, so he dipped down to the inside. He knew that Andretti was going to try to get that run coming down there.
Ned, if they have anything, they'll start building speed right here coming off turn 4.
Bobby Labonte looks to the low side. Terry comes down. Bobby looks high. John Andretti looks to capitalize. They come to the tri-oval and head for the line. And Terry Labonte will pick up his 19th Winston Cup win in the Sears Die Hard 500.
10 spot.
You'll see Billy Standard slow, and they got a crash. There goes Spencer around. Cars dodging.
Where? Right in front. Come high, you can't. Go high.
Wow. Are we going to get through with only one car involved? Unbelievable.
Wow. Is that big or what? No, we see Chad Little have some damage to the front of the John Deere Pontiac. Oh, I thought one car was going to be a one-car race. Let me see if we can see one there. We see Billy Standridge coming off the corner of the 78 car. He comes off, goes up. He hits the wall. Hits it pretty good, as a matter of fact. And all these cars behind took evasive action. But meanwhile, Jimmy Spencer, right in front of this, is crashing at the same time.
Yep.
So, and what happened on that deal, I don't know. We see Schrader, Michael Waltrip, and Jeff Gordon barely gets by.
Ward Burton takes to the infield to escape damage, and he did. So it looks like that Skinner, Spencer, and Chad Little, the only 3 cars involved in the incident, besides Standridge, who was really involved in a separate incident. There is Little coming through. And Ken Schrader is in the wall. He's been running up close to the wall nearly all race long and got a little too close that time. The caution is out.
And they go in turn 3. This is down the backstretch. They go in turn 3. All those cars go in the corner, and the right front tire goes flat, and straight in the wall goes Schrader.
Jeff Gordon, he has moved up to 6th position, right behind Ernie Irvin.
That's a real shock, isn't it?
Yeah, big surprise, huh?
And look at Jeff.
Oh,
crashes. Jeff Gordon crashes. No. Several cars. And how in the world?
All right, baby. Come on.
Don't go across the racetrack, Derek. Don't go across the racetrack.
Come on, Dick. Bring it on to the line. Bring it on. Caution is out.
Oh, that's from the camera up on the roof. He hits a wall 3 times before he spins to the infield. And look at Labonte right there.
Just, I don't know how in the world those guys were able to get through.
Wow. Now we go to the copter cam.
And watch as Gordon comes off and looks like the car got a little bit loose, and he chased the back end up the racetrack and just simply ran out of racetrack. Wow. He now has that 4th spot. What a run by Sterling Martin. Sterling Martin had a flat tire early in the race. And now back for the lead. Here comes Earnhardt trying to take a look.
5 laps to go. Jarrett hits high from Dale Earnhardt trying to take over 2nd position. He's out there all by himself. And there's a crash in turn 1. There's a crash in turn 1. Several cars involved.
And Michael Walkerson, Bobby Morgan Shepherd, Ricky Luck. This could be the battle for the victory.
Indeed it is. There will only be 4 laps to go when they come down. So this
race could end under caution. Let's see what happens as the leaders head through corners number 3 and 4. John Andretti holds them off for the moment. Let's see if Earnhardt and Dale Jarrett and Sterling Marlin have anything for him. Andretti comes down, takes the caution flag, and that could be the end of the race. And let's take a look at what happened, Benny.
Ever see Ricky Rudd just gets the car loose, going down in the corner, goes up the racetrack, and the 21 car is going to make contact in the left front. The 77 car is coming along. He and Hut Strickland make contact. That's where Hut got the damage to the Circuit City car.
Now the onboard camera from Michael Waltrip.
Following Robbie Gordon down in the corner.
Can't see a thing when it happens in front of you, can you?
We'll see Michael's okay because he's still steering. It's torn all to pieces, but he's still
out here as Andretti is bringing him down very, very slowly. It's up to him to set the pace. He can begin to accelerate whenever he wants to. And now he picks up the throttle as the white and green flags come out. We've got 2.5 miles to go. And Dale Jarrett is right on the back bumper of Dale Earnhardt, almost making contact with him. Let's see how things play out as we enter the final lap. Jarrett looking toward the bottom of the racetrack, trying to get second place from Dale Earnhardt, and he may have it here. Jarrett has a half a car length on Earnhardt, and all this helps John Andretti.
And Sterling Marlin.
Look at Sterling Marlin. He'll make it 3 wide down the backstretch as they shuffle for position. There's Terry Labonte up on the high side of the racetrack, and Ward Burton is down in the grass as he tries to pick up position. Oh, and there's a crash. Trickle and Burton. Damn it. Come on. Mark Marquez. Let's see who wins this race.
Oh, and Derek Cope flies on the side. Here we come off the line.
It's going to be John Andretti winning and Terry Labonte finishing second. The battle for third goes to Sterling Marlin with Earnhardt fourth and Jarrett fifth.
Martin is trying to move his car. Here we go. We see Ward Burton down in the grass. They're actually 4 abreast trying to go in the corner. Mark Martin and the 90 car are going to make contact. Also the 22. The 2 cars able to get by. Kyle Petty's able to get by. But watch Derek Cope. He's going to come in here and just plow into the 6 car.
Is about to come out. 1 lap to go for Mark Martin. Earnhardt's right behind him. Then Bobby Labonte. Then John Andretti and Jeff Gordon.
And Doyle Ford for the last time at Talladega waves the white. He announced today he's retiring after the Coca-Cola 600. What can they do? Here they come. Backstretch. Last lap.
Let's see what movement someone makes, if any. Earnhardt takes no action at the moment. Everybody staying in line.
Yeah, he's got it to the floorboard, Bob. I don't know what he can do.
Now he looks to the inside slightly in turn number 3, but there isn't a great deal he can do. He has to stay tucked in behind Mark Martin. They come through turn number 3, headed for turn number 4. Now on to the tri-oval. Earnhardt looks to the inside. Jeff Gordon is going outside, now inside. No moves here as Mark Martin comes down and makes it 2 in a row. Martin wins the Winston 500. And this was, as was indicated, a very atypical race. All that worry we had about a big crash, no big deal, and it was the fastest race in the history of Winston Cup.
I haven't seen the leader be a sitting duck in a while at a super speedway race, you know. But when you got Earnhardt in third, Spencer leading the thing, and an unknown in Lake, who's had tremendous success on big racetracks with a new sponsor and everything here, we got a lot of variables that are going in this last lap.
Final lap into turn number 1. Earnhardt up high on the track, about a lane higher than everybody else. They come out of the second quarter and down the backstretch for the final time.
He and Lake Speedboat laid back trying to get that run. Is it going to work?
I don't know. I'm going to have to say that I would have thought they would have made their move coming out of 2 as strong as Lake has been. But when Dale went a little bit higher, then Lake kind of stayed down low a little bit.
All right, nobody making a move so far. Is it going to be Spencer advancing to the mud shootout? Let's see what happens as they come off the final corner. They race to the checkered flag. Everybody stays in line. Jimmy Spencer wins the mud shootout qualifier, followed by
Crew Chief Ernie Irvin on the strategy for the last couple of laps. I said, Ryan, what's your strategy? He says,
oh, in the wall. Ward Burton bounces off the wall. He may have had contact with another car. Down the short chute to pit road.
2 laps, 100 grand to the winner. Jeff Gordon brings them up to speed. Green flag, and he's got a good restart. Irvin is right with him.
Irvin's going to try to stay out there. That'll help everybody else.
Todd Bodine switches lanes, goes up high, deep in the field. Side by side, Chevy and Pontiac for the lead.
You can see him almost buck drafting there. Bobby Labonte's falling back. Here comes Spencer.
Tire rub perhaps on Labonte. Andretti clipped him, and he gets slammed into by Joe Nemechek.
And the caution is coming out.
But they do race back to the flag.
I believe in this case they'll probably redo what we just did. I don't know. We'll have to check it out and see. But you're right. The rules were that they race back to the flag, so they are racing back to the flag.
Ernie Irvin up high by himself. Everyone else to the bottom of the racetrack. Jeff Gordon, Rusty Wallace, and Kenny Schrader. Forge is ahead into third, and Jimmy Spencer to fourth as they come across to take the second caution flag of the day. Let's see what happened.
Okay, this is the 18 car, Bobby Labonte. And here's Jimmy Spencer coming on the inside. And 25 of John Andretti right there behind him.
You see smoke out of the back of the car, though, way back up on the racetrack there. He had problems way back up there. Look at Nemechek, nowhere to go.
He was coming off of there at full steam, as Mike said. And
on the man who won nearly everything last year, Rusty's out in front of him. Gordon got off the gas. Green flag.
Gordon is still very, very slow.
And Jimmy Spencer drops to the inside. Here comes Spencer. He and Rusty Wallace may trade a little paint down in turn 1.
Rusty Wallace has some help on the outside there.
That's Kenny Wallace, little brother, trying to shove Rusty to victory lane.
Look at Bill Elliott, the 94 there in third. 3 Fords on the outside of Jimmy Spencer there. Also a Ford.
Coming up the inside is Schrader in that black and green 33. Coming up to help Jeff Gordon. The leader went to dead last on the restart. Here they go into the turn 3, banking for the final time.
And Rusty Wallace right on the bottom there, Ned.
The brothers work together, and it's going to get a win.
Off turn 4. 1,500 feet away from $100,000. Rusty Wallace comes to the flag and wins the Bud Shootout.
Winner of last up front, the 40 car, that is Sterling Marlin. And indeed, Bobby Labonte, Ned, as you said, he's giving Marlin big trouble back straight away. From the middle of the pack, cars have gone spinning. Dick Trickle down to the inside.
Okay, we come off of turn 2, and it looks like that Kenny Irwin might have gotten into the wall. He's the car out here, and there's the 35 car of Todd Bodine, and Dick Trickle, this 90 car, as he slides down to the inside. Amazing that more cars didn't get involved.
Todd Bodine come up just a little bit. They made contact there, and Kenny Irwin Jr., you can see right now as they come off, see Kenny Irwin Jr. on top. He gets into the right rear corner of the 35 there. That turns them. You see Dick Trickle just turn left to avoid the wreck in front of him.
Irwin appeared to bounce off the wall into Todd Bodine. His qualifying, trouble again off the corner, and around goes Pardis, Dan Pardis. Graduate of the NASCAR Dash Series for compact cars, got tied up, slides halfway down the backstretch. Steve Grissom may also be involved. Up in turn 2.
Well, here they come, 3 abreast out of that turn. Chad Little in the green 97 car down on the inside, but it looked like
that's Mike Cicchetti.
Cicchetti got into the back there and turned him as they start off the corner. There comes Grissom in the 41 by. Went down on the flat part of the racetrack, and I'm sure he lost it as he tried to get back on the racetrack.
Now let's show you what happened to Steve Grissom in the aftermath of this.
Okay, Grissom's down on the dirty part of the racetrack. You can see the dust flying off the rear wheels there as he turns right to get back up on the racetrack. Watch the back of the car start to get sideways. He's in big trouble right there.
See the car spinning around. Steve Grissom, number 41. And up onto the banking. Hits the wall with the left side. Quite a bit of damage to the car. See these roof flaps up there? They're designed to come up when the car... You're right, buddy. That move cost Jimmy Spencer. He was trying to better his position for the Daytona 500.
1 lap to go. This not only determines who gets in, but where they will start on Sunday.
Certainly, if you have anything left, you put it all to work
Schrader. A vicious right turn into the wall for Schrader. They will race to the checkered flag. And look at this on the back straightaway. Sterling Marlin trying to weave and break the draft.
Exactly what he was doing. He's watching his mirror right now. Dale Jarrett pulled up about a car length as they head down towards the front straightaway.
Still side by side back in the pack. There's your leader. Ahead of Dale Jarrett. Sterling Marlin, whose father won one of these qualifying races, will go to victory lane.
Okay, there you see Schrader's car. The number 33 get loose as it goes into the turn. It turns sideways and head to the wall head on.
And when he hit the wall, he backed back into Benson there, the 26 car. You can see it spinning round and round. He had absolutely nothing to do with it. Wrong place at the right time.
Here's another look.
Oh, David Green gets into the back of him, turns him to the outside.
Pulls them around the 2.5.
Oh, trouble.
Off turn 4. Darrell Waltrip is involved in it. The 59 goes sliding. Mark Gibson. Dave Marcus, rookie Steve Hart, Ricky Rudd, and Ricky Craven.
It looked like Mark Gibson in the blue and white car got loose up into the wall, came down into Darrell Waltrip. There comes Dave Marcus. He had nowhere to go. Ricky Rudd had nowhere to go. Then it back into the Bud car of Ricky Craven, and there's Park. 6 cars right there in your picture, all spinning around. Here it is again. You see the 59 car, this blue and white one, as he got loose for some reason, gets into one car that gets on by just a little bit.
And here's what Ricky Craven saw.
There's what he couldn't see. When you drive in there, a lot of people don't understand how much smoke comes off these tires when you're spinning round and round. At one time there, Michael Waltrip tried the outside and couldn't make it happen.
Trouble down toward turn 1. A car goes spinning through the grass. Loy Allen Jr.
Caution, this could be the last lap. They're coming around for the white flag.
And they'll race to the caution. This will be the last lap in competition as they come to the caution flag. Earnhardt wins it again. And Dale Earnhardt, once again, every single time in the 1990s, he's won this 125-mile qualifying race.
At this juncture of the race, in the lead. 4 times. With
trouble on the backstretch.
1 car, 2 cars go sliding down the back straightaway. John Andretti.
You can see that the 43 car of Andretti came up awfully fast on the 77 car of Robert Presley. They got together and spin down to the inside of the racetrack. Everybody else goes by.
3 laps to go. Any one of these cars could win it. Earnhardt, Mayfield, Wallace, Schrader, Bobby Labonte in prime position. Jimmy Spencer coming up on the inside.
There's Labonte trying to go on the outside of Rusty Wallace off of turn 2. Can he make that pass?
And also, Ned, he split Rusty from his teammate Mayfield. Jeff Gordon's dropping back.
That looks like a problem on Gordon's car. He's completely out of contention here.
Into turn 3, where Leroy Yarborough beat Charlie Glotzbeck on the last lap in 1969.
Look at Bobby Labonte coming up on the outside by himself. He got a little help from Jimmy Spencer.
Oh, Jimmy Spencer.
Spencer bounces off the wall, keeps on trucking. 2 laps to go.
Big time hit by Spencer, but I told you Bobby Labonte was moving just a little while ago. What a muscle move on the outside. Fastest qualifier here for the 500, showing his muscle now.
3 makes in the 500, Chevy, Pontiac, Ford, that's how they run. But Earnhardt has a benefit. There's a slow car up ahead.
And there's trouble coming off of turn 2. Some cars get strangled. It might be this. Whoever gets back to the start-finish line, they'll get the white and the yellow together.
Lake Speed and John Andretti tangle as the leaders head for turn number 3. Andretti and Spencer got together.
This could be the Daytona 500. Bobby Labonte goes to the outside.
Labonte up high. Earnhardt uses the lap car of Rick Bass as a pick. 20 years of trying, 20 years of frustration. Dale Earnhardt will come to the caution flag to win the Daytona 500. Finally. Bobby Labonte comes across the line to the caution flag in second. Jeremy Mayfield's Ford third. Kenny Schrader with a shot at that $2 million bonus, as did Bobby Labonte.
Checkered flag. Dale Earnhardt finally is a champion of the Daytona 500.
The problem on pit road. That 81 car is still running well. He is.
Oh, and Earnhardt gets hurt. Elliott hard in the wall.
Major crash here on the front stretch. A car upside down. That's Bill Elliott. And Dale Earnhardt was on his side as he came down through the tri-oval. Across the starting line.
There's Elliott. Ward Burton gets in the side of Earnhardt. Just touches him. Elliott in there on the roof, sliding across. We see Chad Little going down, hit Michael Waltrip. The 3 car gets banged from Jerry Nadeau, I think. Elliott's car now back on its wheels. We see Schrader down on the inside. Bobby Hamilton, heavy damage to Schrader's car.
Chad Little involved. Wow. A scary moment here at Talladega. Again, we take a look at Ward Burton making slight contact with Dale.
Oh, and Bill hit that wall so hard.
Here comes the white flag. One more lap to go. It's Bobby Labonte, Jimmy Spencer, Dale Jarrett, and Terry Labonte as they head for the banking in turns 1 and 2 for the final time today. Now we'll watch the Fords. Will they team up? Pontiac has never won a NASCAR Winston Cup restrictor plate race. Now Jimmy Spencer begins to look to the inside of Bobby Labonte as they travel down the backstretch. But he makes no move.
He tried to make a move. He's got the accelerator pedal on the floor. He's just not able to get the momentum the way he needs to. Here he goes diving down to the inside. Jared goes over. No, he can't quite make it.
Bobby blocks the way to the inside. Now Spencer looks high. He looks low once again. Gets down to the apron of the racetrack. Here comes Bobby Labonte. Spencer tries desperately, but he can't do it. And Bobby Labonte has won the Die Hard 500.
My 4th holiday tradition moved to October due to Florida's midsummer wildfires.
Done a lot of work with engines, and it is paying off well.
43 started. 42 running. We have problems on the back straightaway.
Down the back stretch.
Number 3.
Being on the back stretch here. Back it up, boys.
See Johnny Benson in the 26 there.
Jeff Bodine's in it.
Hub Strickland in the 55.
Bickle in the 98. Green in the 46. Caution.
Let's all get involved. You see Kevin LePage here getting into the outside wall. Michael Waltrip gets caught, spins around. Everybody coming, goes low. Some of them go high, and you can see Ted Musgraves there getting involved.
Jeremy Mayfield just made it through. So did the 4 of Bobby Hamilton. Low was the way to get out of that, but there's no way to tell ahead of time. It is so hard to see when these big wrecks get going. Another view.
Looking from turn 3 back towards turn 2.
And you can see visibility's down. You cannot see a thing when you go through. With all the tire smoke and the car spinning round and round, how would you know where to go?
Look at Bill Elliott back there. You saw the golden arches. He just woed it on down.
Experience will do that for you. Picked the right lane, went down low, and just took it easy and managed to get through there without a nick on his race car. Oh, boy. Oh.
But again, Kevin LePage's car you saw alone on the low side of the racetrack. Break loose, clip Michael Waltrip, and the wreck was on.
Jeff Bodine there in the 7. He really tried to go low, and that got him involved. So there wasn't any
Look
set
at
pattern.
Dallenbach. Dallenbach just got through that mess too. I don't know how he saw his way through.
Down on the flat part. Now watch it go back up the racetrack. Right there. Ooh,
Whoa,
I'm telling
Kenny
you,
Irwin.
Kenny Irwin running in 11th just did miss.
Well, Irwin may be a rookie, but that was a...
The caution is out here at Daytona. An accident on the back straightaway multi-car involving Spencer, Kenny Irwin, John Andretti, that man Steve Park, Jerry Nadeau, Ricky Rudd, among others, to bring out this 5th caution. Irwin and Little.
Chad Little in the 97 got into the back there. The 28 just barely.
Looked like the 28 was trying to get by him. They were side by side when that all started, and it looked like 2 guys trying for the same spot.
And this is what happened back at lap 140.
Panning ahead to Kenny Irwin right there with Chad Little.
Just about had him cleared.
Almost.
John Andretti gets tagged there, turned to the infield. You could see the dirt fly.
Steve Park tags the wall. Still in 14th spot.
Whoa!
Earnhart got lost the back of the car.
Nearly 3 wide into that turn.
With Mark Martin in ninth. Out of turn 4. White flag.
Whoa, you see Jeremy looking to the inside, couldn't make the move. Skinner looks to the high side right now. They're trying everything. Gordon's running by the mirror right now.
Here comes
Labonte
Skinner.
has caught him, and so is Terry Labonte. Side by side behind Gordon.
Right now they're running side by side. Jeff Gordon saying, I love it. He'll try to run in the middle part of the racetrack so one car does not get a great run down the back straightaway.
They mix it up again behind Gordon. Mayfield. Here comes Bobby Labonte to the outside.
What a move on the high side, making it 3 wide into turn 3. Bobby Labonte looked like he has the car to beat.
Bobby Labonte is there. Out of 4, they're coming to the checkers. Trouble in the back of the pack. The lead and the win. Gordon, for the 11th time, he wins. Chad Little tags the wall as he broke out of traffic near the back of the field. The 40th career victory. Watch Chad now, 3 wide.
Oh, yeah.
Got a little help from behind. It looked like Spencer was there. Don't know how much the impact was, but that was a big impact.
All right, let's take a look at what happened.
There we see a little bit of contact between, I guess that's Dick Trickle and either Buckshot or the 22 car. I guess it's Buckshot.
Yeah, 22's down the right corner.
Yes. As Dick Trickle slowed to come make his entry on the pit road, I think Buckshot just touched him in the rear, and around goes Trickle. No contact.
Did not hit anything. There's a spin up there at the top of your screen.
Look at all these cars going down pit road.
That had already committed.
Well, Earnhardt is running in second place.
Oh, man, there he goes. Up the hill. Oh, bam, hard contact.
Several cars again involved. And this is the big one that we had hoped we would not have. Several cars involved. Let's take a look at what happened.
Let's to the left of the, and that car goes up. And boom, along comes Trickle and just runs into the back of that car. There we see Mark Martin getting hit and spun. I think the 16 cars actually got into the 6 car and spun him. Let's see what we can tell from this. I really still don't know who that car was that along comes
he just hit hard.
And other cars, there's Mark spinning in the back. There's another car spinning down. That's Benson, I think. The yellow car spinning down on the bottom of the racetrack.
Yeah, he collects a unbelievable set of circumstances and turn of events here at Talladega.
There we see Sterling Marlin gets in the back of someone, and I still...
It's Ernie Irvin.
Yeah.
Ernie Irvin in the car number 36.
You're right, Ned.
And there comes Trickle along.
Now, we have seen Dick Trickle get out of the car and being assisted to the ambulance. He did walk away, however, from Wally Dallenbach's perspective.
Look and see how Earnhardt might have got his damage. They check up and he gets hit from behind by Wally Dallenbach.
Corner number 4. Look at the scramble for position.
Here's Gordon trying to pass Bobby Labonte.
Gets down on the apron of the racetrack as the white flag waves. One more lap to go. The 2 Noble 5 contenders are running first and second. Jarrett is the leader, and Gordon is second. But here comes Terry Labonte now up to take third.
Jerry has a pretty good lead, but Gordon's going to get a good run down the backstretch. He's got Terry Labonte right on his back bumper. They could draft past. Let's see if the teammates, how they're going to play out here.
Jarrett trying to protect the position, so Gordon decides to go up on the high side of the racetrack. Now he dives back down low. They come off from corner number 4. They're headed
Let's look and find out.
Bill Elliott jumps to the inside right there of Nemechek.
Tries to bring Dick Trickle with him.
I got to give a call to Elliott's crew, too. They've had a rotten week as far as qualifying speeds, but they've got the race stuff together.
He has moved to 4th position. Mike Skinner trying to break the draft, snaking down the backstretch. But he still has the lead as they approach the banking in turn number 3.
I think at this point in time, it's about all over except for the check presentation. There's not a lot of moves been made coming out of turn 4 over the last 3 or 4 years.
We'll see if there's one here. Here they are coming toward the checkered flag. Presley looks to the inside, cannot do it. Mike Skinner wins the Bud Shootout qualifier.
Flag in the wind, 1 lap to go. Mark Martin's Ford, Kenny Schrader's Chevy, Bobby Labonte's Pontiac. Which of them to win it?
Labonte's going to be a factor. Saw him do this very same thing the last lap of the race here. He finished second to Gordon, but he came on hard at the end.
A last lap pass has decided this race 4 times. Dale Earnhardt did it, Neil Bonnet twice, and Rusty Wallace in 98 with a last lap pass. Schrader has a mile to go to try to overhaul the number 6 of Mark Martin into the banking on the east side, turn 3 for the final time.
I don't know where he's going to go. I don't have a clue. I think Mark's got him blocked out. I think he can block him out and beat him back to the line.
Labonte tries to close on Schrader, give him a little aerodynamic shove. Schrader to the inside. Mark Martin brings it down. Mark Martin with his first Daytona victory.
For 125 miles, 50 laps. Green flag. Teammate to Ken Schrader. There is the 15 of Jeff Green with heavy damage. Dan Pardis, who was the man.
What happened as you go into turn number 1. And you can see this car right there down on the bottom of the racetrack, and it does get into the back end of Kenny Wallace.
Yeah, what happened there is he went in on the flat part of the racetrack and slid up there. He didn't mean to do it. You can see the car lose grip right there, go up and make contact right there on the left rear corner of Kenny Wallace.
This is it. Bobby Labonte will be driving with his rear view mirror as much as anything else because he wants to go wherever he thinks Gordon's going to go.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You see Gordon dropping back just a little bit there, trying to get that toe from the 33 car there in the draft. He's going to try to make his move going down in turn 3, but he's not quite going to be able to make it. Bobby goes to the bottom of the racetrack.
Schrader now has Jeff Burton on the inside, trying to shove one of those Fords up into the top 5 for Jack Rouse. So Schrader's got to fight the high side. They are 2 by 2 for 3rd place, and Gordon is 2 car lengths back of Bobby Labonte off the final corner. They'll never catch it. 1,200 feet, 500 feet to the finish line for the first time since 1981.
Punted in the corner.
Yeah, that could have been a tough situation right there.
Trouble, turn 1, 2 cars slam into the wall. Dick Trickle, number 13, is one, and David Green, number 41, is the other. Green trying to make his first 500 after being Busch Grand National champion.
Okay, here is David Green in the 41 car, the white one, has to go down into turn 1.
Dick Trickle moves up, loses the back end of the car going into turn 1, comes back up, and there's the contact.
Trouble behind the leaders coming out of the tri-oval. One car goes spinning. It's the rookie from Texas, Glenn Morgan. Caution will come out. Can Earnhardt Spring continue by winning this race? And who will make the 500?
Jared Kroll right back up under him there, but back here the battlefield transfer spot goes on.
And Jeffrey Bodine has gotten past Ernie Irvin. Ricky Craven also picked up a spot that last lap. Dale Jarrett has 1 mile to find a way past Earnhardt. Now Rusty Wallace, Jeremy Mayfield. Mayfield to the bottom. He moves up to second. That's the best thing Dale Earnhardt's seen in his mirror all day is 2 cars side by side.
Yeah, and he's being
You call it, Mike. It's going to be tight. Earnhardt to win it 10 years in a row. He's won the Gatorade 125.
Joking with folks. Walt Zarnicki next to him for Penske. Caution. Caution is on the speedway. Slow car in the backstretch has hit the wall coming out of turn number 2. And picking up 5 season bonus points.
Yeah, it's nice to have a teammate that'll let you have those 5 points like that.
Into the Daytona 500. A crash on pit road. 2 cars collide trying to miss a tire that rolled out from one of the pits. Ernie Irvin's yellow number 36 and the blue number 6 of Mark Martin were the cars that tried to avoid that tire that got kicked out.
Dale Jarrett, one of them.
Mark Martin is in it. Elliott Sadler, the rookie, and cars spin.
See Terry Labonte.
Steve Park is in there, 99. Jeff Burton.
Yeah. Well, there's Dale Jarrett right there as they head off in the corner. He goes down on the flat part of the racetrack.
He might have had a little bit of a bump from the 28 car, his teammate, as they went in there.
At 190 miles an hour, it's almost impossible for the brakes to slow the car to miss the incident. You steer for the hole and hope it's still there when you get there.
Boy, that track closed up in a hurry. When one car spun, as close as they were running together, they had to get a lot of other cars involved.
Add Ricky Rudd. Right there at the start of that replay, was there contact between Jarrett and the 28?
Yeah, it looked like there was just light contact, just enough to turn him down on flat and shoot him right back up in front of oncoming traffic.
Another angle. The cars you're watching, oh, Jarrett's already gone at that point.
And just shoots back up across the racetrack right into Terry Labonte. And then other cars, there's Mark Martin in 6 car. There comes Ward Burton in number 22.
Jeffrey Bodine, he was the next to him there.
Robert Presley.
Someone's upside down there.
That was Bodine, I believe, that went on his route. Hamilton, I believe. The number 4 from Morgan McClure Racing. And everybody tries to get by. They do. Caution is out.
It'll be interesting to see. Let's see what happens here.
Okay, this is Bobby Hamilton right there. Turned sideways there. All of a sudden.
There was smoke from the right rear as he started around.
The other car's getting by as he spins.
And he's climbed out of his car, Ned. Good. Bobby is okay. That was close for 75. 2.5 miles to history. Jeff Gordon trying to win his second. Dale Earnhardt trying to win his second. Buddy, where will Earnhardt make the move?
Well, I don't know. Gordon looks awful strong as they come off turn 2 over there down the back straightaway. Kenny Irwin looks to the outside.
Right here's where he has to make the move. And he wasn't able to get that run up under Jeff Gordon like he wanted to.
But that's what we said Friday. He was this far behind in the International Race of Champions. He looks inside. He goes outside. He looks inside again.
Okay, right now he's got to pull right down on that back bumper and try to get him loose coming off turn 4. He does not have the muscle at this point.
But he may have some momentum. Here comes Earnhardt. He's all the way to the bottom. Almost in the grab. He slides up the racetrack and Jeff Gordon will win it.
Up in turn number 3, actually down the backstretch is where it all started.
There's the Pennzoil Cup again. There you see I think a little bit of contact between Stewart and Skinner, not allowing Skinner to get back on the racetrack and get on the dirt and spin. Look at Jeff Burton, the points leader. How close did he come to Skinner as he went by?
There is Chad Little sliding to the inside. Brett Bodine being involved in the crash.
Running into Rusty Wallace down there. There he goes in the inside wall.
On lap 49.
There we see the Lowe's car, Mike Skinner and Tony Stewart. Those 2 cars getting together, they get on the grass. And it rained last night. That grass even missed. There's no way now. We see Jeff Gordon going across the racetrack in front of traffic as Skinner spins down. There we see Chad Little, the 97 car John Deere, mowing some grass.
Caution flag of the afternoon. There's that second pack, which now will be able to close in. Labonte not showing a great deal of damage. There is some to the right side of the car.
And Cooley spins. I guess the right rear tire goes down. He spins. Goes around, goes up, and smacks the wall just barely with the right front. Something broke on the car to cause Labonte to spin that way. Yeah, Dallenbach's car, I think that fender is getting worse and worse. Oh, did he make contact with Fort North? Yes, he did. Hamilton spins.
And this may not be a multi-car crash. Looks like maybe just two are going to be involved. This could have been a lot worse than it turned out to be.
Bobby Hamilton goes in the corner.
Robert
Presley was the other car that spun around.
And luckily, everybody behind him was able to get to the bottom of the racetrack and avoid hitting him. It's Dale Earnhardt, Dale Jarrett, and Mark Martin, first, second, and third. Then Bobby Labonte and Tony Stewart. And look at the shuffle behind that.
Oh, man. I'd rather be up there in that top three, too. Here comes Jerry Nadeau on the inside of Schrader. It's got to be a battle for about the 7th or 8th position. Meanwhile, here's the lead.
Will there be any position changes here as they come off to the banking and into the trioval for the final time? Is it going to be Earnhardt? Is it going to be Jarrett? Is it going to be Mark Martin? They get closer to the line. It's going to be Dale Earnhardt winning the Die-Hard 500.
3 laps to go this time.
Trouble. Turn 4. One car goes sliding out of control. And Elliott Sadler saves it as the spinning car rights itself at the entrance of pit road.
Jeremy Mayfield in the 12 car. Still no caution. Now they waved the caution.
Yeah,
now they waved the caution. Okay, we're going to have a race back to the start-finish line here.
Jimmy Spencer is stuck against the wall coming out of the trioval.
This will be a race for the win right here when they get back to the start-finish line. Whoever gets back here first to win this race.
The track is clear except for Jimmy Spencer going into turn 1. He's just hobbling along, going against the wall.
And it's the Dale and Dale show at Daytona again.
Man, how many times have we seen that?
Well, Dale Jarrett's definitely going to get back to the flag first. I do believe that. He's got a great run off the corner.
Jarrett wins it. Earnhardt, Jeff Burton, Mike Skinner.
Ned, he's got it made. He can knock it out of gear now in first turn.
I want to see that
right here.
across
You
that
are the
line.
man. Guys, awesome job. Awesome job.
Checkered flag waving, Dale Jarrett. There's Mayfield going around. Dallenbach brushed the wall.
That's Jimmy Spencer hitting the wall there. He goes the entire front straightaway right against the wall there, rubbing that car right against the outside wall.
And look at Elliott Sadler. Out of control coming down pit road, but he came down pit road.
Well, hang on. And we have a car in the wall. A car that has come into contact with the wall.
Out, everything's clear.
Andy Hillenberg. Car number 91, top of your screen, Andy Hillenberg.
Comes off turn 4, and all of a sudden the car just goes up and brushes the wall. And we heard Dale Jarrett talk about the front end skating or sliding off the corner, and then I think that's what happened to Andy Hillenberg. Oh, we got a crash. It finally happened.
Still there. Crash in turn 1. Crash in turn 1. Be clear. Backing down safely. Backing down.
Johnny Benson, one car involved, the 36 car. Jerry Nadeau involved.
Clear. They are on the bottom of the racetrack. Watch for debris.
Lap 81.
Let's see as they go down in the corner. Benson's on the outside. Some contact right there as the between Benson and was that Jeremy Mayfield?
That was Mayfield.
I believe so. That's where that 4-wide racing was going on that we were talking about.
And John Andretti, believe it or not, he's also involved. The STP Pontiac just cannot catch a break.
Derek Cope also in the car number 41. He was an innocent victim up there. You mentioned Andretti.
But there we see him making contact. Jeremy and the 9 car, I guess, of Rich Bickle.
They just simply ran out of room when they got into that corner. 4 wide at the speed that they were running. And just a little bit of a slip.
So once again, the cars involved. The 12 of Mayfield, the 9 of Rich Bickle, Nadeau in the 36, the 26 of Johnny Benson, and the 43 of John Andretti.
There you're right, Ned. You can't. There just isn't room. There isn't room there.
Well, it's nail-biting time now because if you're back about 5th on back, you've got to make your move. You need time to get there.
Here comes Earnhardt. Here comes Earnhardt on the outside. DJ block him? No, he can't.
He tried to. Here comes the cage. He's trying to get down on the inside, but he couldn't do it. He had to back off.
Now it's Earnhardt and Skinner and Bobby Labonte. Earnhardt, an 8-time winner at Talladega. Mike Skinner has never won a Winston Cup race. Skinner has won 2 exhibitions in Japan, but never in Winston Cup competition. What about Bobby Labonte? Could he be in the catbird seat when Earnhardt and Skinner begin to scrap here in the final 2.5 laps?
Well, here comes DJ. He and Bobby Labonte might get hooked up together. Bobby Labonte trying to get on the inside of Mike Skinner. Looks like he has position. He does. And DJ's going to try going the outside.
That was a smart thing. He sees his teammate, number 28, coming up there behind him. But the 28's going very, very high.
There'll be 2 to go. They flash by 2 fingers from Jimmy Howell. Earnhardt, Bobby Labonte, Skinner. Mike Skinner said at Charlotte last week, I'm tired of being a bridesmaid. When will I get my first Winston Cup win? Here is Jarrett down on the inside. Here comes Ward Burton, one of the No Bull 5 drivers. 2 laps to go. 20 cars, 1.4 seconds apart.
Big one to go. White flag when they come back to the start-finish line.
Man, how do you tell somebody I finished 20th and I was a second behind the leader? Wow.
White flag, man, white flag.
Now it's all going to be settled in 2.66 miles from now. Earnhardt, Jarrett, Ward Burton is there, Rudd is there.
Somebody's awfully high down in the corner. Meanwhile, the 2 cars break out. Dale Jarrett, Dale Earnhardt. Right down there in reverse. Earnhardt is in front.
Half a lap from the conclusion of the Winston 500. The conga line. Earnhardt moves to the inside, the outside. Jarrett's got drafting help from Ward Burton. Jarrett has to make a move. Here comes Burton. Ward Burton, 2 car lengths back, a car length back. Now watch for Jarrett to try to get to the inside. Final turn, they head for the trioval. Earnhardt, here comes Jarrett, here comes Burton. Earnhardt blocks the way. And Dale Earnhardt will win the Winston 500.
Jeff Burton and Darrell Walton's car.
Ooh, contact! And Kenny Wallace, Rick Mast in trouble. So Stanton Barrett right here at the trioval area. 3 cars involved.
Watch that big K marker on the outside. Doesn't he hit the wall? Yes. With the right front. And we see Stanton Barrett running the back of Rick Mast in the 41 car. Larry Hedrick's car.
Well, Jarrett has things well in hand. That interval that was at one time 1.6 seconds. Last lap grew to 4.5. So there was no catching Dale Jarrett today in the Bud Shootout qualifier. He's in the east end of the banking, headed for the checkered flag. And the privilege now of joining the others for the Bud Shootout coming up in about a half hour from now. Now, Dale Jarrett coming down through the trioval takes the checkered flag, and he wins the 2000 Bud Shootout qualifier, the first race for the...
Sterling Marlin, a car length in front of Jeff Gordon. Now they'll have to pair off because now the white flag's in the wind. There's just 1 lap to go.
And Bobby Labonte has caught them. He came from way back in the last 2 laps. He gets up on Dale Jarrett's back bumper.
Our Circuit City onboard camera rides with Bobby Labonte as he closes up on Dale Jarrett. Now there's Schrader, the yellow car to the inside.
Boy, oh boy, I tell you what, this back straightaway, as they go down the back straightaway, they're heading that way. Here comes Gordon on the inside.
Jeff Gordon in the slipstream of Sterling Marlin, and up the outside comes Dale Jarrett.
Oh, they touched on the back straightaway. Marlin in the middle there, and here comes the 88 car, Dale Jarrett.
And the 28 of Ricky Rudd comes low, trying to sniff a draft off of Gordon. Jarrett to the outside. All that skirmishing left a clear path for Jarrett on the outside.
Oh, trouble!
Rudd in the wall, hard. Schrader in the wall, hard. Jarrett the winner. Gordon second. And Rudd on his roof for the second time in the Bud shootout. Reminiscent of 1984 when his car tumbled in the air. Ricky Rudd, Bobby Labonte wrecked on the final lap. Ken Schrader wrecked. That's Rudd on the bottom in the black car.
Bobby Labonte in the green car on the outside gets touched right there. You see him get crossed up and across into Rudd, turns him sideways. See Sterling Marlin, he makes evasive action there. He was also involved in that.
And all three drivers are now just passengers.
Just behind him there.
You're right, buddy. They're coming up on those lap cars. Whether they'll come into play or not, the white flag is out.
1 lap to go.
We don't have to guess that very much longer. I'll guarantee you when they hit the back straightaway, you'll know strategy.
One of these 3 Fords can win this Gatorade 125. Rusty Wallace has never won one. He's in 3rd place.
I don't
see him catching him right now. Bill starts to move around. He comes down the racetrack. Now he'll go back out against the wall, and all you can do is follow him when he does that, because he's not putting a straight line of air down that back straightaway.
Now, last lap, Jarrett caught him in turn 4 and might have had a chance to make a run. Can he do it this time?
I don't think so. I think that front position is the place to be, and Bill Elliott's going to win it.
Checkered flag is up for the 4th time. Bill Elliott wins the Gatorade 125 at Daytona. Ricky Rudd with a 4-car length lead, maybe the biggest he's had today.
And some traffic in front of him that could help him, Mike, as he catches up to them a little bit going into turn 1 down there to give him some help. Maybe just what he needs to not have to worry about those cars behind him linking up and going past him. We'll see.
And the other thing he's doing is looking in that mirror, making sure where his competition's at. And right now, the car's working so well. You see him move over there to take some of the draft away from 2nd place, 3rd place, and 4th place cars. But this is his race to lose right now, because he's so good in the corners. Look at him. He made about a 4-car lead right there on Mike Skinner in 2nd, just getting into that corner.
They won't catch the lap traffic before they come to the finish line. Rudd off turn 4 with a 4-car length lead. Upside down on Sunday, right side up all the way to victory lane. Ricky Rudd.
Let's talk numbers. The first time a car numbered 10 ever won at Daytona in a Winston Cup race, 1985. Greg Sachs won the July 400 miler.
Oh, trouble!
Off turn 4, Michael Waltrip goes spinning in front of the pack, and here they come.
4 cars spinning. John Andretti, Kenny Wallace, 9 cars. Stacy Compton goes down pit road. Elliott Sadler gets caught up in it. Now they'll race back to the flag. And, you know, I think they'll get this cleaned up before the 4 race is over. They'll get it restarted, but you want to be in front when you restart, because you won't have many laps to go. So they're going to race right back to the flag.
That's right, Ned. The leaders have not taken the caution flag. The accident happened behind them. Here comes Benson up in turn number 3. Jarrett a car length behind him. Wallace trying to gain some ground. That's Burton in 3rd. And then Bill Elliott. Wallace trying to gain on them. And here they come to the flag for the caution flag with 8 laps to go. Benson holds them at bay down low.
And he gets the run, makes it 3 abreast coming off of the turn.
Coming out of the corner there, Earnhardt on the outside.
Oh, Earnhardt and Spencer got together.
Spencer, yes.
Shot Michael Waltrip spinning around right in front of the whole pack.
Second day in a row.
There comes the 21 car of Elliott Sadler right into Waltrip.
Kenny Wallace was down in the infield grass, and there was a car there he couldn't avoid. Now watch that car in the middle, Jimmy Spencer and Earnhardt up high.
Poor Michael Waltrip almost stayed out of that, but he got tagged there as they made contact. They came across the racetrack and hit Michael Waltrip.
It'll be 4 laps to go. 1 Pontiac against 5 Fords behind them, and the Fords are looking for revenge. Bill Elliott nearly had a 3rd win in 1997, and 6 laps to go. The 3 Rick Hendrick Chevrolets ganged up on him and passed him for the win. Will the Fords get their revenge on General Motors in these 4 laps?
Tighten your seatbelts. I always did that. This is bare knuckle now. Throw the gloves away.
Here's Jarrett trying to go high. Benson went high. Here's Jarrett trying to go low. Benson comes back down to the inside, but Jarrett gets on the inside of it.
Oh, he's going to drop back. Here comes Jeff Burton also by on the inside. Benson tries to hold him off, but Bill Elliott is coming with the 3 on the inside.
Well, you got the Ford lane, you got the Pontiac lane.
Oh, too bad for Johnny Benson. No defense there.
Here comes Rusty Wallace to take the spot away. Mark Martin's ganging up on him, and Bobby Labonte also moving in here.
Labonte also coming low as Benson gets clotheslined, hung out to dry outside the draft. He finally finds a spot there at 7.
No, he's still caught out there right by himself, and he's dropping back like rain through a drain.
Wow, 3 wide going into the first turn, but cars back in there trying to pick up positions.
And just 3 laps to go. The strongest Ford here all week has been Dale Jarrett, the defending Winston Cup champ. He got in a practice crash yesterday afternoon, sustained damage. Is that still the best Ford here? We are 7 miles from finding out.
Well, he's got some awful good cars behind him. He's going to have to use everything he knows about being a 2-time winner to pull this off, because Jeff Burton has already proved that he can pass Bill Elliott, one of the fastest cars.
Trouble, car in the wall. Turn 4, 1 car comes sliding down the track. In the wall, it's Spencer, Jimmy Spencer. Caution is out. Did the leaders get the caution?
Yes, they did. They did get the caution when they came back. The chances are this will be the race because it was been scheduled to get the white flag the next time by.
Jimmy Spencer's car stops 5 feet shy of that finish line. Where all last evening fans were autographing their signatures on the yellow painted line at start finish. Spencer's race is done.
I don't think the leaders are quite sure whether they got the caution or not, but I saw the caution come down in front of them, but Dale Jarrett's taking no chances.
And Ned, in the glare, Spencer's car is going to be hard to see against the wall. All the spotters on the radios to their drivers, stay low. And here they come. Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Dale Jarrett, whether it's at 190 miles an hour or 70.
I love Daytona.
And Dale Jarrett loves Daytona. He's a champion of this race for the 3rd time.
It's a blue car right in the middle of the screen.
Oh, no. We have a problem. And it's the crash that we had hoped would not happen. And look at the mess right here at the start-finish line. Too numerous to count.
I mean, there's just nowhere to go.
In front of the main grandstand when trouble broke out.
The 32 car, right there is where the trouble's going to start. He makes contact with Robbie Gordon. He goes down, hits, I guess that's the 7 of Michael Waltrip, and then, look, there's just no place to go as those guys come across the racetrack. As the smoke goes up, there's nowhere to go except in the side of another car.
And from another angle, watch the contact between the tied car and the one running right beside it. Right there.
And the 40 car of Sterling Marlin goes in the back of Robbie Gordon, which turns him around.
But Marlin, although he may have gotten some damage in the front end, was able to get through it.
And look at that debris up there in front of these cars.
And from another angle, Michael Waltrip took a hard shot on the outside wall, and Ted Musgrave did also in that 15 car. They remain in the same order.
Oh, and this time Gordon comes up the hill. I thought could not quite make it.
And they're looking for the white flag. We've got 1 more lap to go at Talladega. Jeff Gordon completes lap number 187 in the lead. Skinner is second. Kenny Irwin down on the low side in third. Ward Burton up high and losing spots. Can Mike Skinner make a move? And can Kenny Irwin make a move? They're down the back stretch for the final time. Gordon keeps the car low on the racetrack. Nobody makes a move yet. Will anyone make the move before they hit the start-finish line? Now Kenny Irwin looks to the inside of Mike Skinner. Nothing going there. Dale Earnhardt is up on the high side. In the battle for 3rd position. He's got a good run up there.
Remember what Mike Skinner said? He'd wreck his mother to win a race?
Let's see what happens. Gordon has the lead as they come down through the tri-oval. And Jeff Gordon is back. He's going to win the Die Hard 500.
And Johnny Benson in that unsponsored white Pontiac. That's the lead draft. 6 cars strong. Trouble. Big trouble. Front straightaway a car. Michael Waltrip hard in the wall.
Terry Labonte also up against the wall there.
Oh, and Waltrip gets slammed by Jeremy Mayfield. Caution is out. And Michael Waltrip took a wild ride. Car of Michael Waltrip.
Okay, there's Terry going around. He makes contact with the 7 car there, Waltrip. Now, what triggered that? I'm not sure.
There were some reports there was oil on the track, and there's Mayfield, pow, right into Waltrip. Trying to run through the smoke. And so 3 cars are knocked out of this race. Here's a different view.
Now Michael comes back down, flips the 32 car, and then wham, the 12 car of Jeremy Mayfield right into him.
I do not know how Scott Pruitt in the 32 made it through there, because there was contact, and he did a great job of keeping that car straight. I'm not either. I was watching right through the middle part of the tri-oval there. The 5 car gets away. Look at Pruitt, though, fighting that thing. A lot of damage to the right rear corner of Pruitt's.
Right here, leading this second group, is trouble. Scott Pruitt. Big trouble in turn 1. The front of that car used up. Damage on the left rear corner, and caution is out for the 3rd time tonight. Here's the tail end of it as Pruitt's around and nose into the wall in turn 1.
Kevin Hamlin is the crew chief for Dale Earnhardt.
Oh, trouble! In the wall is Elliott hard. Bill Elliott hard as they went 3 wide. Ricky Rudd, I think, collects, or check that, Stacy Compton collects him, and Elliott's car, one of the fastest 3 here, is demolished.
There's Bill Elliott. He gets hit from behind by Mike Skinner, turned him right up into the wall. You can see everybody back there hoping he does not come back down the racetrack.
And here's another look. He's already up there. And here comes Compton. Knocks the right front into him. And this is Marlin. May have just been abrading the racetrack, sliding back up. That's a 31-degree. And Skinner got in the back of him.
Well, let's see, there's Mark Martin coming on the inside of Ricky Rudd. And, well,
if Elliott lifted, certainly Skinner would have hit him. But the look on Elliott's face showed that he didn't. Dale Jarrett has been the fastest car in qualifying, one of the fastest in practice. Jeff Burton had only 2 fresh tires on that last stop, but he's done everything to keep Jarrett in his mirror. 2 miles to go.
Kim Burton looking on, praying, not breathing much right now. Come on, Jeff, she says.
Wallace trying to line up with Jarrett. Can they make a move? Will Burton give them anywhere to go?
I don't think he will.
I think Burton's going to run that perfect line. Jarrett looks to the outside now. Nowhere to go there. Trying the bottom side again.
Jeff Burton won his first Winston Cup race on CBS. He comes off turn 4, and he's going to win the last Winston Cup race on CBS. Jeff Burton over Dale Jarrett, Rusty Wallace, and Mark.
And the 36 car, by the way.
Oh, we got him running.
Bobby Hamilton in the inside wall. Jeff Gordon down pit road. Mark Martin loops it around. The 94 car of Bill Elliott makes it by. What happened just a moment ago.
Come off the corner. There's Hamilton on the inside, and the car on the inside is going to make a pit stop. I guess that's Mark Martin was going to make a pit stop. And Jeff Gordon had already decided to make a pit stop. He's not involved in the crash. I thought he was involved in the crash, and he was coming down pit road.
So that was a tremendous break for him. Squirreliness there.
All right, one more angle. We'll take a look from the outside of turn 4 to see the contact there.
There's the 27 and the 60 Ned's talking about as they both try to slide by.
Well, they have closed pit road because they're still working to be able to get some of the cars off of pit road.
Laps away from the checkered flag in the 32nd running of the Winston 500.
Well, that front group there are protecting that inside. Every one of them. They've seen cars try to take a shot at them up on the high side. Did Earnhardt make contact with somebody there?
He was on the inside of Rich Bickle, and they're going to the grass. Always, Earnhardt, if you're going to pass him on the inside, it's going to be on the grass, Ned. He's down on the very bottom of the racetrack. And Mark Martin now is on the high side. He's getting shuffled way back.
I'll show you what happened a moment ago with Earnhardt there on the left side of your screen. Watch the 3 car.
That's Rich Bickle on his outside. They go down in the corner, and all 3 cars touch. Rusty Walsh and Bickle touch with Bickle's right side, Earnhardt's right side, and Bickle's left side touched.
Now less than 5 to go. Look at this pack of cars. Here comes Skinner on the outside. He faked the move to the inside. Will he have a drafting partner? He is now dead even, door to door with Bobby Labonte.
He's got John Andretti up there and other cars that have fallen on that outside line there now. That inside has not been protected the way it was.
I told you the last time we had this many different leaders, we saw a first-time winner. Whoa!
He is on the grass. He really was on the grass, folks. And he don't have mud tires. He was...
Wow. At 190 miles per hour, he was on the grass in the backstretch.
Earnhart trying to come up through the middle.
And Skinner has taken the lead. Going in turn 3, it's Skinner with the lead.
I started to say the last time we had this many lead changes, we ended up with a first-time winner at Talladega. It was Bobby Hillin that day. Will it be Mike Skinner today? Here comes John Andretti. The Cheerios Pontiac flashing by.
Oh, no, he's on the inside, John. He's on the inside.
Now they're 4 wide for the lead. 12 per second it is now.
4 abreast. Talking about first-time winners. Skinner trying to hang on. Earnhardt Jr. is a 2-time winner this year. Now they are 5 wide with 3 laps to go at Talladega.
Now there ain't 3 laps of green flag. There ain't no way they can run 3 laps like this.
Hold your breath, folks. Less than 3 laps to go. Who's going to win it? 47 lead changes, 21 different drivers. Mark Martin trying to plow his way through a minefield of race cars at 190 miles an hour. And here comes Earnhardt.
How did he get through all these cars? I don't understand how he did that.
The Intimidator is scraped and beaten on the right side, but he will not be denied. Mr. Restrictor Plate knows there are 2 laps to go. Earnhardt climbs to the high side of Bobby Labonte. Wow. You see him motioning. He's motioning the 55 car of Kenny Wallace to give me a bump. Come on, Kenny, give me a shot.
And Earnhardt is going for the lead.
And listen to this crowd of 170,000 strong.
Richard Childress, both these cars running 1-2 as we come for the white flag.
Oh, Earnhardt loose. Dale Jr. out on the inside, so he's getting the back end.
He's on the apron of the racetrack, Ned.
He saves the race car up almost against Bobby Labonte. Dale Earnhardt Sr. has come from 17th spot in 4 laps to lead it on the final lap.
But Kenny Wallace is in 2nd spot, followed by
his teammate,
Joe Nemechek.
Nemechek was the pole sitter, and Kenny Wallace has likewise never won a Winston Cup race. 3 Chevrolets on the final lap at Talladega. $2.7 million and $1 million bonus for Dale Earnhardt if he can hang on. The no ball 5 contender, Mr. Restrictor Plate, Dale Earnhardt comes down and will take his 10th career victory at Talladega in the Winston 500.
A crash as they came across the start-finish line.
And cars slipping and sliding everywhere across the racetrack as the checkered flag waves. The 22 is involved. Ward Burrell seconds of this one at Talladega.
Well, they go across the line, and somewhere back here on that 5 abreast is just going to catch up with them. We see Rich Bickle go sideways, the 22 car. I think I see the 1 car of Steve Park going around. And then all the cars get obscured in the smoke, and I can't tell who's what.
Ward Burton is definitely.
A Pontiac has never won this race. Stewart leads the Bell lap in a Pontiac. Here comes Earnhardt, Wallace, Jeff Burton, and Gordon to the inside.
Let me tell you what, Tony Stewart is doing some good mirror driving right now.
Look at the run. Dale Jarrett gets there behind Jeff Gordon on the bottom side of the racetrack.
Boys, the race is just getting ready to start. Hang on to your helmet.
Where do you swerve?
Well, nowhere yet. All right, now go, now go, now go.
This is it. Down to turn 3, final time.
If he doesn't get him here, he doesn't get him.
3 wide going into turn 3. Dale Jarrett pulling Bobby Labonte along with him. He's up to 4th.
But it's not for the big money. Tony Stewart, the Rushville, Indiana Rocket, leads him off the corner. Earnhardt may have one last chance.
It's over.
Tony Stewart wins the Bud.
That's a hot rod right there, boys.
Off the pace, number 4, Robbie Gordon, just dropped to the track apron.
I think he finally beat the sides in on, had to quit.
And Johnny Benson also off the pace.
Oh,
trouble!
Here we
Hornaday!
go. Hornaday. Oh,
that's Dale Jarrett with him in the white and brown car.
And Dale's trying everything he can to not hit him.
Caution is out. Sure who? Let's find out.
Well, here we are. He's in the middle and about the worst place you can be. And the 25 car gets him. Oh, he just gets the back end around on it. I think he was trying to keep it cut down under.
Now the green is in the wind, and he takes off.
Well, there's a method to his madness. We saw Ricky Hendrick lose the ARCA race here the other day. If you've got an open gear in these cars, you're only pulling with the right rear tire. And if you really stab that throttle, you can break the thing loose, and the car won't go. But I don't know if that was a really good move, because they're going to get a run on him up the back straightaway.
Marlin goes to 3rd. Unsponsored Kenny Wallace in 10th. He's in the show. Look at Jason Leffler right there drafting off a Nadu.
They have left Brother Michael out to dry there, DW.
Afraid so, and I think Earnhardt's a set and duck, boys.
Here they come on the inside. Earnhardt comes down to block.
Too late. He had that jump start he got didn't work out. That's an old Indian trick, but it didn't work out today.
That's an awfully big lead for Sterling to have in turn 4 there. They could get a run on him.
No, I think he can hold him off from there. He can block him enough from there.
3 wide, 4 back. Felix Abadi's on his feet. They are 4 wide coming to the line. Wow. And I think Buckshot Jones may have grabbed that last transfer spot as Sterling Marlin.
What was the strategy on the restart?
I was a sitting duck. I'm the duck and there's the hunters, and I just, restrict plate racing, that's the last lap kind of thing, and you just do the best you can with it.
What did you say to Gordon when he pulled in?
I was wishing he had stayed with me and we'd have restarted together and tried to go,
Let's show you. There are the 2 of them. Gordon and Earnhardt talking about it.
Yeah, they've been racing each other.
Well, I saw him hanging way back like that, and I was like, I'm not going to let that happen.
I was waiting, and I got that line. I said, man, I got that.
Well, I started looking in my mirror. I was like, what am I going to do, Hey, I would love to come home second, trust me.
Strategy last night about teaming up if the circumstances...
Trouble. Stewart. Back straightaway. 2 cars in the wall, and here is Stewart off on the grass. Getting going again. Caution is out. Watch on the lower left of your screen.
And we come off of turn 2, and Tony just got loose. Tony kind of went across the bow of the 21 there and sucked him around, and Stewart just snapped loose off of that corner. Got hit in the rear, and then drove into the 21 car.
Came across and clipped 21. First spots available, 18 cars in the draft.
Right now, Mike Skinner's using the throttle pedal, the steering wheel, but most importantly, the rear view mirror.
I can't even talk about it.
4 wide, 5 wide.
And they made it. They made it.
Dave Blaney almost took out half the field coming from the apron up onto the racetrack there.
If they told me they could have made that turn, I'd have said there ain't no way.
They were 5 wide.
And 2 of them were on the apron.
Skinner blocking, Junior.
Oh, gee. Uh-oh, boys.
They're going to run out of racetrack.
Got to give him some room, Mike.
Earnhardt Jr. muscled his way to the front. They're lining up for a run behind him. Here comes Jeff Burton. This is it.
They all make it back without wrecking him. Surprise me, boys.
2 by 2. Earnhardt on the bottom. Skinner up top to squeeze him down. Photo finish.
was looking right down on him.
Unofficially, by 4 1/1000ths of a second, Mike Skinner.
In the wall, Purvis. I think that's Jeff Purvis who bounced off the wall coming off turn number 4.
Caution is out. The caution is out.
Watch the white car right side of your screen. Here he comes.
Here he is up here. It looks like he has a tire go down to me. It just looks like his car took off on him and bounced it into the fence.
Trouble, front straightaway. Spinning across the racetrack is rookie Kurt Busch. Can he keep it down in the grass? Bill Elliott dives to pit road to avoid him. And Kurt Busch will slide to a stop. Caution is out. There's Busch on the bottom of the racetrack.
On the bottom, he comes up off the corner there. He wanted to get back in line, but guess what? Joe Nemechek was there.
Welcome back to Daytona.
It's the big one, gang. It's the big one. It's what we've all been fearing. This kind of racing is going to happen.
A horrible crash on the back straightaway that began when Tony Stewart got turned sideways against the backstretch wall number 20.
It's happened up here. I think that this car right here, man, and look at, is that Stewart's car?
That's Stewart's car. Rode right across the top of Robbie Gordon's car, the 4 car.
And I think everybody back up and look at it again. I think that the 4 and the 20 may have been that started that.
Stewart was the first car sideways. Here's the why.
Here's the 4 got into the back of Ward Burton, I believe.
And then Burton's 22 got into Stewart. And everybody scrambles.
That car is taking a whale of a ride, that 20 car is. It's getting hit. It's upside down. It's hit on its roof. It's on fire.
And here's another angle.
Coming off of turn 2 where we've said that it's the wind. Somebody got into the back of that car right there.
That's Ward Burton right there.
I saw a puff of tire smoke, and then everything let loose.
I think that's what started. Somebody got it back of Ward Burton off turn 2.
I'm pretty sure the 4 car got into the back of Ward Burton, turned him into the 20 car, and God help all of them because there's no place to go. And you can't see. Now here we come off of turn 2 again. Right there. See, Ward Burton got pushed around by that car, and that's the 4 car.
And he got in the back of Tony Stewart. Of course, Tony Stewart won airborne here.
And it was Ward Burton's car being sideways that blocked up the track for everybody behind him.
Boy, and it gets hit by every car in the field, seems like, and Tony Stewart's car just took a whale of a ride. That must be at least 30 cars in that wreck.
And Tony Stewart goes for one of the wildest rides in recent memory of Daytona.
Kind of looks like the Richard Petty crash here, back when Richard crashed off turn 4 down here, standing on the snow.
Look, he's got Bobby Labonte's hood. It was hooked to the back of his car as he was in midair.
Both Gibbs's cars rolling to a halt there.
Definitively. Now here from the blimp.
Well,
it's just ahead of it.
Yeah, we're just ahead of it there.
Now look at Burton's car. When it goes sideways, it collects up the whole rest of the field.
I mean, there's cars going under Stewart's car while he's in midair.
Yeah, there's cars. He was.
You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it.
Michael Waltrip wins.
On pace to be the 3rd fastest Winston Cup race ever. And caution-free. 3.5 laps to go.
It's pushing and shoving now. You take everything you can get. If there's room, you take it. If there isn't room, you take it anyway. This is as intense as it gets, folks. Let me tell you, right now, those drivers' hearts are pounding out of their chest.
Harvick makes it 3 wide, back about 15th place, and gets together with Bobby Labonte.
And you've been leading the race. You've been up front. You know you got a car capable of doing that, but you can't get there. You know, one thing I believe that's keeping that outside line from going there, they're running too close to the inside line. That's stalling that outside line out. They can't get that momentum. Bobby Hamilton's out there trying.
So, Larry, you're saying Hamilton needs more air between himself and those inside cars?
A little bit of an air gap. But if he did, Larry, think about this. If he moves out very much, there'll be 3 wide. I said a little bit, not a lot.
Just a little bit. Last
Last year, Tony Stewart won more races than any Winston Cup driver. This year, so far, he's been snake bit. 28 of these cars are on the lead lap, and there's probably 28 of them that could win this race, even with just 2 to go.
Outside line run here, get a little bit of line there. You see Dale Earnhardt Jr. Come on, come on, man, come on.
Here we go. He's there. He's going to get up alongside of Tony Stewart going in the corner.
Your line's still moving, bud. Do a nice job right there.
Place on back.
Boy, it's going to get really, really wild if they get side by side for the lead.
And once the white flag comes out, all bets are off.
We'll see that next time by. 1.5 laps to go.
Can Stewart win his first of the season? Can Kurt Busch or Johnny Benson win their first race ever?
Well, we saw Jimmy Spencer yesterday get along beside the leader, but he couldn't get by him.
Tony Stewart seeing exactly what he wants to see. These cars side by side behind him as they come to the white flag.
Got to do it, man. Got to work both sides of the street.
Oh, he almost got Hamilton as he came up the racetrack.
That hurt Tony's momentum.
It hurt his momentum.
It did, and Hamilton gets the lead.
That's his teammate again behind him on the white flag lap.
And he doesn't want to leave his teammate hanging, but he's got to, or he may lose the lead to the 20 car.
I'm sure he needs to get to the bottom, and he goes to the bottom in front of Tony Stewart.
That leaves his teammate Joe Nemechek out to drive.
Now Bobby Hamilton's got worry.
Hamilton comes up to take Nemechek along.
Play both sides, Bobby, both sides.
Oh, he's got to go to the bottom, Darrell. Protect the bottom.
Protect the bottom.
Mark Martin has to make it 3 wide.
Folks, just remember, the start-finish line, when you come off of turn 4, the race is just beginning.
Hamilton, Stewart, and then 3 wide behind them.
If he'll protect the bottom, I don't believe they can beat him. He goes to the bottom here off turn 4.
Nice block.
Time to pop it, baby.
5 wide behind him for the last time through. Hamilton wins. Stewart is second.
Another group that was a second behind them last time by is now on their rear bumper.
Now, has Dale Jr. got too big a lead? When they get lined up, they got trouble here. Andy Houston in the wall, cautions out. We ended up in the outside wall.
He broke something, cut a right front tire, Benny?
Yeah, the right front tire went flat on the car for some reason. Yes, it really is.
Unless you're deep in the field.
Here come a large pack of front runners. Trouble off the corner.
31.
Several cars involved. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sterling Marlin, Mike Skinner, Jeff Gordon's in it. Bobby Hamilton. Kurt Busch is in the crash. Dale Jarrett takes to the pit road. Terry Labonte's involved. Cautions out.
All right, here they're coming off the corner. And I think there's going to be contact right there. Skinner and Kurt Busch get together. Turn Skinner into the wall head on. Labonte has no place to go. Neither does Bobby Hamilton when Skinner comes back across the racetrack. Now there's no place for anybody to go.
Who was that that just snuck by? Nemechek.
Nemechek, yeah.
And
Dave John Andretti.
Dave Marcus gets down on the grass and somehow saves it.
And you know what? The 7 car was slowing down, coming in the pits. 31 checked up, 97 ran into him.
Yep.
Shot right across in front of Terry Labonte. Watch the back of this. Dale Jarrett, top right of your screen, going to come through the smoke, head for pit road.
Looked a lot of wrecking going on there, Dale. I'd be careful on pit road if I were you. The racetrack looked to be the safest place. You ever see Kurt Busch right on the back bumper, and Mike Wallace goes toward pit road. There's the contact. Skinner gets turned, and man, Terry Labonte says, oh no.
Is that Mark Martin piling in there? Mark has continued driving around, but his chance at that $1 million bonus appears to have taken a little bit of a hit there if the damage is significant on his car. Was that Mark's car?
That's who Dale needs to see in his rearview mirror right now. That's the best thing he can see.
Will Michael Waltrip block for Dale Jr.? Will he try to win the race himself? White flag is out. Final lap at Daytona. 180,000 on their feet, screaming wildly. 2.5 miles to go.
Just exactly the opposite of the Daytona 500. It was 15 and 8. Elliott Sadler is trying to keep Bobby Labonte behind. He can't do it. But he does move down in front of Rusty Wallace on that fast line.
All clear, all clear.
Bobby Labonte looking for some help, trying to get up there. His teammate Tony Stewart has never answered the black flag.
And they're 4 wide back between the Wallace boys.
Here they come, turn 4, final lap of the Pepsi 400. Michael Waltrip in second, but it's going to be Dale Earnhardt Jr. using lessons learned from his father to go from 6th to 1st and score the victory in the Pepsi 400.
That's unbelievable.
And send Jason on his way. Fuel mileage for the Dodgers has
got one on the wall on the backstretch. Todd Bodine has hit the wall hard on the backstretch. Elliott Sadler and Casey Atwood are in it. Caution's out. Bodine is top car on the left. Kevin Harvick.
Kevin Harvick gets in the back of the 66 car and just turns him right in the wall. And there we see the 19. I think the 19 and 21 had probably made contact back on the straightaway trying to slow down.
Yeah, I'm sure there's one guy was waving and one guy didn't get on the brakes quick enough, and they probably got in the back of each other. Let's see if we can see it. Can't grab it by that angle.
All right, all the cars. He was back. He was 4 laps down. There you see him start. The car all by himself, just around it goes. He spins down to the bottom of the racetrack, and we did hear radio communication between himself and Tony Furr, and he said something broke.
And 2 more laps.
This is unbelievable.
Well, we've seen the 8 car hasn't needed any help to get by other cars.
Ricky Craven looking low. Dale Jr. moves down to block Tony Stewart.
But when the 8 car does go around the 18, the 20 will go with the 18.
Ricky Craven drives up behind the 55 car, trying to help Bobby Hamilton to the front.
The white flag is up. Final lap at Talladega. Who's it going to be? Labonte, Earnhardt Jr., Stewart, or maybe somebody out of the pack? Look at this move by Jr. at the white flag.
And Tony Stewart goes with Jr.
Coming with you. 20's with you.
Labonte blocks Bobby Hamilton.
Cannot believe the Toyota.
Contact! Bobby Labonte's over. It's the big wreck on the final lap. They're racing back for the win. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Tony Stewart are side by side. This is for the victory as Jeff Burton gets in the middle of it. At least 10 cars involved in the wreck on the backstretch. Burton and Stewart are side by side. That's all Earnhardt Jr. needs to see. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has won the $1 million bonus.
We see Bobby Hamilton, the 55 car, trying to get on the outside of Bobby Labonte. Labonte comes back down the hill, and now all of a sudden they're 4 wide. And Hamilton gets in the left rear of Bobby Labonte's car, and we see the car start tumbling down the backstretch.
And there's not a whole lot you can do. When you're behind that, all you see is smoke and cars go sideways. You just try to hold the steering wheel straight and get through it somehow.
Rode the roof the whole way, never flipped over. Just on the roof, and that's how it rode the whole way down the backstretch. Hard crash for Benson there. Mike Wallace. There's Rusty Wallace in the grass. Ricky Craven.
Yeah. That Bobby Hamilton Jr. there in the 4 car.
Yeah.
One more shot. Once again, Hamilton tries to go on the outside. Bobby Labonte, the 18, goes up to block him. They make a little contact, but everything's okay. Then Hamilton drives to the inside, and here they're going to get 4 wide. There just isn't room coming off that corner for 4 wide. And how Jeff Gordon got through that is amazing. The car behind him, Mike Wallace, crashed.
They got
within a half a lap of the checkered flag.
Just listen to this. They come to a meeting.
Johnny Benson. So far, no move.
Jeff Gordon wants to go to the outside, but there's no help out there. Can he do anything? He looks like he might have a run. He's going for it on the outside.
Schrader will go with it now.
Gordon for third as they come to the white flag.
Got the momentum up top, slowing on the bottom to 41.
Last lap with a Budweiser shootout. Earnhardt Jr. fell back off of Stewart a little bit. Does he have the momentum now? Trying to force Stewart up off the bottom.
Ford's got to run.
Cannot make it happen. Is Jeff Gordon going with him? No, Gordon's going to the outside with Schrader.
Gordon getting the push. Moves to second. Junior digging back down low. Stewart's loving this in his rearview mirror. While they fight for second, that could be the gap Tony Stewart needs to win the race. Here they come. Final sprint to the checkered flag. Stewart's going to do it 2 years in a row. Tony Stewart wins the Budweiser shootout. Coming to the white flag. Final lap of the first Daytona 500 qualifying race. Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Ken Schrader, Terry Labonte, and that dicing up front has brought a second group up to join this fight.
Ricky Rudd, the 28 car, he's right in there with them.
Schrader fading back on the outside. It was worth the gamble.
Sterling Marlin's in that group.
Now it's Mike Wallace getting shuffled. Here's Ricky Rudd around Terry Labonte into fourth. Final corner. And I don't think Junior's going to have enough. To the start-finish line, second time in his career, Jeff Gordon wins his Daytona 500 qualifying race. Michael Jordan, the Washington Wizards, taking on Chris Webber and the Sacramento Kings, followed by Inside the NBA. It's 9 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, the NBA on TNT. Trouble, turn two, Mike Skinner, and more. Spencer spinning, Buckshot Jones is in it.
These are the guys, too, that needed to race their way in.
Someone, and all of a sudden his car, I guess, got loose or something. He had to back up.
Well, he got way out of the gas. Like I say, he may have had to jump out of the throttle because of the handling or whatever, but he checked up pretty hard.
Dave Blaney, the 77 car, gets a lot of damage.
Shauna Robinson and Bobby Gerhart also involved.
See if we can see what happens. Boy, he's real
Was
slow.
that just some smoke? Just when we picked up the shot, was there a little burst of smoke from Mike's car?
I don't know, because he really was off the pace there.
Like the engine gave up a cylinder or something?
I don't know. He's pulling off the pit lane right now. I don't think we'll see this
trouble. Jimmy Spencer. Caution is out.
Not very uncommon. Yeah, we see the smoke as the right front tire starts going down, and there we see the contact.
White flag is up. Final lap of the second Daytona 500 qualifying race. The transfer spot looks to be okay, but they're still mixing it up hard. Tony Stewart right on Michael Waltrip's bumper. Let's see if he's able to make a move. So far, the transfer spot looks like it's going to be quiet. Todd Bodine, Casey Atwood, Stacy Cochran, Rusty Wallace, all of those drivers are in. Stewart dropping back for a final run off turn 4 to the checkered flag. Michael Waltrip moves low to block. And he's going to win. Michael Waltrip wins the second Daytona 500 qualifying race.
Wow.
Dale Jr.'s in trouble. Turn 2.
Right front tire looks like it may have come apart. Definitely came apart.
Caution is out.
As we go down in turn 1, Junior's the second car, and all of a sudden, the right front just lets go, just goes flat.
And I'll tell you what, if it's going to go flat, that's the best place on this racetrack to go down. Yeah, because he was one of the first cars in, so his fuel mileage probably hasn't been
Dale Earnhardt Jr. flying through the grass.
Right rear tire down?
Looks like the right rear is flat.
Yep.
Didn't hit anything, but he came tearing off the racetrack.
He's got no brakes, he said. Watch him as he knows the right rear is flat. He decides to come down pit road. He said, whoops.
I've got no brakes.
I got no brakes.
Fourth caution of the race. Just went back up to speed on the restart, and this happened in turn 1.
Looks like that Kenny Wallace gets in the back of.
Yeah, you know, though, Benny, I saw some smoke from Brett's car before Kenny hit him.
First, yeah, it looked like.
That's when it's going to be most critical.
Trouble. Mike Skinner, Shauna Robinson off turn 2. Caution is out.
Okay, now about that pit strategy.
Oh, that's going to make it interesting, isn't it?
Yep. Oh, man, oh, man.
That completely changes things. Oh, looks like
I'm the guy.
Just got loose, yeah, and took Mike Skinner with her. And the problem with these cars on a racetrack like this, if you get the cars real close to each other going through the banking, the car on the bottom gets the air taken off its spoiler. See right there? She was real close to the 4 car. And what happens when you're that close, fender to fender, there's no air on your spoiler if you're on the bottom, and you loop it. Unfortunately, took Mike with her.
Back at Daytona, a massive accident down in turn 1 has claimed at least 15 cars. It started up toward the front of the field. You see the carnage scattered in the corner. Matt Kenseth, Johnny Benson. Ricky Rudd was in it. Oh, look at that. Kenny Wallace, John Andretti, Casey Atwood. Is that Jeff Gordon? Can't see.
I don't think so. I think Jeff Gordon. I think that Kevin Harvick spun. I think that Jeff Gordon was able to get underneath him. I don't know that for sure. All right, Jeff Gordon and the Kevin Harvick make contact going down in turn 1.
And there we were talking about throwing the block, and that looks like what happened.
And the first 4 or 5 cars get through, and then about the 7th or 8th, I don't know, about the wherever the 43 car of Andretti, that was the next car to hit. And after that, there's no place for anyone to go.
That's right, the track just becomes completely blocked. Now look, let's take another look here. Jeff goes down, Kevin Harvick goes to put on the block, drives down on top of Jeff. Jeff just didn't give.
Or if he tried to get out, he didn't get out in time.
Yeah.
One of the two.
Andretti, a hard lick.
Oh, wow.
You know, same thing happened in the qualifying race between Tony Stewart.
Is that Schrader caught up in it too? Schrader got a piece of it.
Folks, just watch this and listen as you're part of the big one. On board with Jeff Gordon. We see him. All right, he goes down, tries to get on the inside of Harvick. Harvick comes down to block. They make contact.
He's right in Rudd's path.
You see Ricky's just far away. You see smoke, he slows down. You can't see anything.
Line coming up across the front. Coming back down.
Oh, and
Miller racetrack.
Just gets hot behind the right rear. Almost had it cleared.
Bill Weber.
Okay, Jeff Gordon's on pit road.
Nice save by Jeff Green. Jimmy Johnson, the pole sitter. Still on the lead lap, 12th spot.
Here's Jeffrey Bodine, the 09 car, right behind Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson's car loose or what? Does he have a... Almost looks like he's got a tire going down.
Johnson hits Jeff Green. He's in the grass.
I think he had a tire going down there.
If he didn't, he does.
Keeps it off the wall. Trouble, Robbie Gordon. Caution is out.
On that last time. Looks like, you remember I talked about earlier, when the cars get real close to each other in the banking, it makes the car on the bottom loose. And I think that's what happened to Robbie Gordon, PP. He got up there beside Rusty Wallace. There was not enough air on the back of that car to push the car into the racetrack.
Green flag, green flag.
If they don't get by Jeff Gordon before they come around the next time, they will not pass it. And Michael
Waltrip. Jeff Green is involved.
Jeff Gordon spinning down the inside.
Gordon is in the grass. They're racing for the lead at the head of the pack, double wide.
Stay below the white line. You got some people out there. There you go.
Sterling Marlin, he's got damage. He must have hit Gordon.
And here comes Ward Burton on the outside. He's got to run.
Track's clear.
With Elliott Sadler giving him some help. Here's Jeffrey Bodine trying to help the 40 car.
Caution flag is out. This could be the race to the finish of the Daytona 500.
You'll see some rubbing here, I'm sure, getting back to the line. This may be it.
6 cars sprinting toward the caution flag. Marlin inside, seeking his third 500 win. Ward Burton trying to get his first victory. 2 dodges, drag racing back to the caution flag. Who's going to get there first? Marlin by a nose.
Talking about this is so key on this restart. Sterling was laying back. Now all these guys back here are jamming up because some of these guys laid back before the restart.
Michael Waltrip hit Mark Martin.
Rusty Wallace is involved.
Watch Waltrip almost go by the pace car here. Yikes. And Robert Presley's car being pushed on pit road.
Man, pace car gassed it right there at the last second.
One more look. We see him, Jeff Gordon, bringing them down really, really slow. And then Mark Martin runs in the back of Michael Waltrip. And
now watch here, Sterling Marlin goes underneath of Jeff. Jeff goes down, tries to run the black block on Sterling and runs across the nose.
But Marlin was below that yellow line, wasn't he? That's out of bounds. Drivers were told in the drivers meeting, if you go below that yellow line and advance your position, you're going to be penalized.
That's right.
Will they penalize Sterling Marlin there?
There's Jeff Green.
Okay, go ahead, Alan.
Now watch the yellow line on the... No, you won't see it. Well, there we will.
Yeah, he was down there.
The car...
Sterling Marlin is jumping out of his car. He's going around to look at the right front fender. But, he can't do that.
You can't work on your car under the red flag. That's the NASCAR rule.
Pull it off a little bit.
You're not allowed to work on your car under the red flag.
Sterling looked at it. What did he say?
They wouldn't let him look at it, so I don't know. I don't know how bad it is. We'll just have to, let's see. I said, we might have to come in. We don't know yet.
Hey, Matt,
Benny.
Tell Lee that they wouldn't let him pull it out. They let him look at it. They wouldn't let him pull it out.
Lee, they let him look at it, but they wouldn't let him pull it out because that's against the rules under red flag condition.
Yeah, I guess.
Good answer.
Just the tail end of the longest line, Glove.
All right, they just made the call.
The longest line or lead lap? The tail end of the longest line. About what I asked an official.
That is the message being relayed to Sterling Marlin from his team.
For what?
And what NASCAR's determination on this deal with the yellow line is, since the yellow had dropped, they say that what was happening was the 40 car went down underneath the yellow line to avoid the accident. He was not gaining any positions.
Okay. He went down under the yellow line to avoid the accident?
He went down to the yellow line. When the yellow was out, Jeff had checked up. Everybody was slowing down, and they decided that the 40 car went down underneath Jeff's car. The yellow was already out at this point now, so he couldn't advance his position anyway.
He could race him back to the yellow.
They could race him back to the line. They had taken the green flag. They could race him back to the line.
So Well,
they decided that as the wreck was happening at the start-finish line, the 40 car went down. Jeff was down there. He was avoiding Jeff, and there's one shot. Actually, you can see when Jeff was coming down, he was coming back up the track, and Sterling came back up the track, but that's what they called.
And let's make clear, you just walked over to NASCAR Race Control to ask that, and that's the answer you got.
Right. So why is he going to the end of the longest line, Sterling Marlin?
He's going to the end of the longest line, but it would be for working on the car
during a red.
Under the red flag.
Right. Okay.
Correct.
So no penalty for going below the line, but the penalty to the end of the longest line is for working on the car under the red.
Right. Exactly. Not the yellow line is not an issue.
Okay.
It's for working on the car during the red.
We are coming to the green. Look at how far back from the pace car Ward Burton is hanging.
And look how far Elliott Sadler is hanging behind Jeffrey Bodine, all trying to time it right to get that run, that great run that allowed them to go by.
3 laps to settle the Daytona 500.
Well, it looks like they got a run on them.
Look at the blocking going on back in the pack.
And look, somebody's got a great run on the outside.
Ryan Newman, the youngster from Indiana in the 12 car.
And this is exactly what Ward Burton needed. He needed those Fords to get side by side, and it's working to perfection for him.
Johnny Benson in the 10 car up high, try to follow Newman. Jeff Gordon and Marlin not in the picture yet.
He's got to be careful though, BP, when this group catches them.
Here comes Dale Jarrett up behind Jeffrey Bodine in the 88 car.
And Elliott Sadler's moved into that second spot, right on the back bumper of Ward Burton.
The first 2 have never won the 500. The second 2 have won it 4 times between them. 2 laps to go as they come to the start-finish line. Marlin has caught the pack. Jeff Gordon is back from it. Check that. That's Craven. Gordon has caught the pack too.
I think Ward Burton has his car up to speed now. I think he's going to be okay.
I think you're right, BP. These guys aren't close enough and lined up enough to make a move on Ward Burton.
Should Spotter tell him where to go to block those guys?
The traffic mixing and shuffling behind him. But Sadler and Jeff Bodine not able to mount a charge yet. Everyone on their feet at Daytona, some 170,000. As South Boston, Virginia's Ward Burton comes to the line. White flag, final lap. Here comes Dale Jarrett looking outside for third. Can't get it done. Whoa! He bounces off Mark Martin. Jarrett is crashing in the final lap. Everybody gets by him okay. Elliott Sadler in the 21, the Wood Brothers car, left to try and chase Ward Burton to the checkered flag.
And if Elliott Sadler was shaking, finishing third in the Pepsi 400, just imagine what that young man is going through now, about to finish second in the Daytona 500.
About ready to faint.
I'm telling you.
8th 2 times is his best previous finish in the 500. Now in his 8th try at the Great American Race, it's going to be Ward Burton driving his Dodge to victory lane. Checkered flag is up, and Ward Burton is going to win the 44th Daytona 500.
How about Dale Jarrett? Started 41st. Here he is in the lead.
Well, we saw that at Daytona. You know, those guys in the Fords, they complained about their cars, and they raced pretty darn good.
Uh-oh, Kyle caught up. The field accordion's back.
Whoa, man.
Trouble. Stewart in the wall.
Here we go. Here we go.
Robbie Gordonson at the 33. Harvick is around.
Here we go, guys.
The big one.
It's a matter of time. At least 20 cars.
He's trying to find a place in line, and everybody scrambles.
Mike Wallace in the 33 up against the wall there.
Elliott Sadler flying toward the inside wall.
Takes a hard hit on that inside wall, guys. That is a heavy hit.
Mark Martin, Terry Labonte.
Now, watch. Here's Bobby Labonte right back here. Watch this. Bang, bang.
That was Mayfield.
Mayfield come across and got him. I'm sure he thought he had made it through.
Elliott Sadler took that hard hit, but he's okay. Matt Kenseth is out of the car and okay. Bobby Labonte has climbed out.
29 and the 31, both the Childress's cars.
Steve Park has climbed from his car, and so has Dave Blaney.
We're in big trouble.
Darrell, let's have another look.
Yeah, you see right here as they come off the corner, of course, this is the lead up here, the guys out front. Boy, watch that 21 car go out across there. And I mean, that thing is picking up speed. Bam! Right into the end of that wall. It's a good thing that was on the right side.
He climbed out and walked to the ambulance. Elliott Sadler was okay. Robbie Gordon right in the midst of this.
Man, look how quickly. You see how quickly that car turned? It just makes you dizzy watching it.
Happens in a hurry.
Someone caught him in the right rear, Darrell. I'm not sure who. Is this Mayfield?
Watch it. Watch him come out into Bobby Labonte right there.
Pretty much Dale Earnhardt Jr. spotter, Ty Norris. He's letting him know everything going on behind him.
Contact there. Jimmy Johnson, Dale Jarrett.
And Dale Jarrett, he's worked himself into the picture, and there's Jeffy Gordon right there with him.
Right on his rear bumper, 24 car. Now they've kicked Jimmy Johnson, the 48 car, up to the high side. He don't have a lot of help. We'll be coming to the white flag, but guys.
And 4 of the top 5 as they come to the line. Make that 5 of the top 6. Our 500-mile race winners.
All right, one more.
Whoa, 3 wide in contact in the trioval. And here we go. 1 lap to go.
Darrell, I think if he runs the bottom, it's going to be hard for him to get by him on the high side.
Yeah, I don't see any way. I mean, they're going to lay off of him and try to get a run on him, but he's just too fast.
1 lap ago, they got that run. If Kurt Busch can get right to the back bumper of Michael Waltrip, they may have a chance at Earnhardt Jr.
How about that Kurt Busch? Whoa, how about that's what Dale Jr. does. Dale Jr. just said, how about that Kurt Busch?
But you and Michael are single file. They kind of stalemate.
Oh, this is Dale Jr.'s in the catbird seat now. Those guys are stalling out behind him.
It's just you and Michael. Bring it on home, buddy.
All you got to do is worry about which way to go now for Michael. Michael doesn't want to let anybody get by him.
Trying to get a run.
They got it. First and second.
Here comes Michael to the bottom, and he's going to run out of time. Earnhardt Jr. wins at Talladega.
Start to spread out a little bit. You can't do that.
Tony Stewart, who completed only a couple of laps in February due to a blown engine, spins to the infield in the back straightaway.
Caution is on the speedway.
Now, your finger at him. Let's see what happened here.
Wow, he just turned right.
Looked like the car got down on the apron there just a little bit, and the back end came around.
Perhaps repairable damage, perhaps not.
Oh, he got hit. Yeah, there you go.
Was that Jeff Burton behind him?
And that's Matt Kenseth in the 17 car that they got together as well.
I was starting to say that he almost had to get hit from what we saw initially. There's a car up high going into turn 3.
Behind you.
It's Johnny Benson.
Boy, stay up there. Stay up there. Hold it up there.
Can't.
Don't come down.
Everybody gets...
Oh, man. Got another car smoking coming off the corner here.
Okay.
Caution waving as they come to the line. Piece off his car, hits his teammate Schrader.
Guess what happened here in February? Piece off of Michael's car. Oh, he looked like he got turned. He and I believe it's Todd Bodine or
smoke.
There it goes.
Trouble.
Car.
Hard in the wall goes Mike Wallace. Scoots across into the grass, and half the field goes to pit road to take evasive action as the caution flag flies for the 3rd time in just 17 laps. In the outside lane.
The 31 car is really probably what caused this problem.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. and 8 just slides up in front of him.
People are having to slow down and take evasive action because there's a car up there high trying to get back in line. Somebody checks up just a little bit and you get tapped from behind.
Handling is more of a characteristic here. It's more of the package. Your car has to drive good.
Turn 4, car hard in the wall, Kenny Wallace.
Caution is out.
Who could also win $1 million if one of those 5 cars goes to victory lane.
And how these cars qualified, they were the top 5 finishers from Lowe's Motor Speedway back in May.
Tony Stewart.
20 car has more problems on the backstretch. We stayed green so far.
A spin off turn 2 onto that paved apron area, and a lot of smoke from Stewart's car. Caution will come out for the 6th time tonight. Jeff Gordon in 32nd place. One lap.
Whoa, there you go. There you go. This is it, guys.
Jarrett, Nemechek, Jeff Burton, Mike Skinner.
It's over.
Car hard up into the wall, joined by another.
And they just keep wrecking.
And the hits keep on coming.
And the big hit was Joe Nemechek. Brett Bodine on fire.
This starts by somebody getting crowded down on the apron here. Oh, Dale Jarrett. Dale Jarrett goes down in front of the 21 car, wasn't that? Oh, no, that was the 99 car. Oh, man, you're right, Mike. Nemechek took a hard lick. Then the 4 car.
Saw the lick that Brett Bodine in 11 took there in front of Joe Nemechek.
Steve Park.
Look at Blaney in the 77 all the way down on the apron, along with Jimmy Johnson in the 48 as well.
Nemechek gets hit once and then straight up and into the wall.
Well, it's what happens here is, you know, Burton had a run on the 88, and the 88 tried to block him, and they came together, and when they did, it just started this.
Jimmy Spencer cut left, and I think he missed it. Just barely.
Terry Labonte there.
Nemechek came straight up the track in front of Spencer's 41, and so did Skinner.
Look at Ricky Rudd in the 28 car. He's going to go to the bottom of the racetrack and just barely get by Jeff Burton.
There's another car about cars are all over the place again.
Ryan Newman in the 12 car. Dave Blaney in the 77 as well.
And they're racing back to the caution.
And this could be the race.
And here comes Sterling making a run.
They'll come to the flag with 3 to go. Michael Waltrip leading them home. Rusty Wallace looking for his first Daytona win. Here they come to the caution flag.
And this could be the race. I don't know there'd be enough time to throw a red flag. As we have 3 laps to go. Caution flag.
Todd and Jeff Bodine, the 2 brothers right there.
There they go. Now it looks like they're going to wreck here. They save it.
That's Newman outside them, I believe.
Come down into. I think
Darrell, Ryan Newman had a tire smoke, and I believe he had a tire go down.
Here's
right
a good
there.
shot. I think that here you go. They get into it right there. That's going to cut down a tire, I guarantee you. Left rear tire. They go off in the corner. You're going to see a little smoke here now, I believe. See,
yep, there it is. There it is. A left side tire going down.
That thing's going to blow the left rear tire, and it's going to spin off the corner over here. There it goes. Caught the side of the 21. There went the 29. Oh, the 19 just squeezed through.
There's a lot of cars that just squeezed by right there.
But that was no easy path for Michael.
No, we're a generation apart. I'm more like a father to him. And you know what, sons and fathers, you know, he doesn't listen to me very well. He and I have a great relationship, but it's different than if we were closer together in age.
But I tell you, Dale Earnhardt owned this racetrack. Finally got that Daytona 500 win. Looks like DEI is starting to own this place. 5 of the last 7 restrictor plate races here.
Here he comes to the flag. Michael Waltrip wins the Pepsi 400.
DJ Benny Parsons, you got me?
I got you, BP.
All right, first of all, how's the car?
I think it was going to be pretty good. Seems to be able to draft up and hang on. Haven't had it out front that much in the draft, but I think we'll be okay.
Do you have your strategy all lined up with a small gas tank?
We've talked about a lot of different scenarios for sure. And, well, we got some action going on before we ever get started here. But it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. We think we know what we want to do if we can just make all of that happen.
Yeah, we had a couple of guys get together coming down for the signal. 1 lap to go, DJ.
Well, you see Mark on the outside, front row.
Left front down so far that the tire hit the fender there, Mark. That wasn't it, buddy. It was mechanically bound. It was locked. It wasn't a fender.
What in the world? I have no idea.
He's talking like the way he's talking to Ben Leslie is all of a sudden it just locked up. He was turning it left, and it would not turn back to the right. It just locked up.
Well, we got rid of that big 40-car pack, that's for sure. Anyway, I don't know with the fuel cell deal.
You know, Kurt Busch looked like he had such a great car earlier, but he hasn't shown the ability. Back where he is in line, he's got to make something happen now. He's got to start going. You talked about you can't wait till the last lap, but right. If you're where he is in line in fourth, you can't wait till 3 laps to go. You got to go.
Yeah.
Jimmy Johnson is out, Dave.
He is behind the wall. He's just climbed out of the car. You heard about the other cars going away. Did you try to adjust your driving style or anything to save your motor, Jimmy?
I'd be totally honest with you. I didn't have a clue. We really don't talk about it on the radio. We're afraid we'll jinx ourselves. When I broke, I looked up and I saw the 5 on the apron too. So it's one of those deals. Don't want it wrong, but you know the guys try awfully hard in the engine shop. We had great power, really competitive all day long. Our day was crazy from the get-go. I don't know what the heck happened with Martin at the beginning. Knocked the right front fender in on the tire, and it's been a wild day. But hey, what the heck? Whoever's been leading this points has had nothing but problems. So I'm glad we don't have to worry about that voodoo doll on our backs. We'll just go on and see what happens.
All right, he was the points leader coming in, guys.
Jimmy Johnson out. Joining his Hendrick teammates, Jeff Gordon, Terry Labonte, and Joe Nemechek, plus the Hendrick supplied cars of Johnny Benson and Ken Schrader.
You saw Ryan Newman in the 12 car, the Alltel car, try to make a pass just a moment ago on Steve Park, and all it did was cost him a spot. Jeff Green gets by, and now he's brought Dale Jarrett, some other cars into the mix. Now Jarrett stopped 2 laps before Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Ricky Rudd.
Well, they're holding their breath.
They're holding his breath, aren't they, Marty?
Are indeed, BP. Dale Jarrett's team is, and they're going to come down pit road this time. He just radioed to Todd Parrott. Are we going to try and stretch the fuel? He said, no, let's not do it. Let's come down. Let's get a splash of fuel. We cannot make it. So they are indeed short. Here comes Dale Jarrett down pit road now.
And here comes Dale Earnhardt Jr. across the stripe. 2 laps to go. Next time the white flag flies, if Tony Stewart's got something for him, he better start showing it.
I think he's been trying to show it for about 10 laps, but that's it. What you see is what you get.
Jeff Green trying to make something happen outside of Steve Park and takes the 5th spot. Farthest forward of the Richard Childress cars.
Yeah, I think a couple laps ago, and Tony backed up down in 1 and 2 and tried to get that run. I think that's when he was trying to see what he had. And I guess he assumed not much or not enough.
Yeah.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. will have led 55 laps today at the start-finish line. 143,000 on their feet at Talladega as the white flag flies. Final lap of the EA Sports 500. Spotter says keep it on the bottom. Jr. will be more than happy to comply. Behind him, Steve Park being challenged by Ryan Newman for a spot, but the front 5, single file. Kurt Busch looking for 3rd, can't do it. Ricky Rudd with a brief peek. Kurt Busch trying to find enough muster to run with him. His father won here 10 times. And now Dale Earnhardt Jr. is going to become only the 2nd man in this track's history to score 3 straight wins at Talladega Superspeedway. Earnhardt Jr. to the checkered flag. He wins the EA Sports 500.
Buckle them up. Tighten them up. Take a deep breath. Show me what you got. Junior's 2-4. He doesn't need to get way out there like that. They're going to get a run on him when they come off a 2 over here. That was what Jeff Gordon did. He dropped back just a teeny bit so he can get a big run down the back.
And here he comes. Ryan Newman is right with Jeff Gordon in his tire tracks.
1 lap to go, and 16 of the 19 cars are right there within a second of each other.
They can't do it. They can't catch him.
Junior dropped to the bottom to try to break that draft, and now swings back up high to lead them into turn 3. Johnson to the apron and hangs onto it.
Woo. Boxed.
Ryan Newman held the bottom lap.
Boxed, yeah. He had to get out of the throttle, and you see him going backwards.
Second last year to Tony Stewart. Dale Earnhardt Jr. started last and will finish first in the Buck Shootout.
Boy, they're dicing and slicing for that transfer spot.
White flag, folks. Terry Labonte Kenny Wallace. Side by side and 3 wide with Matt Kenseth for the final spot.
Yeah, 3 wide for that transfer spot with 1 to go.
Boy, I'm telling you, look at Gordon. He's working that thing.
23, Kenny Wallace.
That's Kenny Wallace, I'm sorry.
And he's stuck in the middle, Darrell.
That's why he was working so hard. He's trying to keep that thing off the cars around him.
He was in 15th at the white flag. That's the final transfer position.
Well, we know who's going to win.
Robbie Gordon, Jeff Green, Ricky Rudd, Jeff Burton, Jimmy Spencer trying to make things happen. Whoa, he gets up almost into Craven.
Boy, here they come. Bump draft, push, push. Get me there first. Get me into Daytona 500. Boy.
Casey Mears.
Casey Mears.
He is in the Daytona 500. Rookie Casey Mears in the 41 car.
What a great
He got the last transfer spot.
Only by inches.
Ahead of last year's winningest driver, Matt Kenseth, 2-time series champ Terry Labonte, Johnny Benson, David Green, and Brett Bodine.
There's your winner, Robbie Gordon.
As they come down the qualifying order, you get an opportunity. And right now, the 8 cars, everybody's on pit road.
Looks like everybody but Todd Bodine, Elliott Sadler, Bobby Labonte, Kyle Petty. Everybody else is on pit road. Whoa, Kevin Harvick and Kurt Busch get together. He gets one of the crew members. There's some mistakes. This will cost you getting in the Daytona 500.
The 97 was out of control getting on around on that high side.
1 lap to go. White flag.
There you go.
You heard Ty Norris, his spotter, tell him, protect that bottom.
Got to stay on the bottom now. This is no time to be pulling somebody. Don't worry about that. You just win this race. Stay on the bottom. Michael will take care of himself.
Well, 3 wide at the back of the pack. Now, all of these cars are in the 500 if they cross the finish line.
And they all know it, and I've got a pretty good idea. You'll see that they're going to use good manners coming to the line. Jimmy Johnson would like to get to the outside here, but Tony's not going to allow that.
Every position you get from here to the line, you start 1 row further forward in the 500, and here they come.
Yep.
Dale Jr. to win it. Waltrip, Bodine, Wallace.
In and out of the pit, lap 42. Bobby Labonte, it's the green car, the 18 car, spins out, and it created the first caution. He was okay.
Newman slams the wall. Marvin comes Schrader, and Newman is in the air and over. Ryan Newman, last year's Rookie of the Year, the rear end ripped from the car as he slides down the asphalt, and when that car hit the grass of the tri-oval, Ryan Newman went upside down.
Come on, boy, get out.
A crash on pit road. Bobby Labonte has slammed into Ken Schrader as Schrader slid through the infield grass. Got to the grass and got airborne.
Let's watch her here and see what happens. Oh, Kenny Schrader got out of control, got into him. Oh, that's what happened, Mike. His right rear tire came off. Car goes airborne, then when it hits the ground, it digs in and just rips it apart. Let me tell you, the way these cars are inside, he's like he's in a capsule in there.
So it is raining in Daytona. And we'll be back with the 45th annual Daytona 500. Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s crew on the run toward that lead car. How come, Matt?
The car will not fire. Jake Guarnieri ran a battery down there. Tony Eury Jr. is running down there. A number of crew members from the Bud guys are running down to see if they can help Dale Earnhardt Jr. A wrecker is making its way to the front of the grid.
Not for Dale Earnhardt Jr. though, Matt Yoakum.
VW, he says the car is starting to cut on and off. In fact, the last lap, he told his spotter, Ty Norris, to talk to Tony Stewart's spotter. Tell him that my car is starting to cut on and off. He's hitting me. I don't want him to spin me out. He is waving. He's going to pit. You can see his hand waving in the monitor. He's going to pit next time by. One of, if not the best car during speed weeks, may have lost his chance for a Daytona 500 victory.
Your battery needs to maintain a certain amount of voltage to fire those spark plugs. One car smashing off the wall and sliding to a halt. Caution is out.
That's our pole sitter, Jeff Green, in the 30 car. Sterling Marlin gets his lap back, Darrell.
Yeah, he does.
And Jimmy Spencer. As it unfolds here.
Jimmy Spencer was trying to get around the outside as Jeff Green was spinning and just ran out of racetrack. Just wasn't enough racetrack up there to get by him, and he just clips him.
Mike Skinner. Something broke.
We saw it smoke just a couple laps ago.
Yeah, there's something in the left front. Looks like it's locked up. Does it pay to have a teammate? He's all right, because even when he's 2 laps down. Oh, trouble down here.
I think that's Ward Burton.
Rowdy goes right in front of all these cars. Everybody going to miss him.
Yes. He hits the outside wall hard again. Caution is out.
Oh, man.
Coming from the right side of your screen.
It just looks like he was up in the high side, just lost it totally on his own. There wasn't no one near him behind.
But this is hard impact on the driver's side right there, man.
Going to hook up Burton's car and haul it back to the garage, where he'll join Jeff Green, Jimmy Spencer, Kenny Schrader, and Ryan Newman.
And right now, because where his car is, almost at the entrance of pit road is closed right now. Once they get that car drug away, then we'll see pit road open, and we'll probably see a little bit of pit road action, but probably not by the guys leading the race up at the front.
So we're red flagged for rain for the second time today. There's a big band. Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. The rain has persisted. It's going to continue through the night. The race has been called, and Michael Waltrip is a 2-time champion of the Daytona 500. Hard a car in the wall and spinning down to the bottom. It's going to be 10 or more cars involved. Johnny Benson.
About what happens here.
Darrell, I believe the 12 car, Ryan Newman, looks like he was out of shape, maybe starting to get loose by himself.
And Newman almost flipped over.
Remember, he had that hard crash at Daytona where he got on his roof at back in February.
I can't imagine that there wasn't some sort of contact that started that, because that looks so violent. Man, that car was almost over on its top right there. It hit that wall a ton.
Rusty Wallace, his teammate, the 2 cars involved.
As they come through, watch for the last 2 cars, which I believe, there's Earnhardt Jr. up high getting through with Schrader and Tony Raines. Jr. and...
Yeah, right there he got in the back of the 30 car. Can't see a thing. Look at that.
And this is the camera, but remember, he's seeing the same thing out that windshield.
Except his windshield doesn't clear like this one.
Schrader got into the side of him a little bit, and he got a little damage to the front when he got in the back of the 30 car, but otherwise I think he's going to be all right.
Who has a problem?
See him get a little bit loose there as he goes down into 1, and then he gets real loose again and gets down into Mark Martin. And that sets this whole deal off. And boy, that 12 was, when the wheel came off of it, that's what caused it to almost go over, dug into the racetrack.
2 cars almost got through. Here comes Bobby Labonte from the right side of your screen. Here comes Bobby. He's going to miss it. He's going to miss it. He's going to miss it. No, he's not.
Couldn't do it. And then the other guy, here's Dale Jr. right here coming down through there.
Genie.
Oh, trouble, guys.
Turn 3.
Michael got into somebody going into 3 over there.
I believe I saw Jeremy Mayfield, the pole sitter there. You see Kyle Petty.
Did all I could do. I got squeezed out. It wasn't my fault.
See what happens here. He's going down there. Jeff Gordon's underneath of him. Ooh, he just got into a tight spot there. Made contact.
Gets Jeremy Mayfield, the 19 car. Boy, Robbie Gordon and the 31 Tony Raines, all those cars just barely make it by.
Where he was running, we were lucky this wasn't the big 2.
Looked like he jumped out from behind Jeff Gordon there possibly, and was looking to make a move on him, and I think that quick move that he made got him in trouble.
Boy, Mike, we are lucky there wasn't more cars involved in that one. Is it right in the middle of the field?
Has either been retired, 7 of them, or is back in the race. Trouble. Down through the tri-oval.
Caution is out. Caution is out.
5th caution of the day. Tony Stewart, top of your screen. Busch inside him. Wow.
Goodness gracious.
And Biffle.
Biffle.
Harvick lined up behind Junior.
Boy, if he's got, there they go. No,
Johnson.
I was just going to say, if he's got to make it without crashing.
Come on back to the caution. This is going to be it. Come on, baby.
If the caution comes out, this will be the race right here. If they do throw the caution, indeed. Right flag is out.
No caution.
No caution. No caution. No caution. 1 lap to go. Jimmy Johnson got his car going. So we're under green. We have almost a lap of racing.
Yeah, I just said to myself, if they can make it around without wrecking, I'll never believe that.
Now, Dale Jr. becomes the Department of Defense.
But you watch him, Darrell. I bet he'll hug that yellow line. You don't want to open up the bottom.
NASCAR has called Junior's pass a clean pass. This is for the win.
Can he do it, guys? It'd be 4 in a row. He has about a fourth of a lap to go. Remember, the start-finish line is way down headed into turn 1. It's not in the center of the trial.
You can't do it, Larry. You can't make it. You're not going to pull out and pass him with a single foul like that.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., 4 straight wins at Talladega.
A little bit tight condition when he was in last time. Now, even though he's running second, the car is skaty. We got a spin on the track with Dave Blaney. Off turn 2. Looks to be a one-car incident, and the caution flag is out for the first time in the race.
Way up there high. You can see him way up high. Got a little help, it looks like.
Yes, he did. A little nudge in the left rear from...
Tell who that was.
Is this the big wreck? Sure is. Robbie Gordon, Steve Park.
See Ricky Craven.
Is that Kurt Busch?
Kurt Busch sitting sideways across the track through the smoke.
He just lost it.
Boy.
And he didn't have a car close enough to really get the air off the spoiler, so it wasn't that.
I'll be really interested to hear from Kurt when he comes back from the medical center, because that was unusual.
And Robbie Gordon, no place to go. He's got his load as best he can, but...
And he gets hit.
Gets hit from Mike Wallace from behind.
Now, we saw a little bit of this last night in the Busch race. We had some guys that cut their tires, and tires went down, and we saw some spin-outs like that, but fortunately, last 10 or 12 cars. All those tires all look up.
Singular car, Robbie Gordon. Listen,
Clear low, clear low, clear low, inside out. I left him ass right here.
Yes, you did.
That was Tim Overby, the spotter for Robbie Gordon. And if the caution flag should come out now, the race is over. They will not red flag this race with less than 5 laps to go.
Matt, what about Biffle?
The guy calling the race from the spotter stand for Greg Biffle is Joel Edmonds, who last night was calling the race for Michael Waltrip. They came home second. He's telling him, keep it on the bottom. The AP will try you high, but just keep it on the bottom. He has no help.
Ward Burton is on pit road out of gas. White flag is in the air. Final lap. Are we seeing a rookie breakthrough at the biggest track of all? Or can Bobby Labonte get a run and Labonte slow down? Is Labonte out of gas?
He's out of fuel.
Bobby Labonte's come up dry.
It's definitely out of fuel.
Now Biffle can try and breathe it and make sure he has enough, because it's a long way back to Jeff Burton. 3 seconds. What an upset this is going to be. Final corner for Greg Biffle. There'll be a celebration in the Pacific Northwest tonight. There's his girlfriend Nicole. For Jack Roush, Greg Biffle is going to score a win at Daytona in just his 23rd NASCAR Winston Cup start. Trouble in turn 4. We didn't even get there. Johnny Benson, Larry Foy, Jimmy Spencer, David Green, and a couple
Jeremy
of others.
Mayfield is involved.
Yep. Is that fear of failure? Let's see what happens here. Somebody just started to come around, like maybe had a flat tire. Was that Mayfield?
That is the left rear tire. We see the tire rolling down the racetrack. That is Jeremy's car.
So he went up into Benson when the tire came apart. Oh, Larry Foy first, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And then the jam up behind him.
That could be one reason that Jeremy had fallen back, is because of that. I don't think the 8 car's going to go down and help
48, do you?
No.
Oh, trouble. Johnson spinning to the inside.
Don't come back across the racetrack. He's going to...
I don't think he's got much of a choice. But, oh, boy, did he just get through there. The pit stops are going to bring fuel mileage into play.
They'll be coming off the toggle by the start-finish line, and the 15 and 48, I think, are going to make contact.
Oh, the 8 hit the 15.
That's right. The 8 got in the back of the 15 and turned down and hit the 48.
Look at that. Wow. Now watch this. Joe Nemechek. Oh,
Very close.
guess which one.
Well, that's why he's doing what he's doing. He's just mirror driving all over the racetrack.
Oh, trouble. Elliott Sadler over once and a half and on his roof. Now the car tumbling hard onto the pavement in turn 3. Caution is out.
There he is, right in the middle.
And these guys are Dyson. Go ahead, BP.
And there he makes contact. He comes down trying to get in front of Kurt Busch. They make contact. Watch that thing fly. And there it lands on that road you talked about.
And then when it gets onto the racetrack again, takes another nasty flip. Watch this hit.
And that's the hard one right here.
Oh, man.
Yeah, they all look pretty hard.
Yeah, they do. I don't want to be in there in any of them. Man.
And like I said, that car really held up well above the driver.
But you see the hood flopping around and the deck lid, the tethers that...
He moves to the left to block Elliott, right here, and Elliott turns.
Could be.
Yeah, could be.
He could be trying to dodge that 8 car.
Oh, flew in the air a long ways before it hit anything.
And now the banking kicks the car back to the left. Talladega, do they all make it back around? And who's the first one to the checkered flag?
Wow, there's
Tony Stewart. Shuffling Rusty Wallace out of the way. Jeff Gordon trying to block. Stewart trying to find some running room. Stewart up the center. So far, nobody with anything from Michael Waltrip. Outside, it's Kevin Harvick in the black and silver car. Gordon's on the outside of the 8 car. Gordon trying to jump in front of Harvick and get the push. Gordon to second. Michael Waltrip trying to figure out who to block. Here they come to the final corner and down to the start-finish line. Waltrip's going to have enough. Michael Waltrip will win the EA Sports 500 at Talladega.
The EI's won 9 of the last 12 restrictor plate races.
Here comes the hatch. That's the new escape hatch that they put in Michael Waltrip's car. Of course, with the Napa logo underneath.
Oh, trouble. Jeremy Mayfield, the race leader. Caution flag is out.
Grip on the outside. See, watch him slide up. A little bit loose there. And he got turned into the wall. Wow, what a shot.
Yeah. He hit right at that
gate.
Right at the gate, the crossover gate there.
And look at all that debris flying around.
And the final lap of the Budweiser shootout at Daytona. Double wide for the race lead. Kevin Harvick to the inside. Dale Jarrett to the outside.
That time by Harvick was
just a little bit ahead of
the leader by 1/100th of a second. And Jarrett goes to the front in the 88.
Junior pushing Jarrett by. Now does Junior have enough time to make the move and make the back-to-back shootout wins?
Jarrett has got to make that car really wide right now.
He's trying.
Oh, Ryan Newman turned into the wall.
Jamie McMurray?
No caution yet.
They will race back to the line, and the caution will come out. Here they come to the line.
Dale Jarrett trying to block Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Gonna make it wide.
Junior looking low.
No way.
Not going to happen. Budweiser shootout winner number 3 for Dale Jarrett. When we get to the transfer spot, which at the moment is Terry Labonte, after that, Yellow. Oh, trouble off turn 2.
That could
right
be
front
the
tire.
right
Scott
front.
Riggs.
Yep. Hey, watch up here.
Right up in there.
It's right there, the red car, and see Jeff Gordon's going to get right into the back of the 9 as he's turning in, right there. There'll be a little bit of damage on the front of Jeff's car from that, but that's...
It was Michael Waltrip off the pit road first, and then Junior took the lead from him at lap 37. We've now started lap 50. White flag is up. Dale Jr. seeking his second win in a Gatorade 125. He won his qualifying race a year ago. His other 3 performances on Thursdays here at Daytona finishes at 4th, 2nd, and 2nd. That's a pretty impressive record.
But Tony did complain about his car not being able to close up. You see that gap of 3 or 4 car lengths between him and the 8? That's really what he's complaining about. It will not make up that gap, will not close up on the back bumper of the car in front of him.
Well, his father won 12 of these Thursday qualifying races at Daytona. Today, Dale Earnhardt Jr. takes his second. White flag coming up as Elliott Sadler comes to the line. Marty?
I just checked with Chad Canals, Jimmy Johnson's crew chief. He said, we're good, but that's all we've got right there. It's not like I'm the 8 car. I can't do it all on my own.
Final lap of the second Gatorade 125. Elliott Sadler in search of a Daytona victory. Remember, he's already locked into the outside front row starting spot in Sunday's race by virtue of setting the second fastest time trial speed in Bud Pole qualifying on Sunday.
Oh, there's the block.
For second place, Sterling Marlin. Oh, contact there. Here comes Jimmy Johnson to get them both if he can.
Yeah, I think he will. That little bit of contact there may have cost them both.
Because you know that both those guys had to back off the throttle when they made contact in 3.
Sterling's got a good run on the outside.
Johnson with the shorter turn. Sadler wins. Marlin gets second. 4. Got a car into the wall. Derek Cope.
Oh, there's that yellow they didn't need.
Oh, boy, I'm telling you. Oh.
Well, here he comes. And there he goes. Crunch.
Can't tell what caused that. But I think what saw it.
Oh, trouble. Back straightaway. Rusty Wallace, Jeff Green, and more.
An easy wave them off behind you. Back it down. Coming to the caution.
That's Ken Schrader.
Kenny Schrader. Oh, darn it.
What happened here? That Rusty Wallace just got squeezed in. The 42 car, Jamie McMurray, came up the racetrack right across the left front of Rusty Wallace. Turned Rusty into the 43 car of Jeff Green and collected Schrader.
Ooh, see Johnny Benson there come whistling by in the grass. For him here, he's trouble. Contact on the backstretch. It's Michael Waltrip and now Brian Vickers. Robbie Gordon, 31. The top. Oh, Waltrip's over. 1, 2, 3 times for Michael Waltrip.
Well, there's the big one right there. Took a lot. There's a lot of good cars right there. Is that Sterling Marlin in there?
40 cars in it. That's Michael Waltrip's car upside down over on its roof.
And when you're in a situation like that, you are just a passenger, especially when these cars start turning each other. Here you see, looks like Johnny Sauter slid up in the 30 car into Brian Vickers in the 25. A chain reaction.
Yes, that's Michael Tuckins. Yes.
And Biffle, the pole sitter, looks like he barely got through there.
So you see the tire come off of Michael's car. Then it got into that grass softened by the rain, and it just dug in, just like we saw Ryan Newman's last year and sent the car over.
There's Harvick, Kevin LePage, Johnny Benson,
Terry Labonte. Saw McMurray and Vickers.
Okay, here we go. This might be our best shot.
Watch the car on the bottom there. The blue and yellow car. Slides up right there. Just ever so little contact, which doesn't look like a lot when you're running 185, 190 miles per hour. It's a lot.
There's the 15. About right now, he's going to dig in. There goes one of the tires that Alan talked about. Violent.
Very violent. Gets loose.
Yeah.
So the back end breaks loose first, and when he's trying to correct and catch it, is when he slides up into Vickers, and Vickers pinches Waltrip, and off they go. Let's add a couple of more to this. How about 12 cars in this accident now? You get all the numbers and the cars coming back around damage. There's Ryan Newman.
Yep, he was almost through it. 25 car Vickers came down and just tagged him.
Page in the air, Sterling Marlin up under him. There's Benson in the 09.
And like I said, there's just no place for you to go a lot of times. It's just...
As we come back to the Daytona 500, you see the remains of Michael Waltrip's car being hauled away. The most important... He talked about flipping that car back over, BP. This was the view. Upside down, right side up.
Push him. Kevin Harvick and his teammate Jimmy Johnson are in that pack, so they're going to try to hook up as they're making a pass to the lead.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. going for the lead of the Daytona 500.
We'll see who
Tony Stewart not wanting to give it up.
97, who's he going with?
Gonna go with Stewart.
22, and he's going with Stewart.
I had to think he would.
Junior could not quite make it. He's still trying. Here he goes
look
again.
At this. Another run to the inside of Stewart, and he might have him this time.
A great run going to turn 3. He's got it.
Good job. You're clear.
New leader of the 500 is Dale Earnhardt Jr. Wow. Fans come to their feet as Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Tony Stewart take the white flag. We're in the final lap of the Daytona 500. Jr. took the lead from Tony Stewart with 19 laps to go after he trailed Stewart's orange Chevrolet for much of the central part of the race. Now he's got to hang on for 3/4 of a lap to earn a victory in the sport's biggest event. Stewart not close enough to make a move yet. It's all going to come down to whether Earnhardt has a bobble or a problem in this final third of the lap.
You can't get emotional yet because you've got to get off turn 4 and back to the start-finish line.
You can see it now.
The legacy continues. Dale Earnhardt Jr. wins the 46th Daytona 500.
Jimmy Johnson running right behind Robbie Gordon.
Oh, trouble.
There it is.
17.
Matt Kenseth, the 17.
9.
Casey Kane.
I think it's going to be. I don't think that many guys are going to get in it. Different view
Watch
right
the yellow
here.
car right in the middle of the pack.
Ooh, yeah.
Slid up into Kevin Harvick.
Yep. The trial will, and then the 9 got turned by the 38 there, Sadler, but that was because they were all trying to slow down. That's it. That took out about 15 of them.
Trouble in turn 3, a huge multi-car crash, and they are still piling in.
Let's see what happened over here. Yikes. Looked like it, the 20 car made some contact with the 97 getting into 3 over there, and boy, you can see the results.
And Darrell, that happened down low. A lot of those cars were going high, but Kurt Busch went up the racetrack right there. That got about 6 or 8 of them.
Took a pretty hard lick too. Looking down to the inside, just not quite enough room there, buddy.
And up he comes. There's Riggs getting tipped down to the apron, and everybody just swallowed up as those 33-degree bankings clean themselves of cars. They slide down into those who were trying to take evasive.
Saw Kenny Wallace in the 0-0 car hit that outside wall very hard. Remember, they just installed the safer barriers.
And just remember, what goes up has to come down.
It's Derek Cope just ahead.
That is a hard lick.
Oh, that one was really hard.
They were not very happy with it.
We got trouble. What goes around?
That's it. It looks like
Gary Earnhardt.
It is. And I believe everybody else will get by. I don't know how.
Caution is out. Caution is out.
Somebody up here in the front slows down. There you go.
Michael.
There you go.
Michael came across.
Well, he got hit. He got hit by the 16. Greg Biffle got into Michael, and quite honestly, Kerry hadn't been there. Michael was going to go for a ride.
Getting a push from Casey Mears in the 41.
Oh, there's
got trouble.
Tony Stewart.
Tony Stewart in the 20 car. Caution is out.
I think he's going to save it.
But the caution is out.
Watch the 20 car.
Jimmy Johnson's got to run underneath it, Tony, and looks like, I don't know if Tony even knew he was there or not. Boy, this is a great piece of driving. Well, I got to say, this is the best race I've seen here in a long time.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., that 8 car was sideways off turn 4. I don't even think he ever got out of the throttle.
Couldn't.
Nope. lifters or losers here.
That's it.
Robbie Gordon in the mix now in 5th place, that bright orange singular car.
Trying to get up with his teammate.
Kevin Harvick.
But look at the outside line. Jamie McMurray in the 42 car. Michael Waltrip in the 15. He's fighting his way back up.
Gordon inches ahead.
Right there is where Junior is so strong. Sailing off into the
trouble.
turn.
One car around, and it's Brian Vickers.
All right, the caution is out. And we are past the red flag lap. We are past the red flag lap. But remember, the field was frozen when the caution flag came out.
And who at that moment was the leader? We'll have to go back and see.
It would be obviously either Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8 or Jeff Gordon in the 24. Even though NASCAR was sorted out, as you see these two guys behind the pace car, both of them want up there. They want behind. They want to be the first car behind that pace truck.
We are at a point where the red flag would no longer be displayed to stop this race, sort things out. They do announce in the drivers' meeting the last lap on which that could happen, and we have passed that point. So either we gather the field up for a restart, or they take a look at how they were running at the moment of caution to decide the finish.
And when you are challenging the call, you pull up beside the guy. So how many challenges do we have here?
Jeff Gordon will be the leader. Can we get restarted?
I think we're going to have a green, white, and checker. That's the way it's looking to me.
Well, to do that, Darrell, they'd have to give 1 to go when they come past the start line, and we're not seeing that indication.
Yeah, this is...
We're now on 3 to go.
And if they don't give a 1 to go, that would be it.
Yeah, we come next time by, we're coming to the white. They'd have to give them 1 to go right now.
No such signal. So again, let's show you what happens. Here are the leaders. There is the spin.
And you saw he was about a half a car length ahead of Dale Earnhardt Jr. when Brian Vickers was completely sideways. Yellow light's already blinking.
That's the kind of finishes we have here. We normally just have them down here at the start-finish line. That was about a half a car length. And look at that car. Sides all beat in on it. Tires got the Goodyear rubbed off of them. But that baby's going to victory circle.
NASCAR instituted these rules more than half a season ago to freeze the field at the moment of caution to prevent racing back to the caution flag. There had been a gentleman's agreement in place not to race back unless you were challenging the leader. But as time went on and the pressure to win became great, NASCAR found that the gentleman's agreement had pretty much dissolved, and they needed to take action to ensure the safety of all the drivers on the racetrack, especially one that might have spun and found himself sitting facing the field as they came racing back to the caution flag. So that's why the change was made, in the interest of safety. And on balance, having had half a season to look at it, it was a good move. If they're able to complete this final lap at what looks like an agonizingly slow 70 miles per hour. White flag.
Free all over the place out there, just watch it.
That final stop. And that's what NASCAR was concerned about. A lot of debris on the racetrack.
God. Probably all Budweiser cans.
However, that debris has come from that section of the grandstand. That's a sad commentary. The fans, of course, they want to see a green flag finish. Safety of the drivers, though, is paramount. And Jeff Gordon will win the Aaron's 499.
There was a lot of debris out on that racetrack, too.
Yeah. I'm not sure if they were Pepsi cans or beer cans, but there was a lot of aluminum out there on the track, that's for sure. So I did a burnout over all those cans. And, man, I tell you what, it just feels great to get back to victory lane and to celebrate.
Teammate Dale Earnhardt.
Oh, trouble. Turn two. 2 cars.
Ward Burton for
3
the second
cars.
time this weekend. He takes Kenneth with him.
4
Ricky
cars.
Craven, Kenny Schrader.
Been tough.
Yes.
See what we can see here.
Left of your screen.
Right in front of Matt Kenseth. There you see the tire.
Yeah, you saw the
right
tire.
there.
It just looked like it almost blew out.
And Kenseth went to the bottom and almost got by. And Ward comes down off the banking, which normally will happen.
Boy, a number of guys, look at Rusty Wallace. A number of guys did a really good job of missing this accident. You see the smoke. You see the right rear tire looks like it just blew out. It's a backup car. There's always a chance that he didn't get to run it enough. Thing could have been rubbing somewhere. Could have been rubbing in a quarter panel. Could have been rubbing somewhere and blew that tire out.
We see where all the damage to Ricky Craven on his left rear came from Kenny Schrader in the 49 car.
Car in the wall in turn 4 here.
Slow coming across in front of traffic, easing toward pit road.
Caution is out, too.
And the caution is out. It's John Andretti.
Our buddy that's been running a little bit high all night long. Oh, yeah. See, I think his car was too tight.
See Dale Earnhardt Jr. leaving his pit box. He gets out there. Jeff Gordon, as you said, Mike, in the 24, he forces his teammate Brian Vickers up high. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has nowhere to go but the grass.
I think that was a timely pit stop. Oh, we got a car in the wall right there.
Mike Wallace, I believe, 50 car. Caution is out, too.
Right side of your screen, the 50.
There he goes. Yep.
That's where the damage came to Brendan Gaughan as well. Just nowhere for him to go as Mike Wallace just shoots straight up the racetrack in the 50 car.
Johnson, a look to the bottom. He got the least little bit out of line, and Junior's there.
And look what that did. That let Junior get there. I mean,
but he gives up a lot of ground right there, Darrell.
Yeah.
His car will not turn from the center off.
It's just too tight off of 2 over there. That's where you got to squeeze out the throttle ever so slightly. He's going to get a run at him, but it's going to be too little too late.
Busch is coming, and Mark Martin has a run on Tony Stewart.
Here
and
comes
the front
Junior.
four
He's
are
going to
back
go the
together
high
again.
Side. He's going to go the high side, but it ain't going to do him any good.
This lap, this race 5 times has been won by a last lap pass. Jimmy Johnson locked onto his teammate and mentor, Jeff Gordon. Jeff Gordon's DuPont Pepsi Chevy is going to win the Pepsi 400.
We are under caution at Talladega, the 09 car. He's in the back of the pack.
You can see the tire come apart right there.
All around, got him checking up ahead.
Here's the scary part.
Outside.
Right back up across the racetrack.
Outside. We are under caution at the Talladega Super Speedway in Alabama, a multi-car crash.
Well, it looks like the 43 got tagged by the 02 car.
Hermie Sadler.
And
Mayfield nowhere to go.
Yeah. And then I cannot do anything about it. Like Timmy Spencer was up there in the highline, he had nowhere to go. Track is blocked.
Some nice
tires, because if you're only getting fuel, ooh, Martin's not going to make it. We got trouble. Caution on the track. And Bobby Labonte. And what happened was Mark Martin was trying to get to pit lane, and he was slowed down in the racetrack, and I think these guys went to avoid him. Martin sliding, actually it was Bobby Gordon, but all these guys some of them are trying to make pit road, and they couldn't make it. Sterling Marlin turned right to avoid a couple of cars in front of him and turned right in front of Bobby Labonte.
A rookie driving that Penske entry, Penske Jasper machine.
Lee Harvick and Busch are going to want to dispose of these guys as quick as possible.
And the 77 of Vaughn and the 5 of Terry Labonte make it without stopping. Everybody's running. Kevin Harvick took fuel only. Will that be enough? Will 2 tires help you?
Uh-oh, who's that? Is that Jeff Burton? Ricky Rudd. Ricky Rudd maybe making a trip to pit lane.
Passing on the left, possibly before the start-finish line. He made it back. No penalty for the 21 of Rudd.
Okay, if you give it back, you won't get penalized. So he saw what he did, and he backed off the throttle and did not take the spot.
Brendan, go ahead, Benny.
Kurt Busch, that 97 car, he has been fast all day. If he could get hooked up with a 31 or 29, he might have something.
But I'm not sure I'm letting him in line.
Oh, no.
Whoa! Oh, well, here comes the 8 car shot out of the barrel.
On board with Dale Earnhardt Jr., 5 to go.
You see how good this car is now, VP?
I tell you, he's not going to be bored now. That's for sure. He's going to try to shoot the middle.
Man, falls in line behind Rudd. Gone, the rookie. And now it's Harvick looking for the lead on the outside as they head for 1.
And he has help.
Yeah, Kurt Busch back up the middle.
That's the 31 of Robbie Gordon, Harvick's teammate, pushing him to the lead, followed by former champion Dale Jarrett.
cave on the 29. Kevin Harvick looking for friends. He's got the teammate Robbie Gordon behind him. Talked to the crew chief Todd Derrier this morning. He said, I know that if the 31 is with us, he can help us as long as he wants to. We'll see how long he stays there.
Oh, wow. Nice move. Tony Stewart down to the bottom. Good move.
Have to stay above that yellow line to pass.
But Tony Stewart got in the corner, couldn't make the corner. Kurt Busch now tries to come back underneath on the inside. Matt.
He just told Mike Dillon, his spotter, BP, I could have passed him right there. Dillon says, I know. Just be patient. As Junior's trying to make his way to the front.
These guys have got to stay lined up in front of Junior. Well, I don't even know if that's going to help.
3 to go. Junior in 4th behind Harvick, Gordon, and Dale Jarrett.
Well, here comes Junior. He's got help.
Who's he got help from?
Ricky Rudd, okay.
They squeeze to the high side. Now Harvick back down low. Gordon trying to stay on his bumper. Junior pushed by the 21 to second. Now looks high on the 29 of Harvick.
Man, look at this 8-car go. Oh, someone in the wall up there.
With you. Keep coming.
The fans on their feet. Junior around the outside.
Harvick's not giving it up yet. Needs some help down there. Wow, Robbie Gordon to the outside of Ricky Rudd. Well, there's not too
Tony
up there.
Stewart, where did he come from? He's right behind Junior.
And Junior let that one 2 to go.
Somebody's smoking back there.
Yeah, someone got in the wall up in 3 and 4 just a moment ago.
Left front tire, Robbie Gordon. Got a left front tire,
There's a smoker behind him, too.
Yes, there's 2 cars smoking that's made contact.
Marty on the 20. Tony Stewart said earlier this week, somehow Dale Earnhardt Jr. and I always find each other on the racetrack. They found each other again. Remember, Tony said his car pushes better than it pulls. I think he'll ride right where he is. Remember the Daytona 500. Stewart was Earnhardt's new best friend.
I think Tony wants to win this thing just as bad as anybody else, though.
Coming through the tri-oval, they will get the white flag this time.
There he goes. Tony Stewart, take a look at the bottom. He's got no help.
And he lost his spot. White flag is out. Last lap at Talladega. Dale Earnhardt Jr. pushed by the car his father used to drive, the 29 of Kevin Harvick. And the veteran Dale Jarrett behind him.
Harvick did all his work earlier on the bottom, Junior.
Oh, trouble.
Jeff Gordon.
And there's a crowd.
Greg Biffle. Casey Kane.
Several cars involved.
But the caution's made
No, it's still green. It's still green.
Okay.
They're still racing at Talladega. Last lap. They will come to the checkers this time by.
So there will not be a green-white checker. The white flag is in the air.
Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Where his father won 10 times. Oh, we got a car sideways in the trail. The checker is out and somebody upside down. Elliott Sadler again lands on his wheels.
The team, they think they may have some slight cosmetic damage with the crash.
Trouble in turn 1. Oh, car on its roof. Michael Waltrip. Mark Martin is in it. One of the championship contenders.
Elliott Sadler, the pole sitter of the 38 car.
Damage.
That's Mark Martin's car right there. I couldn't really tell.
No steering at all.
No steering at all, Mark said, but obviously he is okay.
Sometimes he's just along for the ride. And that's what these guys in the chase especially were
concerned about.
They were worried about.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. got part of it. For a multi-car wreck.
Just a moment ago, the 38 car, Elliott Sadler, gets bumped from behind by the 48. Around he goes in front of all that traffic. He was running second when that crash took place. And we're fortunate 20 cars were not involved.
Yeah.
Matt Yoakum.
And Bill, Michael Waltrip, I just watched the replay. What a wild ride.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. The world was right, and then it was wrong, and then it was right, and then it was wrong. And then I came to a stop, and the Aaron's Dream Machine slid right up beside the Napa Chevy. I thought, this could be a nightmare. I'm not sure, but I feel great. Somebody turned to pole sitter. What are you going to do?
Unbelievable. That's typical here. Oh, watching it again.
I knew what I was doing, and Rusty just bunted me back over and got me in a huge crash. But darn, I was having fun.
But we expect to see a new rule before we race against
trouble.
Multi-car wreck in the front of the field.
Oh, and Scott Riggs on his roof.
Oh, Riggs.
Man, there's been a lot of cars getting on their roof lately.
And I think I said earlier on that the fans loved it and the TV audience, but 43 drivers were not
don't like it.
too happy.
The window net did come down on Scott Rick's car, which is a great sign.
That indicates the driver is okay.
Wrapping thing. He wasn't lined up straight when he hit the 41 car. The 41 car was just a little bit to his left. You got to give him a straight shot. And this was coming through the tri-oval, which is another problem.
And the 16 car, another Nextel Cup point contender, involved in the crash.
As was Rusty Wallace in the 2. Another look.
See how these cars are turning? You can't bump draft somebody when the car is turning.
Once more. There's Biffle in the middle of it. Then he comes down off the wall.
I think would have cleared it, but he kind of got sandwiched.
Had a heck of a view.
Let's
and here
see.
it is.
Right behind Mike Wallace.
Stay in front of you. Stay up, stay up. Easy, back it down as much as you can.
Wow, that's not what you want to see out of your windshield.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'm okay.
On board, Rusty Wallace.
In front of you.
That's another area of the track that was repaved in recent years.
His brother almost got him.
Rusty got through it though, didn't he?
No, he's got damage on the front of the car.
I think Biffle got him. See right there.
Yeah. And then when he hit the apron here in the grass.
Yep. Yes.
But could have been a lot worse, like I said. That used to be grass down there. It used to be really bad.
Mark Martin went through a fence down there one year, remember?
I do.
Trouble here at Talladega. Caution is out.
Mike Bliss is 0. I don't know if he ran in the back. Someone ran the back or just lost it off turn 2. All of a sudden, around he goes. Maybe the left rear tire blew on the car.
Let's take a look. This happened just a moment ago.
No, he just, left rear blew.
Good call, Benny.
And when that happens in the middle of the course, that's why Jimmy Johnson was so fortunate a while ago. It happened in the straightaway.
There are a few more fortunate guys out there.
Yeah. Jeff Green, the 43 car, not so fortunate. Mark Truex looks like he has fender damage in that one car.
Yes, he does.
There's Mayfield way down there. Comes back on the racetrack. He cleared it.
I think the 11 car, J.J. Yaley, the FedEx car, also involved.
On board once again with Ricky Rudd.
See, Bliss is a couple cars up ahead of Ricky right there. There you see the smoke. Ricky gets out of the throttle.
In front of you, buddy. We're right in front of you. Good job. Keep coming. Yellow's out.
On board with Dale Jarrett, UPS Ford.
Now let's see DJ what he sees. Oh man, he just goes down, and luckily they paved this a few years ago. That used to be grass he was on back there. That would have been problems.
And there it's okay to go below the yellow line, which is an out-of-bounds line here at Talladega.
Mike Wallace barely getting by. There we see Yaley come into the... Oh, he runs in the back of the 0 car. See Quapple in the 77 making contact with the outside retaining wall, and I don't know if Tony Raines in the green car was involved or not. And Harvick.
It's 1 February, not going to have a great day today.
Oh, got more trouble, the 5 car.
Kyle Busch in the wall. Caution is out.
Got the fence a little bit, boys. Just got the fence a little bit. Inside here.
He will make it. The car of Kyle. Travis Kvapil right behind him. Yeah, that's some nice driving right there to save that.
That was a fantastic job of driving.
Marty.
We'll build Jeff Gordon to survey the damage to the twin.
Tire.
Oh, all the tires.
Survival of the fittest today here. What do you got for your water and oil there? The water's between 235 and 240 there.
And there it goes. Tell right away the car loses the right front tire.
And he slows and is able to make it on the pit road the first time by. So
overcame an overheating problem early in the race.
Oh, we got somebody spinning.
Ken Schrader is around.
Left rear.
Caution is out.
Left rear tire went flat.
And you know what that means, don't you?
Green, white, checkered.
Exactly right.
Boy, that's not what you want here.
Right rear tire blew.
Ken Schrader, right rear tire blew.
I think he meant left rear.
He knew one of those rear tires blew
One
out.
of the rear tires were definitely gave him trouble.
There he is, the 49 car, and when those tires go flat, you just instantly lose control. And there's the wall.
20 cars on the lead lap. Here.
All right.
Here we go.
And now's when they start fanning out.
Kenseth got down low. Stewart, Dale Jarrett on the inside line. Newman, McMurray, Carl Edwards.
See, now Newman's got a good run if he can make a move on the 17, but the 17 will block him.
How long can you hold your breath?
And Matt did exactly what he needed to do. He did a good job on that restart. A good restart, and he anticipated the pass coming off of turn 2.
And he wants to see him bunch up behind him. That 2x2 will slow those guys down.
Now the 17 just got to worry about keeping that 12 car behind him.
Well, like I said, you start blocking when there's just one guy trying to pass. It's just tougher to do when you've got 3 or 4.
Tony Stewart up next to Newman.
And he's got to run, too, now.
Boy,
Matt's
does
gonna
he
have to
ever
block
got to
some
run.
more.
Last lap.
Oh, man.
Here comes Tony Stewart. He's got the lead in turn 1. And Dale Jarrett on the outside.
Unit 20, just the 2 of you. Neck to neck, come on.
Now it just depends on who goes with who.
And how strong that 88 is, we're finally going to find out. Oh, crash! Kyle Petty. Hard crash. We stay green. Now the caution is out. Race is over. There are 19 scoring loops around this track.
The 88
All the way, baby, all the way.
88 might have been in front.
NASCAR will use their scoring loops and television replays to determine the position of the cars on the track. You do not race back to the yellow in NASCAR. And it was a wreck Dale Jarrett was involved in that brought on that rule.
On his rear bumper. And trouble!
Ryan Newman is around. Several cars involved.
Hold on.
Oh, we're going to get the inside wall, aren't we? Yes, we did, I think.
It's Dale Jarrett in the 88. Casey Kane in the 9.
See, he's right there underneath McMurray. He backed out a little bit. I think McMurray got a little bit sideways, though, after Vickers got into him, and chain reaction.
Also looked like Mark might have gotten into the back of the 25 when maybe the 25 lifted.
Well, the 26 of McMurray got sideways when Vickers got into him, and McMurray probably had to lift a little bit. We'll watch again here. You see he's getting him sideways.
Yeah, just that little bit of touch on the left rear quarter bumper on that 26 car. Cannot jump Tony Stewart coming down to the line.
And in these restrictor plate races, we have seen Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Tony Stewart work very closely together. Right now, Jr. behind Stewart, 2 to go.
Last time by, Jimmy Johnson, the last time he was on the outside of a restart, the 48 car got a terrific start. So you can get another great start and push that 11 by the 20.
He got a pretty good restart, Denny Hamlin in the 11 car, but boy, they are packing up right now.
Johnson pushes Hamlin in front, and Hamlin dives down low.
Good move, Denny Hamlin.
Now can Tony Stewart latch onto the 11?
Got a lap to do it.
Can the 48 get some help from Martin Martin to get in front?
Last lap in the Budweiser shootout.
The 20 car is just beaten up on the bumper of that 11 car, Denny Hamlin, but that's why. That's what you can do.
Look what a difference it made, Wally. 2 car lengths that drove him by the 48.
Only 4 times has a first-time starter in this race gone to victory lane. The last time, Dale Jarrett in 1996.
And here comes Junior on the outside on the last lap.
Big run on the outside. Does he have enough?
Off the final turn in the Budweiser shootout. The season starts with fireworks. Denny Hamlin, the rookie, wins the Budweiser shootout. Oh, someone hard into the wall on the front stretch.
Probably Chad Chapman.
Yep, that tire finally blew.
I'll say it did. Caution is outfield is frozen. You could hear it explode.
Definitely would be putting 4 tires on that car.
Okay, here's a wide shot.
What's happening here?
No, there's debris all over.
Oh, look at all the... Oh,
now they're
crash.
running into each other.
Jarrett is around.
I think it was Sterling Marlin in the 14 car may have run into Jarrett, but everybody stopped because they saw the debris.
Heavy damage to Sterling. Allen?
Looks like just that. They were checked. The guys at the front of the pack started stepping on the brakes because of the metal debris in the middle of the track and not wanting to run over it. And by the time that chain reaction got 5 or 6 cars back, they were running into each other and spinning out.
There's some of the debris on the track.
And see, when a car hits the wall that hard, see, watch these guys start trying to dodge the debris. And Elliott Sadler, the leader, says, now which way do I go to avoid all this debris? Because I don't want to stop. I don't want a flat tire. And Sterling just runs right in the back of Jarrett.
Almost got Tony Stewart.
I don't understand that, because normally the spotters will tell.
On board the UPS Ford of Jarrett. Watch this go round and round.
And listen.
He just slowed down, and then he gets rammed.
Watch your back, watch your back. God!
One lap, white flag comes out. Then the checkered flag after that. Elliott Sadler continues to lead. Kevin LePage, Mike Skinner, Derek Cope. 3 of the drivers racing or trying to race their way into the Daytona 500 did not stop. Bill Elliott did.
And they're bumper to bumper as they get the green flag to restart this, talking about LePage, Skinner, and Cope.
NASCAR makes one attempt to finish the race under green. This is that attempt. The first of the Gatorade duels, heading for the checkered flag. Less than 2 laps to go.
Now we see Cope in the 74 car. He now has the 23. Skinner is now second behind LePage. It doesn't matter if Skinner finishes there, he will be in.
White flag is out. Elliott Sadler is the race leader. These cars are trying to race their way into the Daytona 500. Kevin LePage in the 61.
LePage got by Skinner that lap. Skinner on the high side there. And Derek Cope sneaking up on the bottom there. 74 car.
And Bill Elliott in the 36. Elliott is already locked into the field, but can take a position if he can catch LePage or Skinner.
Oh, me. And all of a sudden, LePage looks like his car is going away. He gets by Skinner. And here comes Skinner back. And Derek Cope right behind him.
Those guys trying to race their way into the Daytona 500.
Oh, look, Derek Cope's on the high side of Skinner.
Elliott
They're racing to the line. Contact. Skinner beats him to the line.
By a fender.
Did Skinner get in?
Bill Elliott got by him.
Oh.
It's LePage and Elliott. Scott Riggs maintains his position in front of Mike Wallace. Trying to get on the inside of the 30.
Oh, a car sideways, right.
Rainey is around.
Wow, that was a good job of everybody missing that one.
Drivers don't get enough credit for preventing big wrecks, but this Blaney with a great job here.
They're both the Riggs, Mike Wallace.
Coming to get the white flag.
Oh, there's somebody sideways.
J.J. Yaley. Yellow is out before the white.
Well, there he is on the high side. He just comes down while the other cars were going up. And there was contact, and that's Stremme in the 40 car. Got sandwiched.
To determine the final drivers in the 48th running of the Daytona 500. The battle begins back in the 14th spot. Gordon leads the race. We'll watch the guys up front for fuel.
There we see Scott Riggs and Mike Wallace nose to tail for that last spot in the Daytona 500. Neither of these cars has qualifying speed to fall back on.
Wallace in the 09, Riggs in the 10. And Kenny Wallace in the 78, the other player. Robbie Gordon in the 7 is locked in, but he can lock out one of these other racers by finishing in front of them.
Riggs has got to make something happen here pretty quick. Because he's running out of time. He needs to get on the side of Mike Wallace somehow.
Last lap. Up front, Gordon continues to lead, Busch in second.
He has fresher tires than Mike Wallace. I don't know if it's going to make any difference or not. Here comes Kenny Wallace. The 0.
Oh, he turns him sideways. Oh, great save by Scott Riggs.
Dave.
Moments ago, Kenny Wallace radioed, I can't get to him. Then he got a big draw down the front straightaway, got all the way to the 10, got through the 10.
Through 3 and 4 for the final time. Up front, Jeff Gordon continues to lead. He brings the field to the checkered flag. Here's the race to get in the Daytona 500. Mike Wallace makes it. Scott Riggs will not. Jeff Gordon wins his 3rd Daytona qualifying race. A multi-car crash has just occurred in turn 3. Kyle Petty is involved. J.J. Yaley in the 18. That's Carl Edwards in the 99.
The 45 car. Let's see. There's Jeff. Oh, wow.
Jeff Green breaks loose through the grass, then up the track.
Kind of a strange crash, really.
Joe Nemechek.
Almost, I mean, right in the door.
Looked like Schrader did a good job getting around it in the 21.
And left those guys with absolutely no place to go. And we see what happened to the left rear of the 45. The 99 car just knocked off the tire and the quarter panel of the left rear.
Hard impact there. Carl Edwards into Kyle Petty.
Not sure why Jeff Green lost it.
Look out!
Wow, I can't believe everybody missed that.
20 wrecked me, guys. The 20 wrecked me plain as day.
Check what happened. There's Tony. Wow, man. Well, it doesn't get more blatant than that.
And look at this. Up across the track. And a lot of guys with some heads-up driving.
Yeah, a lot of cars missed this wreck.
Oh, my goodness. Bobby Labonte getting by on the inside. We saw Mike Wallace go by on the outside. Dale Jarrett back in the 88.
Now here's the first angle again. Watch the 20. 17's on the right-hand side.
You know, for a guy that was talking about over-aggressive driving, which was Tony Stewart earlier this week, I don't understand what his situation was there.
Talked about it on the Bank of America countdown to green.
Unless he thought he had cleared Kenseth.
Stewart and his crew in his car have had quite a day.
First of all, he gets loose off turn 2. Took the lead on the next lap, but then Jeff Gordon comes up in the 24 car. Both Gordon and Stewart brushed the wall off turn 2. But Tony came back from that, and that damage. See the crew working on it.
After it really looked like he might not even be competitive, and then just moments ago, contact sending Matt Kenseth spinning through the grass at Daytona.
And Kenseth said on his radio that the 20 car just flat out spun me out.
NASCAR has sent the 20 to the end of the longest line for aggressive driving.
Yeah, you don't drive all the way across the racetrack like that unless you're after somebody.
How emotional is Tony Stewart? This is his onboard camera. A few minutes ago.
He evidently looked up and saw that he was on camera on the big screens around the racetrack and said, move the camera. Now we're going to leave pit road.
And NASCAR Race Control a moment ago told both these drivers, Matt Kenseth in the 17 and Tony Stewart in the 20, to settle down.
Well, you know, Kenseth should be hot. He's got a race car that's probably not capable of winning the Daytona 500 now because of that.
Black flag 17. Matt Kenseth will have to come to pit road.
See Robbie Gordon.
Yeah, we got Robbie Gordon's got a tire coming off. You know, I saw Robbie get real high in turn 2 about a lap ago, and I believe he hit the wall coming off of 2.
Yeah, we see damage on the right side of this automobile.
Let's see, where's he at?
Right up there on the right.
Okay, yeah, very high. See him, Robbie's way up there, maybe even losing a tire at this point.
Last time by was running the 7th position. Yeah, we see the 32 car now is smoking.
Oh, he's gonna wreck it now.
And he did. And now he's going to put some debris down.
But now he does have a push from that 12 car from behind.
Oh, and 2 cars in the wall. Hits the 24. 24 saved it.
Made the save.
Great job by Jeff Gordon to save that race car. You see him right behind Ryan Newman. Here comes Jamie McMurray, gets in the back of him and turns him in the wall. And that's what shredded the tires. Well, I think Gordon took the left side of his car off.
I think Jeff Gordon just ripped the right side off his car. Was that earlier damage? See something on the right rear of the 24 car.
Have to get a better look at it.
Looks like Tony Stewart dives to the bottom and well, Kyle Busch just ran him down to the bottom of the racetrack.
So proud of our team. Miller Lite Dodge was beautiful. Working with my teammate Ryan Newman, we had a shot at winning this race, and Rogers won the. Oh, it's too bad watching TV right now.
Labonte might be involved, and let's see. There we see Jeff Burton going up trying to block the 26. They both get in the outside retaining wall, and McMurray loses it and does get into Bobby Labonte in the 43.
And then Bobby hits the wall.
And Denny Hamlin runs in the back of the 31. Maybe not too badly.
Yeah, I think Hamlin will be okay.
Boy, that 26 is hurt. The first 4 cars.
Checkered, watch the 48. You know what he did at halfway. So.
Has never won the Daytona 500. Earnhardt in 5th has. But he wants it just as badly as those 4.
Yeah, ready. Green flag.
2 laps to go.
Looks like Elliott Sadler, 38 and junior, might have laid back to get a run, but did they lay back too much?
Yeah, we saw that the last time, BP, so they're out of time. Hopefully it'll work for them this time. It looks like they got a little bit better run than the last restart, and they've got a lot more cars lined up behind them in the front 3.
The rookie Clint Boyer in the 07 behind Earnhardt. They're going to catch the front 3. Lap and a half to go.
Oh, yeah, they've got a big run, especially Elliott Sadler. If he times this right, he can make a pass.
Everybody's lined up.
But they're lined up. Somebody's got to make a move. It's going to happen.
Off of turn 4. At the line this time, the white flag. 1 lap to go at Daytona.
It's Junior that's making the move. He didn't want to do it, he said, but he's going to the outside.
Got to. It's Daytona 500.
He's got to try, at least try to win.
Meanwhile, Ryan Newman looked both sides of Johnson, nowhere to go, stays in line.
This is what Johnson wants to see in his mirror, though. He wants to see those guys behind him, side by side.
Casey Mears runs 3rd.
Junior's losing positions as he tries to get on the outside. Tony Stewart has moved into 5th, 6th.
Here goes Ryan Newman. He's going to try the high side. Which way will Mears go? Will hose this 12 car Ryan Newman.
Bobby, keep pedaling it, man. Keep pedaling.
That's
clear by 4.
That's crash behind him. Crash behind him. The caution is out. The race is over. Jimmy Johnson has won the Daytona 500. And find out why the caution came out.
There's Biffle in the 16 car. He just goes up high, and car just gets loose, and around he goes all by himself.
Goes back up the track.
I tell you, everybody today has done a great job missing crashes.
On the 9th lap of the Aaron's 499, a crash in turn 3. Working up the high side, Kenny Schrader involved, Kyle Busch, Martin Truex. This is Ryan Newman.
Somebody, I couldn't tell who it was and when. This is coming down the back. Now they're going to get down here to turn 3, and it happens right in this crowd, right in here. I'm not sure why. There they are, 5 wide. There's just so many cars in so little space. Oh, the 5 got loose and got in the 12.
And then collects Martin Truex Jr. in the 1 car. Mark Martin nowhere to go. Sterling Marlin in the 14 car there. Looks like about a dozen cars. A lot of them just nowhere to go.
There's David Stremme up against the wall.
There's just so many. It's so tight right in there. The 99 gets into the 5.
Yep. Gets into the left rear.
Gets him loose and sends him up the hill in front of everybody.
The 99 had Brian Vickers passing under him.
It's just too many cars in so little of a space.
But this is what we talked about just a couple of laps ago. Plenty wide enough for 4 or 5 wide, but if somebody just touches someone, this is the results.
Mark took a pretty hard lick there. He got a good hard shot in the door, and then he got another hard shot down at the bottom of the track.
And you already have cars 4 abreast, and here comes Kurt Busch to make it 5 wide down the back straightaway.
Yeah, I mean, the track, it's wide enough until you get to the turn. Then it's like a funnel. I mean, there's just not enough room to get 5 cars, and you see the squeeze. Carl Edwards is squeezed right into Kyle Busch right there. I mean, there's just not enough room. The 1's up against the wall. The 12 is just riding in kind of the wake.
And you see Kyle Busch's car slew sideways into Newman and into Truex and into the wall.
Some right side body damage on that big wreck on lap number 8. Now, right after the green flag stopped, Reed told his crew chief, Jimmy Elledge, he said, this car doesn't like clean air.
Trouble. Earnhardt Jr. is around, slid up the racetrack into another car, and Tony Stewart just catches him with the right nose.
I don't think it hurt either car. Junior didn't hit anything.
Trouble. Front straightaway, Sterling Marlin slides past the start-finish line, and caution is out.
He's coming through the trial. Well, like I said, that is man, I can't even express to you how your car feels right there, by yourself or in traffic. It's just light. Silver.
Trying to get up there out of the way of traffic. And I'm corrected. It does not appear that he scraped the wall.
No, it just was when the engine blew. Smoke.
Boom. Right in front of Denny Hamlin in 11. You can see I did the same thing, I'm sure, to Denny Hamlin's windshield.
He was drafting along with his favorite partner, Tony Stewart. $15 laps to go this time. Trouble! 2 cars hard, 4 in the wall. Nemechek bounces off, catches Waltrip, who keeps going. Waffle, another near miss, but he spins wide for 2 laps in a row. Something had to give here.
We see, I believe, Kevin LePage in the 61 and Blaney in the 22 got together.
I'm not so sure the 11 down on the bottom, though, didn't start, forced everybody to move up.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin, I believe, got into Blaney, and it was a chain reaction from there.
Second time of day, somebody's gotten into Blaney and forced him up into somebody else. Happened to the 42 car. See, the 11's really down on the flat, and he forces Blaney up into the 61. Reed Swanson has nowhere to go. Joe doesn't. And bam! Boy, Michael took a hard shot.
I don't know if he was forced down there, but the 11 was kind of down in the no zone with 2 wheels on the side of the line.
Oh, man! 32 car.
Look at that thing. Holy smoly.
Jeff Gordon back to the front.
Behind you, double file behind you.
Trying to three-peat.
He has those two Hendrick teammates back behind him. We've seen them together all day long, like Darrell was talking about.
They have really done a good job of taking care of each other.
Kenseth went down. Vickers down to block. Kenseth up to the middle. Nowhere to go.
There comes Stewart, that 20 car. He's fighting back. 3 to go.
Matt Kenseth's going to be madder than a hornet. He made a great move and got blocked low, then got blocked high.
Watch him off of 4, y'all, or off of 2 over there. Patience, there's no more patience. This is all about who's got the most nerve right now. Put it where you would dare not to go.
No more patience, no more teammates. Vickers goes to the bottom. Tony Stewart right behind him in the 20.
Now, will Vickers be the good soldier and follow Jeff Gordon home, or does he want his first win that bad?
He's got to get his first win.
I think he's going to be a good soldier.
2 laps to go.
Oh, there he goes. And Stewart's pushed him in the 20 car. They go to the high side of Jeff Gordon. But here comes Johnson to push Gordon.
Kenseth in the middle again. Stewart comes down.
Now, Vickers did a really good thing. He got out front, now dropped down and picked up his teammates.
Slow car, turn 1 on the bottom. Hopefully it'll turn in and not be a factor.
Vickers don't want to get too big of a lead here. They'll get a run on him.
Here comes 17 on the outside. Watch out, here comes Kenseth.
Remember what happened to Stewart on the restart? He got too big a lead, became a sitting duck.
Well, I tell you what, Tony Stewart has been to the front, to the back, to the front, and
Vickers blocking his teammate. White flag this time. 1 to go.
He's got to block 2 teammates to win it, though. Gordon and Johnson. He slides way up high and takes the white flag.
Oh, no. Johnson stayed in bounds in the 48 car. He's got the push from Tony Stewart in the 20 to keep Vickers to the high side.
Vickers couldn't block them both. Here comes Kenseth around the top, but no help for Matt.
Tony's pushing up.
20 car behind you.
Going to get tight here, guys. Going to get tight. Gordon's at the bottom in the 24. Not a lot of help down there.
Merritt in the 25, single file.
It's just tire smoke. They're beating and banging over there.
They're rubbing everything they got. Bottoms, tops, sides.
Checkered flag, so you better get the gas on.
All Jimmy Johnson, that 48 can do is protect the bottom. That's all he can hope for.
Just remember, it's a long way down here to the finish line.
Oh, yeah. Here it comes. Blocking Stewart. Here they come.
Jimmy Johnson, Daytona 500 winner, holds off Tony Stewart and wins the Aero 499.
Remember, the trouble off the corner, car on the inside. Burton. Watch the orange 31.
Gotta believe he might have gotten a little tap over there. Let's see if we can find out here.
It's almost like he checked up a little bit as he was running up on Dave Blaney in the 22 car.
Yeah, Casey Mears was just coming, and Jeff Burton there in the 31 had to check up a tad, and he got bumped.
Racing for 5th place, Jimmy Johnson and Bobby Labonte have crashed. We're under caution. Watch the 48 of Jimmy Johnson.
Now, there's cars all around. You get the 2 here. He's moving there. 38's back here looking for which way am I going to go, and it gets Jimmy loose right there, and he can't catch it, and poor Bobby Labonte is on the outside going down into turn 3, and they get hooked together.
With Bobby Labonte, Bobby, how disappointing with a great race car and a great team effort to be here in the garage.
No, we're still disappointing, you know, I know.
Here we go, boys.
Got the big one off of turn 2 back here, guys.
Well,
we'll get back to Bobby Labonte in a moment as teammates Mark Martin and Greg Biffle have crashed.
The
16 of Biffle and Gordon Cumming.
Oh, Yaley gets into the back of the 16.
Just caught him in that left rear quarter panel. Nowhere for Mark Martin to go. But look at Denny Hamlin, Clint Boyer just barely getting by, as well as Ryan Newman.
Oh, you see what happens? Biffle got loose. Biffle's car was getting loose, and that's why Yaley got into him.
And just nowhere for Mark Martin to go at all in the 6. Remember what I always tell you? You better reach up there and pull those belt tightens one more time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Casey Mears 4th, Kurt Busch 5th, Jamie McMurray 6th. They will green flag this race with 3 laps to go. Now, they were telling Morissette that Tony Stewart was laying back. I don't know. Stewart's got to go a ways to catch Morissette now.
That's going to be borderline on that 38 car. He was definitely below the yellow line.
He was below the yellow line. He would like to give that spot back, Larry, but he can't.
No, they're breathing down his neck.
Borisset comes off turn 2 with a big lead. But that's not good.
If somebody jumps out, here you go. This is what's good right here. If these guys behind you will start racing.
But I guarantee you, Tony Stewart in that 20 car, he knows he can't get far off the bottom, but he's going to have to go to the top if he wants to go around Borisset. Boris puts a block on him. There comes Kyle Busch in the 5 to the bottom. He's going to push Boris.
2 laps to go.
Now here's where Boris might be a little bit nervous.
Sed and Stewart side by side. Stewart has help.
2 to go.
How would you like to be at least turning off into the infield right down there, but you're running 190 mile an hour and you can't?
Sed slips to 3rd. The glass slipper almost fit.
Listen, he has got his hands full. There's no question about that. That car, we know, it's all over the place.
But here comes Kyle Busch's brother, Kurt Busch, up there to push his brother, the 5 car, Kyle.
Watch Boris's car. He just wants to whale his walk up the racetrack with him. He's just chasing it. He doesn't need anybody up behind him.
The blood is thicker than water. But most brothers in racing would rather beat their own brother than anybody else. How about the Busch brothers?
Well, we're going to find out here, boys. It's 1 to go. And the Busch boys are in hot pursuit.
And here comes Matt Kenseth in that 17 car on the high side. He's getting help from his teammate, McMurray, in the 26.
Kenseth has never won here, but he's taking the long way around on the outside.
Now just remember, it gets really tense. Coming down the back right here, you start blocking.
In turn 3. Caution is out.
Caution is out. Will we go to overtime or will the checkered flag wave?
That's it. We were in a white flag lap.
We took the white flag. We took the white flag.
The field is frozen at the moment of caution. The yellow flag waves as they come toward the finish line. Tony Stewart and the Home Depot Chevrolet will score the 2nd win of 2006.
Mark Martin in that 6 car.
Oh, there we go. Casey Mears, McMurray, and front of a huge pack.
No, that's Jeff Gordon.
Jeff Gordon is in it. Martin Truex Jr. in the 1. Gordon just got hit again.
Oh, man. This was it.
Looks like there's Boyer. Oh, that started way up high. Who was that at way up high?
That Carl in 99?
Looks like it. Have to get another look.
That started from way up on the outside of the wall.
Like Harvick. Was Harvick right in front of that?
See if we can get a... It's going to be tough to see from that shot, too.
Now Harvick goes high and just gets tagged by Gordon. Some of these cars have already made it back to pit road.
It looks like it's Carl Edwards. Now, I don't know if Carl got tagged, but he got loose, like he got hit. And he turned to the left. When he turned to the left, he went down the racetrack and hit whoever's to the left of him.
Or what, but up ahead of me, the 5 and somebody else, got together. It looks like the 2. And then, once that started happening, they all just started checking up. And then it just came all the way back to me. I thought I was going to miss it. And then the 42, he had corrected and couldn't go anywhere. And, it's going to happen.
Well, Bill Dale Earnhardt Jr. looking to see if he can score.
Oh, we got trouble, AB.
J.J. Yaley trying to hang on to it. Caught a couple of cars. Paul Menard, Tony Stewart, David Stremme.
This is going to happen right in front of Tony Stewart. It's like Stremme's going to get in the back of the 18 and just hook him. And the 11 car ran in the back of the 20. No, I guess it was a 15 that did most of the damage.
Boy, it looked like Hamlin got through there somehow.
He ran in the back of the 20, but I'm not sure how much damage that he did.
He got it pretty good.
He did.
A lot of quarter panel damage.
It's on the right side. Fans cheering at Talladega. Earnhardt Jr. leads last lap.
Outside.
Vickers wants to go. It getting a little wider.
There he goes.
Junior.
Down. Oh, no! Vickers to 25, up to 48, and takes out Earnhardt and Jimmy Johnson.
Caution is out. The leaders had already taken the white flag.
So is it going to be the 25 or the 9?
There are 19 scoring loops around the track. NASCAR will use scoring loops and videotape to determine the race winner. The checkered flag is out. Checkers and yellow out at Talladega.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay, the 48 gets a run. He goes to turn out. The 25 goes with them and just hooks the back of Jimmy Johnson's car. Jimmy Johnson, as he's wrecking, gets into the 8 car. 8 car just an innocent bystander on that deal.
Now watch the 48 go on the left door. The left rear tire, actually.
There you see it again.
Same thing happened in the Truck Series race Friday night. I mean, last night. Mike Skinner hooked the right rear of Mike Wallace, and in the wall he went. He hit the wall. He didn't have the 8 car to bounce off of. He went in the wall.
Get on board the 8 car here. This is a look out the back. You'll see Jimmy Johnson get a good run. This is what he was waiting for. And then watch the 25 just hook the rear fender here. Just touch the bumper.
And Brian Vickers did. That's the word from NASCAR. Brian Vickers is the race winner.
1 lap to go. Somebody is about to win at least $215,000.
Kurt Busch keeps peeking around back there in that 2 car.
Got to get closer together than that.
Dale Earnhardt won this race a record 6 times. Jeff Gordon, 3-time winner. Nobody else has won more than 2. Excuse me, Dale Jarrett's a 3-time winner. Nobody else has banked more than 2. Tony Stewart could win his 3rd right here. Here they come for the flag.
Whoa. Big crash.
Denny Hamlin involved.
Stewart, Gilliland, Busch, the finish. Tony Stewart wins his 3rd Budweiser shootout as Elliott Sadler and Denny Hamlin come across the line in a shower of sparks. Not sure he'll get to do it here tonight, but let's look at this finish. Watch the 19 and the 11 and the 8.
I think Junior got in the back of Elliott.
And nowhere for Denny Hamlin to go.
And Elliott then went down the track into the 11, almost turned him over, and here comes his teammate Casey Kane and rams into the side of the 11 car.
Greg Biffle was also involved. The black car, top of your screen.
There just was nowhere for Jeremy in the 36 car to go, and we're lucky some other cars were not involved.
Look, Dick, tough pit stop for Jimmy Johnson in the 48. He had to swing around the 22. He came very close to hitting the front tire changer Gordy Arbiter, and that's what caused him to overshoot his pits. Then he tried to back up, and he didn't hear Chad Canals.
Whoa, trouble!
Steve. Got Steve, trouble.
Michael Waltrip tried to come up, and Dale Jr. was there.
Well, that was ugly right there, guys.
Those 3 Chevrolets got quite a run off turn 2.
Oh, Michael was going to try to squeeze in between Tony and Junior. That's what that was all about, and there just wasn't enough room there, bud.
Look, about 7 or 8 rows deep.
Trouble. Smash, Robbie Gordon.
A.J. Allmendinger. Caution is out.
Yeah, I think Robbie was trying to get out from behind Sauter there in the 70 car, and maybe didn't give A.J. quite enough room at the closing rate he had.
Back straightaway, David Reagan was the free pass car. He was trailing the field, trying to catch up under green, and crashed.
spin a car out here, when it gets out of control, don't try to save it. Lock it down. It's what we call lock the brakes down. Turn the wheels to the left, because with the wheels turned to the right, bam, you go right back out into the wall. If you had them turned left.
And in the Hilton pit.
Whoa, we got a car around. It's Ward Burton. Up the hill he goes. Look out, James Harvey.
Caution will fly.
Field freezes. All right, there's Ward Burton.
Looks like there's a lot of cars in front of him that slow down a little bit and back out the throttle maybe a tad, and here come Ward. He had nowhere to go.
It will be a single file restart, and as you said, one attempt at this green-white checker.
Tony Stewart won the Budweiser shootout, trying to go to victory lane in the duel. He and Dale Jr. lead the field with 2 to go.
Jeff Burton in the 31 did not get a good restart, or he purposely lagged back just a little bit. Got David Gilliland in the 38 pushing him.
I believe Junior and Tony will be pretty happy to just ride this one on home.
James Hilton back at 20th spot.
I wouldn't leave the bottom open like that, though, for those 2 Childress cars. And for David Gilliland back there as well. That's a pretty potent combination, actually, the 31 to 38. They could get a nice run here.
They have definitely been 2 of the stronger cars.
Tony Stewart, though, finding the short way around right on the bottom.
Well, boys, I'd say 1 to go. This is where desperation will set in for some of these guys. They know they only have 1 more shot to get it done. White flag.
Tell you one thing, Johnny Sauter is working over the back bumper of Dale Jarrett. Actually, it's
Boris
Said, I'm sorry.
Said in the 60. Sauter in the 70. They're both in on time. Here comes Bliss in the 49. Bliss has to pass them both to make the 500.
Getting a little help back there from Greg Biffle in the 16 car.
Michael's in pretty good shape. He's got his buddy Kenny Schrader right behind him.
And Dale Jr. cannot advance on the leader. Here comes Bliss. He could do it. He's past Sauter.
Man, we might be all right here.
He's alongside Said. Here they come to the line.
It's going to be close. It's going to be real close.
Stewart's going to win it. Waltrip is in. Said may have eclipsed Bliss by a nose.
He just couldn't quite get there. Almost. Well, he's definitely got a problem. You can see the smoke and there's things slowing down.
Although it's in the middle.
But no smoke in the corner. In the
Still going okay there, bud?
Oh, no. He's in the wall.
Yeah, he's definitely got a tire.
The right front tire went.
Caution.
The right front tire went down. That's what happened.
I think he's going to be okay here.
But guys, let's set up that transfer spot. And I know we've got 11 laps to go.
Oh,
we got trouble. Brian Vickers.
Right now, Sterling Marlin and Joe Nemechek, while these 2 cars, Mike Wallace.
Back out of there. Now we'll get us in.
And Paul Menard hope something happens in front of them.
And just to remind you, right now, Jeremy Mayfield is jumping up and down, pulling for Sterling Marlin, because if Sterling Marlin races his way in, Jeremy Mayfield will be in the Daytona 500.
But they just told him if he backs out, they get in. I don't know if he's hurt him or not. I don't know what he's going to do.
Nowhere to hide. Not in that pack.
And Jeff Gordon has come from way, way back to make a run here right on the end. He's going to go the outside, and here he comes.
But I'm going to tell you what, watch Mike Wallace right there in the 09 car. There's the race right there to get in between the 13, the 14, and the 09.
Marlin has backed out. So that means it's Nemechek and Wallace. Here they come to the flag. Jeff Gordon's going to win his 3rd duel at Daytona. Nemechek's in, and it may be Mike Wallace.
I believe Mike Wallace. Mike Wallace did beat Sterling Marlin back to the line.
And he won his 2nd one last year. Here's how he did it.
Oh, yeah, he gets a great run down the back. He gets a bump here from Strimmy, and that just sends him by. Matt Kenseth on the outside. That leaves the 2 set and duck. Strimmy gives him another little shot. Woo. Tried to block him, but he couldn't.
Teams are talking about the 2-tire scenario, but they've got to be very careful.
Trouble. Back straight away. One car sliding toward the wall and stops short.
Boris said the 60 car had to race his way in.
Watch the number 60, bottom of your screen.
On the bottom. Wow.
It just looked like that car had that four-wheel drift up off the corner onto the backstretch.
We're under the second caution of the day at Daytona. Problem on Kyle Petty's car, which we'll show you in a moment. Right now, pit stops. Now you see what happened to Kyle Petty. A right rear tire let go and just shredded and sent itself through the sheet metal. Some of that ended up on the track. The Daytona 500 for the second time today. Anyone surprised?
How we doing here, Hall?
Not really. I'd say you're doing pretty good there, Smoke.
Two-time series champion Tony Stewart back out front in the
Look for
Daytona
me in the
500.
final laps.
Uh-oh, there goes Tony. Oh, my goodness.
Crash in turn 4.
Man,
and there in the midst of it sits Tony Stewart and Kurt Busch, the two leaders.
I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe Tony got a little loose all at once. Tony's car just, Tony hit the apron. He got down on the apron. He got a little bit loose. Kurt was all over the back of him, and there he goes.
Watch the yellow line.
Yeah, watch the left front tire. He gets it on the apron just a little bit. And you see the car wiggle, and he gets loose. He's got to probably lift out of the throttle a tad. And here comes Kurt. Cannot get off of him. They make contact.
And then once Tony gets sideways, nowhere for Kurt Busch and the two to go.
What a shame. Gave him some room, and there
well,
they go.
There's Jimmy Johnson, the 48 car.
Hard
Here we go.
Tony Raines with him. Denny Hamlin.
That was inevitable. It had to happen. You can't be this late in the race, be bunched up like that, and not have trouble.
Watch 66 in the middle. Nope, it's in front of him. It's
48 car just lost it.
Gosh.
Right. I mean, right in the middle of the straightaway.
I mean, it's almost like a tire went down or something, because a car, to make a move like that, either something broke, a tire went down, because the car doesn't move like that on the straightaway. 11 car going by there, Denny Hamlin. He got damage, as we saw. Oh, there he starts way back up in there. He gets loose coming off. That's got to be a flat tire. Man, he hit that outside wall a ton.
And just nowhere for all these guys to go. There you see, they just started stacking up on the inside.
And where Johnson hit the wall was after where the safer barrier in turn 2 ends. So he hit the concrete. Fourth caution of the day in the Daytona 500. Check that. Fifth caution of the afternoon. Our computer scoring a little latent there. And from high above.
It's what you call a wad right there. They get all wadded up, and the 25 and the 99, and 99 gets in the fence. 26 was involved. Jamie McMurray in the 26, Carl Edwards in the 99. See Joe Nemechek in the 13, bumps into Carl, but in the meantime.
Yeah, this was not quite what brought out the caution. Watch the yellow cat car.
He gets forced into the pit lane. Here's what I don't think he realizes. He's got a flat right front tire.
150 miles an hour. Blaney is trying to scrub off speed.
And just nowhere for Ken Schrader, the 21 car, to go.
Got to the end of pit road, he couldn't turn.
Came right out in front of Ken Schrader. Clint Boyer also damaged, and Schrader's Little Debbie's car. There's just 4.5 laps to go in the Daytona 500.
What do you think? Oh, there's a car in trouble.
Jamie McMurray, the 26 car, bounces off the outside wall.
And around they go.
Ricky Rudd, the 88 car. Caution will be out.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. McMurray up high.
I think he may have got a little shove from behind. I'm not sure. It looked like that's Kenseth in the 17.
And they just started stacking up from there.
Yeah, the 88 car looked like Rudd just kind of ran in the back of the 26 of McMurray, and boy, from there on, it was on.
I think Rudd had a car to the outside, Darrell. Probably not much he could do.
Probably couldn't.
The Goodyear blimp will probably show us our best angle of how this unfolded. Now watch McMurray on the left of your screen in the high groove, the purple car.
I'm pretty sure that Kenseth's got in the back of him. Looked like maybe Jamie may have had to lift out of the throttle just a little bit. And here comes the rest of these guys. Like I said, we're coming to the end of the race. You don't lift now. You got a car down on the inside, the 40 car. Strimmy, he's down there spoken. You got the 26 in the wall. Here comes 17.
His stall started stacking up.
He did.
You know, Jamie McMurray had a car probably good enough to win this race a year ago and almost had the very same thing happen in the exact spot a year ago.
When the green flag waves, the race is on. If the caution waves, it's over. If they complete the 2 laps, it's over. Martin, Busch, Biffle, Gilliland, Sadler, green flag.
I don't believe he can wait very long, Larry. I believe if you're going to make the move, you got to make it quick. I don't think he can wait too long. If they're going to get him, they need to jump to the outside right away.
Watch your bottom there.
You know he's not going to give up the bottom, so you got to go to the outside.
Still.
Look at the outside line. Jeff Gordon in that 24 car with his teammate Casey Mears, but Casey leaves him out there.
Now, 1 back. All single file behind you. He's coming hard, about half back now.
Now, when these guys on the outside, when they get side by side with these other cars, they're done. We're coming to the white flag.
It's up to the 5 of Kyle Busch. How long can he wait if he's going to go?
Still single file.
0-1, Harvick in the 29 with a full head of steam. And here they come off turn 4.
And if they had a frozen the field right there, Kevin still would have won because he was ahead of Mark when the car started to spin. But now they run on down here, finish the race. Looks like days of thunder.
That's Clint Boyer upside down across the line. And that race in 2007. White flag, 1 lap to go.
To the white man.
Car goes around. I think it's the 07 going around up there in 3 and 4.
Boyer has crashed.
Yeah.
Very possibly cut
a tire down. He did. I saw it snap.
Trying to make it around to the pits or trying to ride it out. There it goes.
Yeah, you see the right front tire looked like may have gone first. We saw the smoke from the tires. I questioned leaving him out.
And this will make it, if we can cycle through these green flag stops, it'll make it where it's a one-stop race.
Casey Mears.
And you know what? I'm not so sure this is the product. I think he was trying to get the pit road because he was one of the cars that needed the pit.
Got punted by Jimmy coming in.
Let's see. He's right here. He is
right in the front of the pack.
But you know, Larry. Yeah, I mean he's up a little high. Man, that's a hard lick.
Hit. The other irony is that Tony Stewart, who's now steaming up the outside. Oh, trouble. Ricky Rudd in the wall.
Trouble back there.
Nemechek around. Kyle Busch.
You know what? I'm not so sure that wasn't started. Oh, is that Dale?
Jeff Burton, 31 car. Kyle Busch, another wreck today, just like yesterday.
And a very hard hit.
That is.
Rudd is behind Tony Stewart on the outside.
Yeah, they're right. They're right here. Here's the 48 car right here.
But the 96, Tony Raines, looks like he got up into Jimmy Johnson, the 48, initially off turn 2, I believe, Darrell.
I believe you're right, Larry. I saw the 48 move. Gosh, that's a hard lick by those 2 cars. Good thing the safer barrier is there again. Rear wheels come off the ground.
You're riding with Jeff Burton.
Oh, man. Oh, gosh.
That was when the 5 car.
Listen, y'all, I know you don't know what that feels like. Unless you've been in one of these crashes, you can't imagine how that hurts.
A lot of debris was laying up in turn number 2, and that brings us under caution. The reason? Juan Pablo Montoya got up and into the wall, perhaps after contact from Ryan Newman here.
You can see the speed difference right there on Montoya in the 42 car, Ryan Newman the 12. It was about 5-6 miles an hour difference, Newman being the faster car.
So Gordon, who is trying to eclipse Dale Earnhardt's place on NASCAR's all-time win list and could do so with a victory today, it would be his 77th. He is the leader, and we will race 2 laps when we get this cleaned up.
And we're getting ready to settle it, boys.
We're going into overdrive, folks. Green, white, checker to finish it off in Talladega.
If you're going to get Jeff Gordon, you got to get him now.
Yes,
you cannot let him get up to speed,
regardless of where the start finish
I tell you.
But Jeff Gordon can't get a big restart and get away from the pack because then they'll draft on by him.
I think McMurray is going to try to jump all over him like a frog on the June bug.
Green flag. Johnson to the inside.
And there goes Kurt Busch in the 2 car with him, pushing him. They're going to trap McMurray in the 26 on the high side.
Boy, I'll say, look at him fan out. High, low, high, low. Somebody help me.
Oh. There goes Stewart, the 20 to the high side with no help. They're 3 wide off turn 2. We got trouble.
It's over.
There's the caution. There is the caution right there. Only one attempt at this green-white check.
And Stewart has crashed. While everyone lifted for the caution flag, Tony Stewart ended up in the wall.
They were all coming up to speed, and there was a lot of blocking going on. You see Gilliland, I just saw him cut down in front of Tony.
Kenseth got into Sauter. Sauter's still okay. 4 wide.
4 wide, and no, the 16 comes down, catches the 70, but there's action in front of these guys.
Well, Elliott Sadler and the 16 got together. That's what caused the wreck. But when everybody
right here, you see the 38 and Tony.
Who tipped David Gilliland around?
Somebody must have. Was it 26?
Ouch.
Man, that's a hard hit, and there's no safer barrier there.
No, we may see from another angle who tipped Gilliland.
They go way up there.
I mean, the 16 Biffle just came down on Elliott Sadler, and Johnny Sauter, the 70, ended up being the victim there, and Elliott Sadler was able to continue.
NASCAR will determine at what moment they lit up the caution lights to freeze the field and end the race. Stewart very unhappy.
Not sure what that's about. We'll figure it out, though.
Because somebody sure turned him. The wreck was behind him, but as the caution flew, a lot of people checked up.
Let's see what happens. There's Tony on the high, up on the outside. They see a wreck behind him.
McMurray.
Somebody got into the back of David Gilliland in that 38 car as well, which I think was all part of that equation right there.
Boy, and then there, you see down here where Tony hits the wall, there's no safer barrier there. You can see it stops at that opening back there. That's a hard driver lick. Oh, here we go. Here we go. 26 is there. The 38.
The silver car.
The 38's kind of coming up, and McMurray's kind of caught in the trap.
Yeah, I mean, I know Tony's upset with Jamie right now. I'm not sure Jamie could do a whole lot about that.
Checkered flag waves on Jeff Gordon. His 77th career NASCAR Nextel Cup victory.
You just kind of get out there and run your lap, and that's it. And then
we got trouble. Jeff Green in the 66 and
Casey Kane. And there was a report that somewhere back in the field that someone might have been leaking.
Caution is out, it's fine.
Jump on the brakes. You got people right behind it, but you can see Casey Kane was there.
Yeah, Casey was there, but I don't think Jeff had any idea that he was there, because this early in the race, Jeff.
Oh, Hamlin.
Teammates, Denny Hamlin and Tony Stewart. Stewart, who was going for his 3rd straight win.
Oh, there's still wrecking. There's Junior.
It's what Kyle talked about on the pre-race show. There's one wreck, and then there's the follow-up wreck. And Junior is in it.
Reed Sorensen also in it. There you see the 11 car. Stewart's got a really good run. And it looked like he got in the back of the 11 car, Kyle.
Yeah,
that wasn't an arrow loose. That was a touch.
As a car owner, that is a nightmare come to life.
Nightmare, exactly. And see these guys back here, like I was talking about, everybody's checking up and they got no place to go.
On board with Tony Stewart.
There's definitely contact there. They just, he had a good run. That's when you're making time up on a guy like that. Sometimes when you're coming up on him, especially in the corner, you'll get that guy loose. And Hamlin may have had to lift just a little bit because Tony Stewart got him loose to begin with. But still, in the end result, he hit him.
And you don't expect somebody to lift that late up off a corner either. Now, I'm going to give Tony the benefit of the doubt on that one. Once you get out that far, you figure you got 15, 20 feet to catch it if it jumps out from under you. It's not going to go all the way to the top of the racetrack. Look how many cars are on pit road over here to the right.
Any more than I had, lap before, but I think he was just a little bit closer than what he had been in the previous laps, and we got into us. It's not too big of a deal, I don't reckon.
Bill? Thanks, Lindsey. Caution on the track. Tony Raines.
That was.
Let's go to the garage here.
That really
didn't have anything to do with handling.
No, that had something to do with somebody running into each other in a straight line.
Right.
I'm going to tell you that. That's exactly right. Somebody punted the 96 car, and we don't have a good shot of it yet, and hopefully we will.
That's all I have to say about
that. That's a natural.
Oh, Marlin.
Caution is out.
Wow.
Oh, there's the follow-up wreck.
Yeah. Watch how fast this thing comes around.
Oh!
Just got into Ricky Rudd, too.
As a driver, last year they ran races.
Oh, Charles,
stuff up.
Juan Pablo Montoya, Bobby Labonte in the 43. A lot of guys dodging traffic back there. Caution is out. Ooh. Oh! Montoya with the wild ride. Who was at the hit?
I think, did Labonte get into somebody?
Yeah, no, it looked like the 00.
Got in
got into the outside wall. Bobby, it looked like
there
turned
he
left.
stayed up top. Well, but he was already wrecking there. But yeah, that was just a chain reaction.
And Bobby turns left and checks up, and then Montoya just runs all over him.
David Rudiman.
But Montoya's got no place to go. Let me be clear on that too. It's not that he ran over him. Race with you.
Jeff Gordon.
Oh, there we go. Gilliland round. Oh, I cannot believe that's a single car accident.
I cannot.
Now you see him in the center there. Biffle down on the bottom. Biffle going to slide up and get him. No, he just lost it right in the middle.
Oh,
just lost it. Oh, look how close he came taking Biffle out.
Almost got Edwards, too. 45 car, the lucky dog. Again, you're watching right here. Man. Remember, Mark Martin had his mirror full on the last lap of the Daytona 500.
Oh, Jimmy Johnson.
Oh,
Oh, there's a guy on the wall. Here we go.
Nemechek and
Vickers. Vickers gets turned. Nemechek down on the bottom.
Caution's
I thought
out.
those guys were going to save it. Well, I think these guys just all had a... I thought they were going to have a whole big run there, but I think Nemechek he just lost downforce on that car and slid up into Vickers.
Yeah. And they made contact the first time and got away with it. It was the second time overcorrecting that they got up into each other.
They come to the line, they get the green flag, 7 to go.
And you'll see Gordon hung back there. He did not want to get any gap in between him and the 25 car so they could make a run on him.
No, he wanted to keep the pack compressed.
Closed up.
He wanted it where Boyer took off a little early, and those guys behind him got a good run on him and went around him on the outside.
I think if McMurray's going to have any shot, he's going to have to jump up there on the high side, and hopefully somebody's going to come with him, but Johnson won't. But maybe the 07 of Boyer could get there.
And they've already worked over Boyer going in turn 1, and 2 or 3 of them have got by him like instantly, and that totally catches me off guard because Boyer had been protecting that inside when he was up front. He protected it like it was gold.
Chevy, Chevy, Ford, Chevy.
You know, McMurray's just going, oh, man. Looking out the windshield, looking in the mirror.
Where's Carl?
It's all Hendrick cars. And Carl is in 6th.
6 to go.
And if he jumped out, whoa, and here comes a 5 car flying up on the high side. Taking anybody that will go with them.
Right now, that would be Biffle if he can get there.
But remember the 500, it was one from the outside, man.
But the 26 has got to jump out in front of that 5 car right now if he can. And doesn't. And now he's going to get a push.
Ralph?
Oh, contact.
Boy, there was contact in there, and everybody's cheering down here in the 26 pit, but he's on the outside, which is where he really needs to be right now. On the bottom, his car is very loose. He's just hoping he can get somebody to shove him around the outside.
There's going to be a shove here in a second. Oh, Mayor's the loser.
I mean,
look at the
Kyle Busch, she turned left, man.
Yeah, right down across the hood of the 48, and he's going to be leading this thing in a minute.
Kyle Busch in the 5 car, trying to win 2 NASCAR races on the same track in the same day.
How cool would that be? I don't care. That would just be phenomenal.
You're fine, you're fine, you're fine. 2 to these guys back here.
Now, which way is the 48 his teammate going to go?
I was just thinking the same thing.
He's got 2 Hendrick teammates behind him, the 48 of Johnson and the 24 of Gordon. Gordon's in the high line behind McMurray.
Oh, man. That 5 car loose.
and he's still in the gas.
He doesn't know any other way.
He has driven that car that way all night long. He's done it down here with the Busch car in February. Every time he comes to this place, he drives the car looser here than anybody I've seen.
Now, here's where it's going to get hairy. I mean, 48 is on that 5 car, and he's on his bumper really close to the corner. It'll turn that 5 car, and I think that's probably why the 48 is backing off when they get to the corner.
The 48, by backing off a little bit like that, is trying to help the 5 car get into the corner. More than anything else. He could run up there, and if the car was a little bit better, all but bump draft.
Oh, nice move by Carl Edwards.
And Kurt Busch going to try and come along.
Oh, Busch gets a little bit loose.
He's got his teammate behind him in the 12, Ryan Newman.
Kyle Busch didn't want to see that, I'm going to tell you that. He don't want to look up and see Carl.
I don't know if the 5 has really looked in his mirror in the last 100 laps.
I'm not sure he has a mirror. I don't think he has.
I mean, I don't really think he cares who's behind him.
Gordon pushing McMurray to the lead while his teammate in the inside lane loses the lead.
But he has to. That's the lane he's in. Those guys committed to the high line for right now, and they've got to push who's ever in the high line, whether it's your teammate or not. It makes no difference.
Jamie McMurray in that 26 car won in his second career start. Has not won in the last 166 races. Look at him go.
Now this is dangerous though for a leader. When they get out front, then that pack will charge up and they'll have a really good run on him, and that's where Jamie's got to make sure that he doesn't get too far ahead of this pack.
Jamie needed that on the last lap, not 3 laps ago. But if these guys can, if they stay pitched off and they can keep them run down here on the bottom like that.
They're getting a run right there. Boy, Carl Edwards in that 99 car had a run on the 5 car.
Less than 2 to go.
Kyle Busch is still hammering that thing right down on the bottom, sideways. That's incredible. He is doing a great job.
See, I think if Carl will get a really good run here and he could give the 5 a push, it would take the 99 to second.
McMurray in that 26 car led early in the race, was black flagged for passing below the yellow line. Had to do a pass-through penalty, caught a break on a caution, has worked his way to the lead. Side by side with Kyle Busch as they come to the white flag.
Look at that. That 5 car is strong, man.
Not only is he strong, I'm telling you, he is trying to really help that thing too. He's going to be in the gas all the way. I don't care how sideways this thing gets.
Last lap.
Here.
And he needs to be, because if they wreck right now, he's got to be the first guy across that loop.
Kyle Busch now has his brother Kurt behind him.
The one thing is Kyle Busch has the inside, and because of where the start-finish line here is, at this place, the inside line is the line if you can maintain it coming out of turn 4.
Will Edwards,
oh man, I'll tell you what.
Will Edwards help his teammate, or will he make a move for the win?
I don't know if he'll be able to make the move for the win.
Kyle Busch is the guy right here. He's
he's going to have the momentum, and he's going to get to the line.
Coming to the checkers.
Oh, wow. That was close. I don't know.
Waiting for scoring.
I think the 26 got him.
It says 26 on the monitor.
Wow.
Great. My God.
Jamie McMurray has won the Pepsi 400.
Good job, guys.
Man, that was great.
That's incredible.
Watch the 26 just get a surge right before the line.
It's his teammate right behind him, Carl Edwards.
Right there, the 5 had the advantage, and he had the momentum.
And here they are, and you see.
Now watch right here.
Right there. You see it start to move again.
Remember the finish in the 500? How about that?
That's good stuff.
That's incredible.
Jamie McMurray replaced Sterling Marlin after Sterling was injured in a crash. He won his second career start, but has not had much success. He changed teams. He went to Roush. He's gone 166 races without a win until this moment just seconds ago.